about the children?
What about the children crying? No.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
All we need is one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over crimes we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you. Keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. Babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every clue. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind, is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets, with the people in the slums and the homeless bums, with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See,
alright, now it is 0:48 Central European time. That makes it 0:48 02:48 Eastern Standard Time, America. What's good, everybody? Damn, I love that song right there. They want war.
But I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break.
All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote
or die. You voted
and you'll die.
You can have it both ways. Can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only
understand war. It's the same old song. They want war. You know, and people gotta prepare to vote, and people gotta prepare for the worst at the same time. You gotta be able to chew bubblegum and walk. You got to be able to do more than one thing. You got to be able to follow the law, follow your constitution, your voting rights, and your rights to bear arms, and your rights to defend yourself from a tyrannous government. According to the Madisons, you know, the Federalists, you know what I'm saying? They believe in all your rights, not just one of your rights, all of them. So my advice to people is utilize all of them. Take them all serious. Take them all serious. That's your only best bet. You know, lose one and you might lose, you know, so carry them all with you at all times and know them, you know. But in any case, that doesn't just go for the United States. I mean, the bear arms things, it goes for the United States, actually, because we're one of the only countries that has a constitution that gives us the right to bear arms. And we have founding fathers that literally, you know, straight up believed that those arms were there in case we faced our own tyrannous government, in case the government turns against the people, you know. And they feared that because they lived through that with the British, you know. They had to live under a tyrannous government by the British, you know. And so they were like, if we're going to start our own government, we're not going to start it just to repeat the same thing. Yes. So all those people that are out there talking about founding fathers, yeah, well, guess what? We ain't going backwards because that wasn't their idea. OK, we're not going backwards to a tyrannous government. And with only a few owned land and a few had rights and a few did this and no, because the Constitution right off the bat decided right then and there who would make the laws and how the laws would be made. That's in the Constitution. So you can't just erase the amendments that they created, you know, because that's part of constitutional law. That's how it goes. And if you don't like it, get the fuck out of the United States of America, you know, go find another place. I mean, you know, that's my advice. That's my advice. Now, although I'm a citizen of the United States of America, born and raised Washington, D.C., born in Freedman's Hospital. For those of you that need a qualifier, need to know what my age is. Freedman's Hospital. Google it. Research it. Find out about it, you know. But I haven't said that. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. And I'm speaking my mind. My First Amendment right. I'm speaking my mind as an American citizen. And those of you that have a problem with it or don't agree, you know what you can do with that. Nothing. You can just not agree and go back to your little corner and be happy because I have my opinion and that's why I'm here. Yeah. So and also stay out of American people's way, you know, when it comes to this thing called the Constitution in our country. Like you try to take constitutional rights away from people. You try to abuse the Constitution. You headed for trouble. You headed for trouble, you know. So my advice is start taking it seriously, because these are serious times and Americans are tired of being pushed around. You see what I mean? And you can laugh your way around it. Yeah, that was all fun. Yeah, go get those liberals. All right. OK, wait till retribution comes, because I am liberals' retribution. Literally, I am their retribution, like straight up. And there's a lot more of me where that comes from. There's a whole lot more of me. There's, in fact, more of me than there are of the other ones. You see what I mean? Talking about taking away people's rights. Secondly, you are a representation. The things you do are a representation of yourself. How you treat others is a representation of who you are as a human being. You still live on earth. You see what I mean? So if you violate that code, you know what I'm saying, of just basic treat others how you wish to be treated. The golden rule, by the way, you want to talk about the Bible, you better dig in that shit and find out what that is all about. The golden rule, you know, you violated, and you violated at your own risk, because everybody's not going to let you stomp all over them and walk all over their rights and walk all over their heritage, walk all over their right to be in their own goddamn country. And so, these are some interesting times. But having said that, it's quite complex in the U.S. The United States is a pretty powerful country. And, it's hard to think that a place like Iran would want to take down the United States of America. But all evidence shows that it's not Iran. All evidence shows it's not Iran. You know what I'm saying? Iran is not running the ops. Is not out there blackmailing congressional members. Iran is not out there coercing congressional members. Iran is not out there. They don't have their spies all up inside of the White House. They don't have their spies all up inside of the Pentagon. No, that's somebody else. You see what I mean? And that there's going to be a reckoning with that also. OK, it's easy to go and bomb somebody on the other side of Earth. That's easy to do. But when American people get tired of the traitors inside of the United States, the ones running the ops on our government, yeah, you're going to have your day also. You're going to have your day. So no matter what you think, you are going to have your day. Now, having said that, I found some interesting clips. We're going to get into the Nick Fuentes interview, which is big with Hunter Biden. And I really like how that looked. I only saw a little bit of it, but I really liked it because Nick Fuentes is like F Trump. He's like F Trump. Trump is a sellout, basically. And I'm like, damn, Nick Fuentes, man, you had a little more sense than I thought. But it's amazing how media shows people in a certain light. And I'm not defending Nick Fuentes' ideas or a lot of the comments he made. But it's interesting when you get to hear him answer someone else's question. It's very interesting when you get to see him sit down with others, right? And see them come together. Like, I'm like, damn, he's sitting down with Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son. And this is one of the people the MAGA people came after. Like, they hate Hunter Biden. They hate Biden. And I think it's a good look to see Hunter Biden sitting down with Nick Fuentes. I think it's a good look to see the people from the right that know Trump is actually a sellout. The people that aren't afraid, even if they're on the right, it's a good look to see the people that are on the right that said, F Trump, you're a traitor. It's a good look to see them sit down with somebody from the left that's been attacked also mercilessly just for being a regular person. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Hunter Biden is not really, what could you say? I mean, he's more of an average American, with average American problems, tax problems. You know what I'm saying? Drug problems. I mean, I like the fact that he put it out there. He didn't really hide it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm glad that he went and got help. But the same thing is who he is as a person. He's not trying to pretend like he's better than somebody else. You see what I mean? With his problems. He's not out there faking like he's better than somebody else. You see what I mean? No, he just put it on Front Street and was like, hey, now it still doesn't matter. My drug addiction doesn't give you the right to do this to our country, and I really like that. So we're going to review that. And then, of course, we have the White House Correspondence meeting, which obviously Trump is going to be the joke. You know what I mean? Even though it's his White House Correspondence thing, he's going to be a joke. They don't even have to come out and make jokes about him. Just let him speak regularly. Every day is a White House Correspondence dinner when Trump is in the White House speaking every day. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll give you an example of what kind of joke he is before we actually get to it. This is Trump. I mean, this is how much of a joke he is. Peep game.
Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you that President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think, I trust them.
He trusts them, so there you have it. I mean, you're not going to get a bigger joke. You're not going to get a bigger joke than that. Trump just comes out and says, I trust Xi and Putin. I mean, there it is. I mean, so, and he says that They asking him about Hegseth's comments. Listen to this shit. You just have to hear it one more time. The whole thing. This is ridiculous. Here it is. This is ridiculous.
You said today that Russia and China are not helping. Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you that President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think, I
there it is. And what?
Trust them.
He trusts them. So, I mean, take it from get it from the horse's mouth. I mean, Donald J. Trump trusts Putin and Xi more than he trusts Hegseth. And he trusts them more than he trusts his own intelligence community, more than he trusts the Pentagon warnings. I mean, he trusts them. He trusts them. So he's letting you know we're in fucking danger. And the danger is not a threat from necessarily a bomb from Iran. No. It's from the inside. He welcomed the enemies of the United States inside of the White House. He welcomed them. I mean, that's what Trump ran on. Putin, help me get Hillary's, what a traitor. Help me get Hillary's emails. Like straight up. That's what he did. Luckily today, Russian people are fighting back. Like they're about to have a civil war in Russia. In case you haven't been able to see it on TV in the U.S. But yes, in Europe, people are covering it, and it is serious. Putin is basically scared at this point. People are turning against him. His own, I don't want to say too much, but it is evidence that people inside of his military are turning against him too. You know what I mean? So people higher up are really like fed up with Putin. So we will see how that goes. But first, I thought it would be interesting to start somewhere else that is just intriguing at this point. So let's peep this game. This is actually inside. Right. This is secular talk. Right. This is inside of a Zionist meeting, quote unquote, because I'm not big on that term myself. I don't really I just say Israeli government. Right. You know what I mean? Right wing Israeli government. But for those of you that use that term Zionist, it may be more appropriate in this case, because if you hear what they're talking about, and this is recent. Right inside of Israel, in the government, people are, I don't know if it's the government, you're going to hear it, but people in Israel, this is what they're talking about, a private meeting inside of Israel. So I'm going to let you all hear a little bit of this. Let's go. Here we go.
All right, I got to show you
Big
this
up
here,
to
man.
secular
This shit
talk.
is crazy, man. I'm always amazed when people say the quiet part out loud and they accidentally tell the truth. That is always a shocking thing to me. In this instance, what we're looking at is a secret Zionist conference where they're admitting their evil plan out loud, okay? So Chris Menahan says, quote, I came up with this idea due to Al Capone. Zionists in Israel are openly plotting to criminalize anti-Semitic speech, anti-Semitic in quotes, as a way to throw their political opposition in jail. Kenneth S. Abramowitz, formerly of the Carlyle Group, tells the 2026 Pulse of Israel conference that Jews are, quote, still fighting the Amalekite war. Remember when they bring up Amalek, that means kill all of them. Kill their women, kill their children, kill their...
Now, me, you know what I'm saying? Just to make it very, very clear, like me, you will rarely hear me even say these terms. And even religious terms, Malachite and all of this stuff. To me, I live in a country with laws. Why do people have to revert to their religion to have their plans for their country? You see what I mean? Like, this is where I think whatever religion you have, you need to follow the rules of the Constitution in your country. You see what I mean? That's the thing that guarantees everyone their freedom of speech, right? Freedom of speech isn't just what you say. It's also what you believe. You see what I mean? And I just think it's too much when people get in these groups and they become, how can I say this, isolationist within their own groups. You know what I mean? And I just think it's bad interpretation of religion. You see what I mean? I don't see why people have to be separated by that. Me, myself, I believe in a universe, in a universal being that we are all a part of, inside of, operating. We're organisms. You know what I'm saying? That's my belief, and some people call it God. That's what some people call it. Other people call it the universe, but I don't see the difference. You see what I mean? I don't see the difference. I see interpretation as the difference. And so therefore I see every human being as an equal, a child of the universe, an organism of the universe. That's how I interpret religion. And I don't care what religion it is. I think if you don't practice it that way, you're problematic to yourself and your own beliefs, let alone everybody else. You see what I mean? But, having said that, let's play some more of this. I'm just saying it because some of this talk I don't even understand, and I don't even care to understand about it. But what's more important is that it's something that someone else believes. So let's hear this.
Pets, that's what that is. That's it. That's in the Bible, and that's what that means. Okay? They're still fighting that war and must criminalize anti-Semitism, including BDS, Free Palestine, etc., as illegal incitement. They want to make it so if you say Free Palestine, that's incitement of violence, and you go to prison. If you say you support BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, you go to prison because that's incitement of violence. Even though the whole fucking point of BDS is a non-violent way to fight back against illegal occupation. That's the whole point. It's the exact thing that worked in apartheid South Africa. Anyway, I digress. He says, is this not an open conspiracy to deprive Americans of their rights? Well, I'm going to play the clip for you, and you're going to determine what you think about it. But again, I'm amazed that this shit was said out loud and recorded. Here we go.
We're still fighting the Amalekite War. Just the name of the Amalekites has changed over time. What are we supposed to do about this mess? Okay, we've only been fighting for 3,300 years. Or if you start with Abraham, we've been fighting for 3,800 years. So I have another slide. And the title of this slide is basically time to criminalize incitement to genocide. So you might want to say, well, why am I using this slide? Well, there's two ways to confront evil. There's more, but pretend there's two ways. One is directly, one is indirectly. The direct way to fight evil is to say we're fighting 21 wars. We're going to create a strategy for each of the 21 wars, the fronts. We're going to allocate the resources necessary to defeat the Reds, the Greens, and the Blues on 21 fronts. Well, that's very expensive, needless to say. And all democracies are undereducated. In other words, they have no clue in terms of knowledge because nobody wants to educate them. And everyone, as we say in America, all democracies are fat, dumb, and happy. And everyone just wants to have a good life. They don't want to hear about 21 wars. They don't want to hear about Reds, Greens, and Blues. They don't want to hear about doubling national security spending. They basically want subsidies for themselves. So that's the direct way to.
Here we go again, criminalizing taxpayers. Criminalizing taxpayers that expect their taxes to work for them, that expect their government workers that they pay through their taxes to work for them. I don't understand how this could even, this is an insult. I'm just talking about the words. It doesn't matter who's saying it. This is an insult, because why should people pay taxes? We fought a war in the United States. It was about taxation without representation. Our whole country is built upon the premise that is illegal. So you can't have it both ways. And here, listen to the talk of it. Listen how he's talking about it like all we expect. What are you talking about? All we expect? We expect that first and then other shit after. That's not all. It's first. There's a difference. There's a difference. Do this first for the people who pay the taxes. Treat the people who pay the taxes, the citizens of the countries, first. Take care of them with their money. Work on their issues that they vote on. That's it. And then there's charity after. It's just that simple. Like, then there's other shit after. But if you can't sustain yourself, what is the point then? Or is it slavery is the point? I don't know.
Democracies are fat, dumb.
Let's hear it. All democracies are what?
Well, that's very expensive, needless to say. And all democracies are undereducated. In other words, they have no clue in terms of knowledge because nobody wants to educate them. And everyone, as we say in America, all democracies are fat, dumb, and happy. And everyone just wants to have a good life. They don't want to hear about 21 wars.
As they say in America? Is that what Americans are saying? This is just the oddest thing. This is the oddest thing. Yeah.
First, they don't want to hear about reds, greens, and blues. They don't want to hear about doubling national security spending. They basically want subsidies for themselves. So that's the direct way to confront these bad guys. Now, there's an indirect way in that all the reds, greens, and blues hate Jews. They're all anti-Semitic. They all hate God. They all hate morality. They all hate the rule of law. So if you...
I don't hate Jews. I don't hate Jews. And you know, it's really sad because I'm not going to be out here talking about, I got a black friend. That means I'm not a racist. No, I mean, the bottom line is that there's Jewish Americans. Jewish Americans, that's not the same as Jewish Israelis. Okay, that's not the same as Jews in the rest of the part. There's Jews all over the world. Jews in South America, Jews in the Caribbean, Jews in Canada, Jews in the United States, Jews in Africa, Jews in other parts of the world, in Eastern Europe, you know, in other parts. You can't really, I mean, I don't want to go through the whole list, but hating Jews has nothing to do with how people view Netanyahu. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with how they view Israel, the state, the operation, what it's doing. You know, that's it. And it's not the only trouble. It's not the only issue there. It's not like there's not issues with other people. But to say that Americans in any way that pay taxes, that want their taxes to work on their best behalf, to say that that's anti-Semitic is ridiculous, or to say that has something to do with hating Jews. No, American Jews also want taxes to work for American people. I mean,
you could criminalize incitement to genocide. You could, in effect, put a lot of bad guys in jail without actually confronting them on the 21 issues that we're facing. Now, I came up with this idea due to genocide. Blues hate Jews. They're all anti-Semitic. The direct way to confront these bad guys. Now, there's an indirect way in that all the reds, greens, and blues hate Jews. They're all anti-Semitic. They all hate God. They all hate morality. They all hate the rule of law. So if you could criminalize incitement to genocide, you could, in effect, put a lot of bad guys in jail without actually confronting them on the 21 issues that we're facing. Now, I came up with this idea due to someone that President Trump often mentions, Al Capone.
You know, see, I mean, this is so interesting because when we talk about Nick Fuentes and not Nick Fuentes, the Tate brothers and JD Vance, his whole thing was about freedom of speech. That's what they said. They're saying that no, all of those cases that they have has nothing to do. None of that is really real. People just did that to them because freedom of speech. You know, they don't like their freedom of speech. They want to stop them from having their freedom of speech. And then here's on the other side, you get this dynamic. You know, it just doesn't make sense. Like, what is the Trump administration working with? You working for freedom of speech, or are you working to condemn freedom of speech? Or is it just that you want some people to have freedom of speech and others to not have any freedom of speech? It sounds like that is actually what it is, which means there is no freedom of speech if you want it only for some and not for all.
Capone. Al Capone was a famous confronting them on the 21 issues that we're facing. Now, I came up with this idea due to someone that President Trump often mentions, Al Capone. Al Capone was a famous criminal, gangster, in the 1925-30 period of time. And he was guilty of anything a gangster can do. But he went to jail for tax evasion. They didn't actually do a trial and say, oh, you killed this person, you stole this money, you did this evil thing. No, they just took all the evil that he did and said, you never told the Internal Revenue Service that you were stealing all this money and you didn't pay taxes on it. So they arrested him for tax evasion and put him in jail. Incitement for genocide is the equivalent of arresting Al Capone for tax evasion.
So do you understand what he's saying here? This is actually astonishing that he's saying this shit out loud. What he's saying is, look, all the people who are like in favor of Palestinian rights, anti-genocide, against the apartheid ethno-state of Israel, all these people are just definitionally enemies of ours, right? and we hate them. We want to kill them, but there's a different way to go about it. Instead of getting Al Capone for his murders and his gangster criminal activity, we got him on tax evasion. So let's get all the pro-Palestine people, all these terrible anti-Semites, let's get them for incitement to genocide. This is, simply put, the most un-American, anti-free speech, anti-enlightenment value, anti-rule of law thing I've ever heard in my life. It is an open conspiracy against our rights. That's what this is. And he's casually describing it. He's casually describing it as if it's nothing, as if it's like, hey, everybody would be proud of this plan. Aren't I such a genius? No, this is nefarious. This is comic book villain type shit. Let's lock up people for speaking their mind, for telling the truth, for criticizing war crimes, for criticizing starving innocent people.
I don't like how the phrasing is. I'm not talking about here with secular talk. I'm talking about like the ideas, how oversimplified they are. Like you're either pro-Palestinian or you're pro-Israeli. This pro thing. It's pro one or pro the other. No, I want them to have peace. I want them to stop fighting. I want the wrong things that are going on to stop. What is the word for that? Can you get some of that with your tax dollars? Can we get some of that going on? And as long as you have groups that are essentially willing to break the rules, you're not going to have it. Right, with your tax dollars, and I think that's where it is with the American people. It's not anti anybody, and it's not really pro one group or the other. It's like peace, but you cannot say that you're for peace when you are for someone else being stripped of their land. You can't say that. So that's the inherent problem here. You can't say you're for peace when actually somebody expects someone else to be locked up in a jail the whole time. I mean, taking land and locking people up over long periods of time and the continuation of taking land, that's a problem too. That's also a problem. So, I really just think people that want peace need to understand it's about the peaceful people. We want peaceful people to prevail. At least that's my view. I want peaceful people to prevail, whoever they are. I don't want warmongers to prevail. I don't want people that's going to take land, lock people up, or commit genocide. I don't want people to prevail. But you can't say, they want to commit genocide against us, so we will commit genocide against them. That can't be. You see what I mean? Because then now you're supporting genocide. So I think people need to back up on, where this is going, because American people have the right to say we don't want to support any genocide, whether it's against Israelis or whether it's against Palestinians. We don't want to support it, And, I just think there has to be room for people to be able to say that without them being seen as taking a side, without them being seen as being anti-Israeli or anti-Jewish or anti-Palestinian. You know what I mean? Like, of course, you're going to feel for the people that are the most helpless, right? Aren't you going to do that? Yeah, I mean, I don't get joy out of seeing Israelis be killed. I don't get any more than I get joy out of seeing Palestinians get killed. But you have to admit, one is getting a whole lot more dead than the other. There's a whole lot more children on one side and women and civilians being killed here. So it's not about whether it's an Israeli or Palestinian. It's about a dynamic where way too many civilians are being killed, period. Way too many are being killed. Nobody wants to be a part of that. Nobody does. But this is what's being said. So pay attention. It's odd. It's odd if you ask me.
Criticizing the right to grape protest that happened in Israel when the IDF was caught systemically graping Palestinians. This is a sick joke, bro. This is a sick joke.
His real crime was all the people he killed and all the money he stole. But the after effect was that he could be declared guilty for tax evasion. So just to summarize this in like 1 minute, go down the left of the page, and I have copies of this if some of you want them to come up to me and I'll give you a copy.
I'm just going to read this for you guys here for a second. Slogans, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. The implied meaning is genocide of all Jews and Christians in Israel. I like how he lumped in Christians there too. Theoretical solution, designate organizations and leaders supporting this platform domestic and FTOs, foreign terrorist organizations. That's what that is. So in other words, yeah, lock them up just for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be set free. Globalize the intifada, the implied meaning, kill all Jews in the world. Again, notice how they have to make that up. They have to put that in there. They have to pretend like that's the meaning when that is not the actual meaning. It's astonishing. When you talk to Free Palestine people, they tell you across the board, what we want is, Palestinians and Israelis to have equal rights. That's what we want. We want equal rights for all. One person, one vote. Secular democracy in the region. And they lie and flip that and say, actually, no, you just want all Jews to be murdered. It's so dishonest. BDS, they say the implied meaning is boycott Israel until all Jews are killed. Oh, my days. Oh, no. They just have to make shit up. They just have to make shit up.
Let me ask people in the chat. Let me know what state, what country you're from. Let me know what country or state you're from. I'm just curious about that because, look, the perspective I'm chiming in on this from is that as an American citizen, right, born and raised in Washington, D.C., both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. I mean, and we've been supporting financially through our taxes, through our everyday labor, through every minute that we go to work. We've been supporting Israel. So we chime in on it from that perspective. It's not a perspective of the history, what Palestinians and Jews have been doing in their history. No, it's only about what we've been doing with our money. Okay, so we're chiming in on that one. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Now, if they want to fight all they want, yeah, that I can't make them stop. I can't make anybody stop. But what I can do as an American citizen is vote to have our congressional members stop funding something that never seems to come to an end. That's all. I want better people to get help and support, people that can make peace. That's what I want, a peace agenda. I want somebody that can come out, some Israelis in charge that can say, hey, I love you, fellow brother Palestinian. And I want some Palestinians to say, Israeli, I love you too. We are brothers. That's what I want to support. Anybody for that? That's what I would like to support. There are people like that, There are Israelis and Palestinians like that. There are plenty of them. I actually know one of my neighbors. There's plenty of Palestinians in Copenhagen, by the way. But one of my neighbors, out of many, happens to be Palestinian, and he's got family on both sides. He didn't enjoy this war. He's got family on both sides. What do you do with a person like that? What do you do? Think about walking their shoes for a little bit. Do you think those people want war? No, they don't want war. You see? So at some point, somebody's got to be on their side. Somebody's got to be on the people's side that don't want war, or it's not going to end. You see? So, but in any case, whether it ends or not, American citizens have the right to decide what they do with their money. That's the whole point in electing congressional members. The House controls the purse. Congress controls the purse. That's their actual job. So it is what it is. It's the American people that decide who the congressional members are. And when we don't like them, we vote them out. That's how democracy works. And it has nothing to do with Israel or Palestine. It has something to do with our money. Now we should care about the loss of human life. We should also care about that. But it doesn't seem to be, it depends on some people, depending on who they support, don't really care about it, apparently,
In order to try to get their way. It's really fucking disgusting. The Zionists are completely and utterly out of control here, man. Holy shit.
So, for example, when someone says from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that's a euphemism for killing everyone in Israel. That's incitement for genocide. I think you should go to jail for that.
Let me explain something to you. If you think that is worthy of jail, what the fuck is what Ben Gvir says and what Smotrich says and what Netanyahu says and what every single Israeli government psychopath has said? Ben Gvir got a cake for his birthday with a noose on it. He just recorded a video bragging about where he's going to murder the thousands of hostage Palestinians that they have. A bunch of them for the crime of throwing a rock or fucking jaywalking. Okay? They're doing a systemic murderous death penalty move here where it's like they're turning their detention camps into death camps. He sees no problem with that whatsoever. He sees no problem with, people saying in the defense minister in Israel saying we're cutting off all food, fuel, water, and electricity to Gaza. We're fighting human animals and we're going to treat them as such. Calling everybody in Gaza an animal, that's okay. That's not incitement to violence. Saying stuff like we are going to kill them all is not incitement to violence. But if somebody says free Palestine, oh my days.
Globalize the intifada. That's what the mayor of New York City, a criminal, foreign agent, illegal citizen who should be arrested and deported, he believes in number 2. Number 3, free
calling Zoran a criminal based on fucking dick, based on nothing.
Palestine. Again, that means free Palestine of Jews and replace it by criminal terrorists.
Totally made up.
Death cults.
Oh, you want to talk about a death cult? You want to talk about a death cult, Mr. Zionist? You're in the fucking death cult. What do you think Israel is? It's a terrorist rape ethno-state built on apartheid. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. It's impossible to take these people seriously. I can't take.
Okay, I'm just, I just want to let people know that, I don't necessarily, these aren't my views, that this is Secular Talk's own words. And I'm more, how can I say this? Precise to my own meaning with words. So I try to use words that are helpful, right? And de-escalate, right? Because that's what I would like to see. You know what I mean? So, not saying he intends it that way, but I'm just want to let people know. That's all.
Take you seriously because you are incapable of holding yourself, forget to the same standard as you hold Palestinians. You can't hold yourself to any fucking standards. You're in favor of your side just committing mass murder, and if the other side says the wrong words, you go to prison. Go to prison forever.
BDS, boycott, divestiture, sanction. There's nothing Israel can do to protect itself. That's really calling for the annihilation of Israel.
Oh, my days. What admission there, by the way. If you don't support BDS, now you know you got to support BDS. He's saying there's nothing Israel can do if they do BDS. In other words, it worked against apartheid South Africa. It would work against us. People who are in favor of a free Palestine, the thing they want is equal rights for all and the war criminals to be arrested. That's it. That's what they want. They make it seem like, oh, no, they want to build the concentration camps and shove the Jews in. No, that's actually what Israel is doing to Palestinians right now, building the concentration camps and shoving the Palestinians in.
Al Jazeera, which is supported by Qatar, which itself is a criminal death cult, has their own death cult news station. Why didn't we close that down?
I love how the people doing all the wanton violence in the region are accusing others of being a death cult. That is rich.
Holocaust denial, defund the police. 12.
There's a lot of different aspects to what's going on in the Middle East, what's going on in places like Sudan, these kind of conflicts. So it's very complex, and as we pointed out before, often people that are fighting each other in the Middle East are on the same side in Sudan somehow in conflicts. Not all of them, but sometimes they get juxtaposed that way. It's like, you just have to look at the detail and see. So, again, I'm more cautious about my words, and I try not to generalize. And I'm not saying he's generalizing, but obviously I think that is a general statement myself. Like, I'm not saying that Israel is not active at all in the region and in different regions. I'm just saying, because there's a lot of countries that are, by the way, but the language a little bit, for me, I think it's better to try to use de-escalating language myself, because it's hard to work with people that have been killing each other. If you don't use de-escalating words, it's hard to, man. You got to speak to people's inherent need to want peace, and want some goodness out of it, and you got to speak to people, even if you disagree with their actions, try to speak to their humanity somehow. And I know people are going to think I'm crazy for saying this, because some people are going to say they have no humanity. They have no humanity to speak to. But I think it's part of the cycle. I think it's part of the cycle, and it is difficult to get beyond that cycle. And there's definitely a cycle at play here. And there's a lot of components to it, especially when you're talking about the Middle East, Israel, Iran, Palestine, Israel and Palestine, and then others that come into play, because obviously Iran is not Palestine, right? Iranians are not Arabs, right? Largely, right? They might have a minority Arab population or something like that, right? But generally speaking, right? So people are involved for different reasons, right? Many are political reasons. The United States is involved for political reasons. We're involved for political reasons, geopolitical reasons, It's not because and it's very similar to why Iran is involved, It's about geopolitics, who's going to have influence in the region in the Middle East. This is what this is. This conflict, Palestinians are more like victims to that larger conflict overall. They're like in the middle of something that is much bigger than them. You have China, you have Russia, and you've always had Russia and the Western world competing over this region. You always have. Always. And there's been generations of that, and then you have others in, different components, different groups become satellite states for others, and now there's China. So it's become even more complex. And this is not just the only region now where this trifecta is is taking place, so it's complicated, man. But I just wanted people to hear this, Americans also particularly to hear this, because I don't often cover this or this kind of Zionist quote unquote dialogue here. I don't often do that here, but it's interesting to hear as an American, to hear a individual that's an Israeli American in Israel talking to Israelis from that perspective, from that quote unquote Zionist perspective, I guess, and then talk about the United States, because the context of this is, what do you do about the United States? What do you do about democracies? Listen to the beginning of this. I don't know how many of you all were here in the beginning. Listen to the words that he said. He's talking about democracies, the problem with democracies, in relation to not supporting Israel so much anymore. But this doesn't just go for the U.S. I mean, I'm going to bring it back so people can hear real quick. And then we move on. Let's see here.
Is this not an open conspiracy to deprive Americans of their rights? Well, I'm going to play the clip for you, and you're going to determine what you think about it. But again, I'm amazed that this shit was said out loud and recorded. Here we go.
We're still fighting the Amalekite War. Just the name of the Amalekites has changed over time. What are we supposed to do about this mess? Okay, we've only been fighting for 3,300 years. Or if you start with Abraham, we've been fighting for 3,800 years. So I have another slide. And
I just got to say, because my perspective on, on religion and my belief, my personal belief is that you can't talk about it separate from the universe, regardless of what religion you have. And so just this 3,800 number, it just makes me wonder, because human beings literally have been walking on earth all around that area for much longer than 3,800. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Hundreds of thousands of years, yo. So it just bewilders me, to hear people not translate their religion into something else larger, but that encompasses humanity, on earth. But in any case.
And the title of this slide is basically time to criminalize incitement to genocide. So you might want to say, well, why am I using this slide?
You hear that? The title is called Time to Criminalize Incitement to Genocide. Okay, whatever that means. That's speech, by the way. Just so you know, that's first that speech that they're talking about. The same kind of speech not the same kind of speech that JD Vance says the Tate brothers, are being attacked because they use their freedom of speech. Trump says what he says is freedom of speech. The right with the goddamn white supremacists in the U.S., they say what they're saying is freedom of speech. So this is interesting here. And he's saying it in relation to the U.S., American democracy, and democracies in the West, pretty much. That's what I get out of it. But listen to this.
Right. Well, there's two ways to confront evil. There's more, but pretend there's two ways. One is directly, one is indirectly. The direct way.
There's two ways to confront evil. One is directly and one is indirectly. Okay, evil? Evil? Okay.
To fight evil is to say we're fighting using this slide. Well, there's two ways to confront evil. There's more, but pretend there's two ways. One is directly, one is indirectly. The direct way to fight evil is to say we're fighting 21 wars. We're going to create a strategy for each of the 21 wars, the fronts. We're going to allocate the resources necessary to defeat the Reds, the Greens, and the Blues on 21 fronts. Well,
you hear that? So the Reds, the Greens, and the Blues are groupings of people with different, problem that present different problems to them, right? That's what I take from that statement.
That's very expensive, needless to say.
So he's saying fighting all of them directly is very expensive, needless to say.
And all democracies are undereducated. In other words, they have no clue.
And all democracies are undereducated. They have no clue. Put a 1 in the chat if you think all democracies are uneducated and they have no clue. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's absolutely not the case. I'm just kidding. I mean, it's absolutely not the case. What is this? Authoritarianism now? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't sound like a promotion of democracy to me. Sounds like a promotion to something else, bro. Like, you there, Michael?
This is the first step to authoritarianism, right? Freedom of speech for me, not freedom of speech for thee.
Yes.
Right? And then they'll make a false equivalency to the prior administration on public platforms that are owned by private entities. See the difference? Right? And that's what they're trying to control, right? Anything that goes against their rhetoric, but everything that goes with their rhetoric in terms of what promotes them. And that is the first step to authoritarianism, right? Controlling what that freedom of speech looks like for the people who are pro the regime that wants to control it in their favor. But go ahead, B.
I agree, bro. It's troubling what I'm hearing. And again, I just want to let people know this is Real Reaction TV here. Real Reaction TV. I haven't seen this. I don't know. It's the first time I'm even hearing this. It's the first time I'm hearing this. So I don't have I didn't come with my political view. And anybody will tell you I don't often even use the word Zionist. I often don't even talk about just this religion. You see what I mean? So a lot of this is all new to me. Hearing this is very new to me, But I am hearing his words, and I do speak English. And what I'm hearing is exactly what Michael just said. Like, it strikes me as authoritarianism. Like, you want freedom of speech for me and not freedom of speech for thee. And of course, I don't want white supremacists talking about Jewish people, and they do in the United States of America. And I talk about that all the time. Like, they hate goddamn Jews. They hate gays. Excuse my language, LGBTQ, right? They hate all types of people, black people. They hate just women. Like, that to me, that's hate speech, right? But they're able to do it. They're able to do it openly. They're able to do it. And so it just makes me wonder. And then when you speak back against it, they're suggesting that you can't speak back against it. Like, wow. So
it starts with the controlling of that said speech, right? And limiting the education on the knowledge of that speech. So that way, when you speak something of truth, they can call it misinformation and disinformation and then invalidate it as hate speech. That's the rhetoric. That's the name of the game that they're playing right now, right? You limit Black history, you limit history in general, and it starts at the primary school level and extends to what's said publicly, right? Then they can say, hey, look, this isn't taught in primary school because we stopped it from being taught in primary school or higher education, right? And now they'll call it misinformation and disinformation and say that isn't the speech that they want to promote. That is the groundwork of authoritarianism, right? When we look at China, when we look at Russia, who does Trump idolize? And those are the reasons why he idolizes them.
Yeah,
go ahead.
He trusts Putin and Xi. All right, yeah, let's hear some more now.
In terms of knowledge, because nobody wants to educate them, and everyone, as we say in America, on 21 fronts. Well, that's very expensive, needless to say, and all democracies are undereducated. In other words, they have no clue in terms of knowledge, because nobody wants to educate them, and everyone, as we say in America, all democracies are fat, dumb, and happy, and everyone just wants to have a good life. They don't want to hear about 21 wars.
All democracies are what? What did he just say?
In terms of knowledge, because nobody wants to educate them, and everyone, as we say in America, all democracies are fat, dumb, and happy.
Who says that? Who says that in America? All democracies are fat, dumb, and happy?
And everyone just wants to have a good life. They don't want to hear about 21 wars.
Everyone wants to just have a good life. What is 21 wars? Is this what he's talking about here? Like, no one wants to hear about it? Yeah? Because what does that have to do with our democracy? There's loads of shit we American people aren't going to have time to know about. We're not that deep, yo. Like, you think we're going to know about everybody's culture around the world in the 21 wars? No, that's up to individual interests, man. You can't mandate. You can't mandate we learn everything about everybody in the all the smaller particulars of everybody's culture and everyone's really. This is just wild, man. This is wild. I mean, I'm just saying, because we be leaving a whole lot of people out. It's not just we don't want to hear about 21 wars. We don't. Americans don't want to hear about a whole lot of shit. Don't you know?
This is where our representatives come into play, right? Where's the pushback from our representatives? Where's the outrage from our representatives, right? The people who we elect to represent us. That's what I'm more concerned about, right?
Yeah.
Because they're using their public platform to promote this idea, right? But where are our elected officials to go against this rhetoric, right? To fight against what they're saying. But go ahead, B.
American citizens can barely keep a hold of the fucking Constitution and the founding fathers. How are we going to get a hold of this, man? 21 wars, man. We struggling to just teach the Constitution and the Bill of Rights to people, man. Come on, people. American people.
They've taken advantage of that, and that's why it's a part of the plan.
Yeah. Okay. all right. So here's a little bit more. This is this guy's own words. They
don't want to hear about reds, greens, and blues. They don't want to hear about doubling national security spending.
No, we don't want it. What are you talking about? We just heard about it yesterday. We just spent $1.5 trillion. We've doubled our national security since Trump been in office. What is he talking about? Our actual representatives, the people folks voted on, did that. What is that? Is that not hearing about doubling security? But I mean, we're allowed to talk about it from our perspective, what we think is reasonable for us and what we think isn't. It's crazy, bro. This is wild. You know what I'm saying? I mean, literally, we just doubled our national security. It was like $800 billion before or something like that. Now it's 1.5. Like, I don't know, man. You know, it's just.
Budget always goes up, but under Trump, it's gone exponentially up.
Yeah.
With the inclusion of the funding for ICE. So that's something that, individuals should be aware of. And that's also the reason why they're pushing hard for this current national defense bill, right? That's why. But go ahead, B.
Yeah, this obviously looks like a reaction to that, right? Is that some sort of reaction to hold on, let me see something. I wonder when this were actually this speech was given. I wonder when the exact speech was given. 2 seconds. Okay, Cal. Okay, no. That's Cal Kalinske speaking. from Secular Talk. But let me see. Okay, this is an automatic message he has here. So this is not about exactly what is going on here. But I'm just curious when this speech was given. This is recent though. So yeah. All right. So let's play some more. Here we go.
They basically want subsidies for themselves. So that's the direct way.
That we basically want subsidies for ourselves. Something wrong with that? What the fuck? Anyway, it's enough of that. I mean, people just need to. I just thought this would be interesting. To me, it's like there's nothing wrong with. First of all, we don't want just subsidies for ourselves. We just don't want everything else without the subsidies. That's a better way to put it. American people, we're spending way more money out, in a lot of places. And when we look at what's going on inside of our country, we're missing a lot. We are the least. First of all, we spend the Americans, right? American citizens. We talking about U.S. citizens, Americans, right? 45% of our taxes at best go to things that directly affect our lives. Our homes, our life, our children's lives, our homes, our communities. At best, 45%. That's the smallest percent in the entire Western world. As soon as you leave the U.S., it immediately jumps up to 60% of the taxes people pay go directly to subsidies to strengthen families, strengthen child rearing, child care, elder care, streets, communities. The infrastructure of the community. That's what 60%. Then the other 40% goes to all kinds of extra other shit outside, right? Some places it's like 70%, right? In the Western world. The US is the least. It's 45% at best, pretty much. So, again, Americans, we really have to know the data. So when we hear people talking about us, we can defend ourselves with the data. We have to, because what he's saying, it makes us sound like we're stingy. No, we're not stingy. Number one, we're giving more than anybody else, and we're actually taking less than anybody else in the West for ourselves out of our own taxes. That's what's going on. That's why Americans feel that way. That's why right wingers feel like they've been left behind. That's why the boys are angry. That's why they're angry at immigrants, because somebody told them it's the immigrants stealing the money. But they feel left behind. Obviously, if they didn't feel left behind, they wouldn't be bitching about immigrants, right? That it doesn't have to be true, right? But the part about them feeling like they're left behind, yeah, they are left behind. They're left behind because they vote for people that rob their ass. Huh?
Our country left them behind, right?
Our government has left them behind. It's true. That's what they vote for, though. They keep voting for people that don't want that don't want shit like SNAP for their families, that don't want child care for their families. They don't want easier access to education for their families. They don't want energy diversity to make the cost of transport cheaper and the cost of goods come down. They don't want that because they don't vote for it.
They don't, but it's an appeal to a higher class, right? And then the idea of reaching that higher class through rhetoric like this is what they believe, right? They believe tomorrow that with tariffs, with tax cuts for the riches, that eventually they're going to supersede the current class that they're in. And that's just that's not the case. That's not how it works, right? But that goes back to the education system with lack of education. Yeah, they don't understand how you can raise up in class.
They're disenfranchised.
And they have taken advantage of that, unfortunately. And they've bought into that rhetoric even when they see themselves still currently being disenfranchised. That's the sad part.
Yeah. They get the magic trick. They look for the small pennies with the immigrants instead of being like, wait a second. We missed the element here, the bigger element that's fucking them over, and that's
part of the distraction, right? That's the part of the rhetoric,
the corruption.
And then what they do is limit the speech that opposes that, so you can't even hear the opposing view. Yeah. So if all you're hearing is the megaphone of the same disenfranchisement, will you ever be enlightened for the opposition to that, to the solution to that? You won't. And that is a part of what they want, right? That is by design. And I keep saying that is by design. It is not a coincidence.
No,
Right? That is by design.
it's by
Right?
design.
You make
It's
it
true.
worse for your base and then continue the rhetoric of it's the opposition's fault when it is the current administration's fault for what we see. Right? But they don't necessarily believe that because it's a cult-like mentality. How could the person that I am championing disenfranchise me? This person keeps saying that they're bettering me when they're not, but they
Yeah.
don't see it because they don't have an opposition voice. And that's why prior to that, I had brought up our representatives, our politicians speaking in opposition to things like this.
Hmm.
I don't believe that the Democrats' voice is as loud and strong as it should be in opposition, right? To have people question their ideology, to have people question their beliefs.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
we need to be
right?
aware of the ideas. When we're very much aware of quote unquote terrorism. And how they want to define it, the idea that terrorists exist. We're very much aware of that, right? But it's basically what's told to us. Often do we get? I mean, excuse me. We don't so often get a chance to talk with these people or interact with these people that feel this certain way, that we're told feel a certain way. And it's the same thing with this thing, out of this Israelis, this concept, the 2024 or 23 wars and all. We don't know a damn thing about that. We're not even aware that there's Israel. I wasn't even aware that there's Israelis that think like this. I've never heard this shit before, bro. I've never heard it before. So I think it's like we get
That's
sold
the
a.
difference between
Yeah, go ahead.
Zionism,
Yeah.
Zionism, and Judaism. That is the main difference right there. Right?
Okay.
Zionism promotes that. Zionism wants that very same rhetoric that we're playing right now.
Yeah,
right?
because I've never
It's
heard any
Judaism.
Jewish person say that. I got plenty of I know plenty of Jewish
There you
people.
go.
I've never heard any of them talking about this shit.
I am in New York City where you will have the Orthodox Jew against that same rhetoric, right?
Okay.
Because they don't believe in it,
Yeah.
right? But when you talk about Zionism, that is a different kind, right? And when we speak about Judaism as a whole, there's a difference between religion and ethnicity. And sometimes, and most times, it does combine. But a lot of times it is separate, and more of the ethnic Jews are against this talking point, right? More of the Zionists are for this talking point, and that is why you have people like Netanyahu promoting this, right? Because it speaks to that base. But go ahead, Pete.
All right. Well, I just wanted to play that. I thought it was interesting given the times. And, because listen, right now, the Pentagon says that the Israeli government is on level 5, espionage inside of the Trump administration. Like, they've warned the Trump administration. That is a fact. How many of you know that? Put a 1 in the chat if you knew that was a fact, that the Pentagon warned the Trump administration that Israeli spying and espionage on the Trump administration has hit the highest level. Put a 1 in the chat if you knew that. We talking about right now, recently, in the last few weeks, they did that. So I just thought this was interesting, and whether it aligns with some other things like this defense bill, that conversation that we just heard. That's up for people to debate. We will find out too. But I just thought it was interesting because of that myself. Like, damn, is this what's going on? Like, are they, are the people that are spying, are they believing in this kind of stuff? Is this the stuff that they're operating with? Is this one of their goals? How many of those people, are involved, are sitting in that meeting, sitting in there listening to this, that agree with these kind of concepts? I just think as Americans, listen, I'm an American. We have the right as Americans to talk about anything that affects our country. We have the right to talk about anyone that is talking about us. That's our inherent right. I'm not talking about hate anybody. I'm talking about talk about it. We have the right to talk about people that are involved with us. We have that right, so we can never give up that right. And anyone that takes that as hate is confused, is totally confused. Everyone has the right to talk about the issues that affect them, So, and it's not just Americans. So, but in any case, guess what we got here? Here's another development. Now, speaking of Israel, the former president of Israel actually met with this individual in question. So let's take a peep of that. This is brand new development right here.
The clock is ticking on the Epstein files. New Mexico's Attorney General says the U.S. Department of Justice has until the end of this month to release the unredacted Epstein files, or this issue could very well be heading to court.
Now, the former Attorney General is pointing to the Epstein files to show that
this was 3 days ago. This is 3 days ago. The end of the month is in 5 days from now. Something like that. Is it July? Is it the 31st, the last day? Is the 31st the last day of July? Let me just pull that up real quick. Let me see here. Sorry about that. I'm really whack with the calendar. Let me know. Is the 31st the last day of July in the chat? Let me know what y'all, or is it the 30th? Okay, the 31st. I thought so. I kind of, my memory's not that bad. Yeah, so they have 6 days. They got 6 days from today. It's a countdown, and this is what they're saying. So let's peep it. Here we go.
On the Epstein files release, New Mexico's Attorney General says the U.S. Department of Justice has until the end of this month to release the unredacted Epstein files, or this issue could very well be heading to court.
Now, the former Attorney General is pointing to the Epstein files to show that the U.S. DOJ has a pattern of not keeping its word. Foreign investigator Ryan Laughlin is here with us. So, Ryan, what do you have?
Damn.
Well, guys, the former Attorney General, Hector Balderas, who now notoriously stood down his state criminal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein back in 2019 after the feds asked him to, is pointing to this. This is a handwritten note, which appears publicly available in the Epstein files. He's saying this is proof the U.S. Department of Justice has a history of not following through on its agreements, especially when it comes to the Epstein investigation. We're going to walk you through it. Check this out. This handwritten note in July of 2019, Balderas says, was written by an investigator with the U.S. DOJ out of the Southern District of New York. Now, remember, they had spearheaded the federal arrest of Epstein right before he killed himself in a New York jail cell. This letter details on a call that there was with an investigator from Balderas' office, the New Mexico AG at the time, and the redactions are potentially victim names. For example, it says right here, they interviewed redacted 3 weeks ago in California. Balderas confirms with us that he sent investigators to California to interview victims. But this is the part that he really wants you to pay attention to at the bottom. It's a note that shows an agreement between the feds and New Mexico investigators that not only Balderas would agree to stop interviews and refer all matters to the Southern District of New York, the last line says that the Southern District of New York will refer any state-related matters back to the AG at the conclusion of the federal case. He says that never happened.
We kept our end of the bargain. We shared information. We even gave them evidence that they used in the Ghislaine Maxwell sentencing. Yet they didn't share the dead bodies tip with us in 19. They haven't provided any assistance in terms of any new tips that might assist the current Attorney General. So what I'm trying to just establish is that we relied on their representations, and they still owe New Mexico that evidence.
Wow.
Now, the current AG, Raul Torres, is pointing to this letter. And if Todd Blanche's Department of Justice does not turn over the unredacted Epstein files before the end of this month, this could be part of the argument that goes to court. We have a week and a half to see if something changes. Then all eyes will be on Torres to see what the next move is here.
Yo, so Michael, what you think of? What do you think about the path of this?
Or even charged.
Right. What do you think about the path of this? So they say that if they don't turn it over, the rest of the Epstein files, right? Isn't that what he said? The rest of the Epstein files. Let me just make sure I heard that clearly. The last line here. Here we go. Let's hear that one more time.
Torres is pointing to this letter. And if Todd Blanche's Department of Justice does not turn over the unredacted Epstein files before the end of this month, this could be part of the argument that goes to court. We have a week and a half to see if something changes. Then all eyes will be on Torres.
Yeah, it's the whole thing, bro. What do you think the path of this is? What are your thoughts in general? Give me a second. I'm going to let you talk. You got a couple of minutes on this. Try to explain, first of all, give me your views about this, background on what the significance of New Mexico is, but also what do you think the path of this, the legal path is, how that's going to work out, if you don't mind. Yeah, because I'm curious about this one. And the reason why I'm playing this is because I'm gonna be quite frank with you. I see all of this shit. I believe Israel has blackmailed the government through Jeffrey Epstein, whoever Jeffrey Epstein worked for. I believed he got compromising stuff on American congressional members, American senators, American Supreme Court justices, American presidents, and I believe he gave that shit to Putin and Israeli intelligence. Very simple. That's what I believe. I've always believed that, right? So this is why I'm bringing this up in this sequence. So what do you think? You there, Mike? I think you on mute, bro. Oh, he's not there. Hold on. I'm sorry. He got chimed out. Here we go. Let me make sure he gets back in. There we go. Yeah, he got timed out. Let me put the link in the chat. Panel. Sorry about that, y'all. 2 seconds. Somehow Michael from Brooklyn got timed out. Let me see if he hops back in. You see the link, Mike? Oh, okay. He's not even in the chat. All right. Well, he got timed out. Okay. Well, here, let me see something here. Let me do my due diligence then and pull up some information on this. Let's see here. You know, I like to lean on Michael because he has a good idea of how the path is going to go legally, right? But the good thing about me is I don't assume to know stuff, so I actually bothered to look up everything. That's different. You see what I mean? He looks up everything too, obviously, you know, but he's more thorough in this. But the good thing about me is I have my opinions, but I don't rush to them. And I'm also very thorough and I don't assume, you know what I mean? So let me see here. So my personal opinion is also not about assumption. It's just where the trail has left me, you know? So let me see here. Regarding New Mexico, files and gave, let's see here, and gave Todd Blanche until the end of the month to release them. What is the likely path? Let's see here. Okay. Appreciate everybody's patience. Let me see here. Do me a favor. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Yeah, that matters, you know. Let's see here. Boom. What does this say? All right. Here we go. It says the friction between the state entities such as the attorney generals, local prosecutors. Let me pull this up on the screen so people can see it also. You all can see this. Okay. And the Department of Justice. So that's New Mexico and the Department of Justice, currently led by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, revolves around the state level requests or deadlines for unredacted federal records related to Jeffrey Epstein's operations, such as those tied to his Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. Okay. Because state officials do not possess direct supervisory authority over federal cabinet departments, issuing a deadline functions primarily as a political and formal legal demand. Likely legal paths for New Mexico. If the state government demands federal agency files and sets a strict deadline for compliance, it must utilize specific legal mechanisms, intergovernmental demands, and FOIA litigation. Freedom of Information Act, FOIA request. Okay. The primary mechanism for state officials seeking federal records is submitting formal FOIA requests, expedited administrative request, so lawsuit in federal district court. If the DOJ fails to meet a deadline or denies access on statutory grounds, right? E.g. ongoing law enforcement investigations. Yeah, they always say that, by the way. They always say that. We have something ongoing. We can't talk about it. Grand jury secrecy under Rule 6E or privacy victim protections, right? They could use any of those excuses. The state must file a lawsuit in federal court under FOIA to compel production, okay? State subpoenas or investigative demands, subpoenaing federal offices or records, state grand juries or state legislative committees can issue subpoenas seeking federal records or testimony from DOJ personnel. Federal preemption. Defense, the DOJ typically asserts sovereign immunity and the Tothe doctrine. United States versus Tothe versus Reagan. That's what they quote. Okay, so that's the legal dispute that set precedent, which allows federal agencies to control how their employees and records respond to state subpoenas. Okay, federal court injunctions, mandamus actions. Okay, state officials can petition a federal court or writ of mandamus, okay, or declaratory relief, arguing that federal officials are unlawfully withholding documents required to be made public by federal statutes such as Epstein Files Transparency Act. Okay, wait a second. Okay, so Mexico can quote this, right, which is what they're doing. How is it likely to play out? Okay, so state issue demand. Okay, protracted appeals, judicial review. Okay, in-camera judicial review. Okay, so now privilege, also privilege exemptions. Okay, so expiration of the deadline without full compliance. The DOJ routinely operates under its own legal review timelines, citing the necessity of redacting sensitive victim details, which they are horrible at doing. So this is going to be like gaslighting moment here. Grand jury information or active investigation leads, right? That's also gaslighting at this point, because what are you investigating? You said there's nobody else to investigate. Okay. As a result, arbitrary state imposed deadlines rarely force immediate unredacted federal disclosures, right? Because they don't have to comply. They ain't gonna. This is the feds. They ain't gonna comply with the state. Basically, that's what I get out of it. Let's see here. A shift to federal court litigation. Okay, so rather than immediate compliance, the dispute will transition into federal district court. Government arguments. The DOJ will cite statutory exceptions, privacy safeguards, or ongoing investigations to justify withholding or redacting specific files. Judicial review. The federal judge overseeing the matter will likely order an in-camera review, private judicial inspection of the disputed files. Damn. To determine whether the DOJ's redactions or withholdings are legally justified. Okay. Incremental release and delays. Historical precedent surrounding federal records releases demonstrates that these battles usually yield incremental results. All right. Judges often order a log review or partial unredactions over several months rather than the immediate full disclosure. Federal courts generally uphold redactions that protect victims' identities or active criminal probes, while ordering the release of purely administrative or political documentation. Key takeaways. A state-imposed deadline serves as a procedural step to establish a record of non-compliance, enabling the state officials to initiate federal court proceedings. However, due to federal immunity doctrines and court-ordered review processes, actual file releases will likely occur gradually through the court rather than in a single bulk disclosure by the end of the month. Yeah, so it looks like they're expecting delays. I mean, I could have guessed that they're going to delay, but you know, I'm curious about what else beyond this. Like, what are the political implications? Like, do you think Americans care? Let me know in the chat. Do you think Americans generally, I'm talking about the majority, let's say 70% of Americans, do you think 70% of Americans care about finding out what happened in New Mexico regarding Jeffrey Epstein? If you do, put a 1 in the chat. If you do, put a 2 in the chat if you think 70% of Americans don't actually care, really, and that they only really cared because there was an election and it sounded good, like to say, yeah, Epstein and the Democrats, and yeah. And now that Trump is in office, they like, oh, fuck it, we don't care anymore. Or just let me know what you think. I mean, I personally, I think a lot of Americans care, but it depends on how you handle it. It depends on how you verbalize it politically. If Democrats or anybody, and I hate saying Democrats because Democrats are the other major party, but anybody really, if people talk about this and make it an issue, it will be an issue. It will have some effect on Trump. It will have some effect on this government, on this government's legitimacy. If people don't make it an issue, if people don't act like it's important, if people don't vote in the way like they think it's important. I mean, I think this midterm election is going to say a lot about what people want to happen, not just with this, but in New Mexico, it's going to play out that way. That's quite obvious. You know, if you ask me, this is going to play out bad for Republicans in New Mexico coming this midterms. Now, that's the next thing I'm going to ask, because I'm not an expert in this, which makes me good because I like to ask questions. Let me see. Can y'all hear me typing? I actually typed pretty fast in high school. I was lucky enough to actually go to typing school, you know. That's typing class, right? Yeah, so I actually was 15 years old in typing class. So let me see here, on an old typewriter, like really. Let me see here. Midterm elections in November, exactly. So Mexico has elections, midterm elections. Okay, primary elections. Okay, so here's the election schedule, how it works in New Mexico. Primary elections held earlier. New Mexico had its state primary elections on June 2nd, 2026. So that just passed, to determine which party candidates advanced to the general election. So they had their primaries. General midterm election in November. The actual midterm election will take place on Tuesday, November 3rd. On that day, New Mexico voters will vote alongside of the rest of the country for their Senate seat, all 3 U.S. House seats, governor seat, and state. So y'all, what's up, New Mexico? This is going to be a big thing for New Mexico, I think. This Todd Blanche is going to seal Republicans' fate in all seats over this issue. I'm pretty sure they're going to talk this up, and I'm pretty sure that is what's behind this, because they know damn well the federal government is not going to turn over the rest of the Epstein files, period. They know that already. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. It took me a second to get to that, but I like to make sure I know what I'm talking about here. So let me see here. What's up with Michael, man? Yo, Mike, where you at, bro? Hold on, let me see. Maybe he wrote me a message. Let me invite. Yo, Eric, you there? Any word from Mike? I didn't see him in the chat. He just disappeared. Maybe his phone went out of power or something. Let me put the panel leak up again. Panel leak. All right. So listen, now we're going to go into there you go. Eric, you there, right?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Okay. What do you how was my analysis
I'm
on
not
that?
sure what happened with Michael. I think his phone might have died.
It's likely. Okay, so it's going to take a minute to open back up. But yo, what did you think about this, man? Any thoughts about this? Like New Mexico wanting these files, you know, it's etc.
Well, it looks like there's been, like another conspiracy to cover up the situation. They said there might be a few bodies buried there. And now I think the New Mexico governor is trying to get to the bottom of this and order some investigations, but he's getting a lot of pushback. In fact, the ranch was purchased by a friend of Trump's.
When?
I think about 6 months ago. So this has been going on for a while, that people have been saying, well, yeah, let's go out there and dig the place up. But it seems like it's been delayed.
Okay, that has been delayed by the property owner. Okay, it says the family of Don Huffins, a former Texas state senator, businessman, and prominent conservative political figure, purchased Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. While Huffins isn't strictly known as a long-term personal close friend of Donald Trump, he explicitly self-identifies politically as a Trump Republican and MAGA-aligned figure. So basically, he's a friend, right? Because come on.
And I think there's also a property adjacent to that that someone else aligned to them has purchased. But you got to realize that these properties are out in the middle of nowhere, and that's strategically for a reason. You also have to consider what was going on with the island, and that it's rumored that they were almost keeping people there captive. I mean, you got to consider that there's a giant desert around there. Even at night, if you were to try to escape that or something, you'd probably perish in the desert.
Right. Yeah. We actually we did a some time ago, maybe 5 months ago, we actually covered this whole thing in Zorro Ranch, right?
Yes.
And a lot of the details behind it, and we went into the properties and the adjacent property, and then also just giving people a real look at what it looks like. Like, yeah, it is destitute.
He had ordered a bunch of sulfuric acid, I think like 8 vats or something like that, and an incredibly high price. They had the invoice on it, and for what?
Right, exactly. For what? The people don't know now, right? And also, basically, Epstein, when you have these kind of people, when they move and buy property in a small town like this, the whole town essentially operates around them at that point, because they were owning property, I think, that they leased out to other people. Like, they end up just having so much influence. So they, by default, they end up owning the town. So if you have police there, if you have anybody else that needs a job, right? Obviously, you're going to do anything, because Jeffrey Epstein, you're going to take care of his property. That's good money for you as a small businessman. Basically everything ends up functioning around you, right? And I think a lot of people don't realize that. So that makes a lot of folks kind of turn a blind eye, because the biggest employer in the town is Epstein, basically, right? Or the billionaires, you could say, him or his buddies, right, that own the other properties. Actually, yeah. But you know what? I'm going to get into this and go back to the original story, because it is a big story, just what happened in this town, and the people that were said to have gone missing, possibly. And then the dynamics, things that were said to take place on it. But it is a interesting story, and it's going to be curious. Now, let me ask you this. You still there, Eric?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you think this is going to play out politically in New Mexico in the midterms?
Well, hopefully it's going to, right. And that's the thing. Will it help with, the Democrats? Because clearly, he's attached to Trump now. But you got to consider what just happened in Arizona, where the Republicans, not only did pretty well, but the quote unquote socialist Democrats did not do very well.
This is that people just make me wonder sometimes, man. But again, I also thought that the term that they used, I thought that the term socialist Democrat or democratic socialist, I didn't think was the wisest thing to do, because my view of it is that it's actually what they want is not really socialism, right? So I just never understood that. I don't consider universal health care socialism. I think people get blinded. I think those terms blind people. Every other country that the United States kind of insinuates is socialist is not actually socialist. Like, Denmark's not really a socialist country, right? It has socialist projects. It's a capitalistic country, but even the healthcare system isn't 100% public. It has private actors that operate within it. You see what I mean? So this whole thing about just the fact that you make sure that everyone has access to the healthcare system being socialist is it's actually a fallacy, and
Yeah, a lot of Americans are confused on that.
yeah, and I just I didn't understand the term myself, but I look at it more as just what did he call it, social democracy. I look at it, maybe that's a better term, but whatever. For me, I don't have an issue anymore, because I'm like, American people need to educate themselves, and you need to be more concerned with not what something is called, but what something is. You know what I mean? And how it functions. Yeah, because these terms don't.
Yeah, Republicans love to complain about socialism right before cashing a Social Security check.
Exactly. And look, and check this out. 80% of government workers, right? The people you pay your taxes to, 80% of them have private health care, better than Medicaid and Medicare. What is that? It's literally paid for by the taxpayers, right? What the hell? And they got the nerve to be calling somebody else socialist.
A lot of it's generational. Yeah, I think a lot of it's generational. I think it's baby boomers, a post-World War II generation that are very wealthy. And you got to consider that the generation before them were very poor, their parents. So they kind of got control of the pie. And the pie is only so big. And you got to consider, well, look who's running the country. It's mostly 70, 80, and 90-year-olds. It's not even 50 or 60-year-olds. No. In fact, Generation X has been pretty much skipped. There's never been a president from Generation X. Obama's from Gen Z. Right. So, if you just look at the generational dynamic, one thing that's been bothering me recently is just what happened in Oklahoma, where they voted against a minimum wage increase, and which actually set off a lot of young people, because you got to consider, the people that voted against it are these people that are collecting Social Security and Medicare, yet the people that are paying for it are the people that just got voted against that wage increase.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it's curious, like, how many government workers would vote against universal health care when it's literally the taxpayers paying for their health care, their private health care? It doesn't make sense. You see what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. And Americans, I don't get it. To me, it sounds like a fact problem, a problem of not knowing the facts of how things work in the United States. Factually, it's not even a question. It's not even a problem with capitalism or socialism. It's a fact problem. Like, how can you be a government worker and you make enough money to get private insurance and you're against universal health care when it's the taxpayers that pay your salary?
Right, which is also subsidized government health care, just like Medicare.
Exactly.
And then you got to consider there's even farther extremes like VA benefits, military hospitals, in a grand, aspect that's really communism. And we accept that. It's hardly, there's hardly any oversight. It's not for profit, but it's necessary because we have to take care of our veterans.
Yeah. We got to take care of our veterans. We should be taking care of our old people. We should be taking care of our children. You know what I mean? Especially when we're complaining about being replaced and we complaining about immigrants. It's like, okay, well, why don't you give the citizens some fucking rights then? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, even in Denmark, right? For example, a lot of people come here and go to school from outside. Do you think they don't pay for the education here? A lot of them pay for it. Pay for the education. They come here. They don't get the benefits that the citizens get. You see what I'm saying? So not everybody. And I think it's a misnomer, so the United States could definitely do better with its own citizens without talking about others, without including others.
You made a very dynamic point last night that even, for say a young Denmark student that's in high school, oftentimes what happens there about, folks, when they're about 15, 16, they decide whether they're going to go to college or whether they're going to go to a trade school. But what V tried to mention, that even if they're poor, even if they're being abused, even if they are having problems at home, they'll still get an opportunity to go to college, and that will be paid for.
Facts. People don't go to school here because of how much money they have. They go to school because of what their interests are and what they want to become, what they want to learn, and what they want to become professionally. And they will have the opportunity to take a few different educations. It's lifetime. It's not like it stops. If so if a certain industry becomes troubled, or then you can go back and take a new study, you know what I mean, in a newer industry, an industry that's growing, and that's just, you want that, right, for your citizens? Don't you want your citizens to have that new industry job? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and the 5 weeks paid vacation wouldn't hurt either.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm about to take another week soon, bro. Like, I think in September, I'm going to take another week. Then I'm not going to talk too much about it, but I don't want to piss off other Americans and shit, because Americans see that shit as like bragging or something. It's like, no, everybody got 5 weeks here. But in any case, yo, let's get on. I thought, Michael, this is just the next story coming up is the story Mike was going to handle, but. Listen, now let's skip. I'm going to save Nick Fuentes for last. I'm going to segue over to Trump now. And we continue, we will continue the story. I appreciate everybody coming out. Let's see here. This is Trump. And listen, you don't need comedians when Trump is around. He's his own comedian, So this is going to be interesting. Let me see. Yes. Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, Trump went full 25th Amendment tonight, folks.
Oh, he did? At the correspondence meeting?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's going to be beautiful.
He was actually thanking some journalists from the Wall Street Journal who had won an award for exposing him and releasing the Epstein files. And so the fact that he was thanking them was just like the bizarro world. But they particularly picked out the Wall Street Journal because it's a very right-leaning magazine. So that's a credibility check. They're trying to point out that even though this came from the Wall Street Journal, it was still very critical of Trump, and therefore it has to. This isn't lefties, picking on Trump.
Right.
This was a group within the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, he restrains lefties, man. Lefties ain't even there anymore. It's the righties that's getting his ass now. So, all right. Well, Trump, this is leading up to that. This is one of Trump's statements that he made. I think this was also yesterday, maybe before the correspondence meeting. Let me see.
Yeah, he spent about an hour disparaging journalists.
Oh, really? Not that I'm
Yes.
surprised. Not that I'm surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Yeah, that's not even surprising. But damn, I mean, it is kind of Trump does it to himself. But let me see here. Trump said this earlier before this meeting. I don't know if it was 24 hours ago or if it was before the meeting or maybe the day before. But Trump said this. Just peep this. This is where Trump is with Putin and Xi and Hegseth. Hold on. Let me make sure the audio is good.
Yeah, I think he brought his girlfriend.
Oh, really? Yeah, Trump.
Yeah, she was in a fabulous gown. She's on his left.
Yeah, Trump's a cheater, man. He's a so he gets it wherever he can. All right, let's see here. This is Trump's first word. The earlier the day, this was from Trump.
Today it was announced LeBron James has decided that he wants his next team to be the 76ers. Where do you stand on LeBron versus Michael Jordan as the best ever?
Well, Michael Jordan's a guy that's a friend of mine. Play golf with him. He's a really good guy. And I think LeBron is, maybe he's a racist, but maybe he doesn't like Trump. I don't know. But I only like people that like me. So I would say Michael Jordan all the way.
Right. So that's why Trump is going to run defense for the Tate brothers, because it's very simple. His logic. I only like people who like me. And the people who like him, he does anything for. It just doesn't matter. It's that simple. If you like him and if you kiss his ass, if you say, yeah, you're the greatest, Trump. Yeah, Trump, which is what the Tate brothers have been saying to Trump the whole time. Publicly, that's what they've been saying. I even think maybe the kids or the people around him tell people that, yeah, just praise him, and you have a good chance of that happening. But here's another thing.
You said today that Russia and China are not helping. Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you that President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think, I trust them.
You said today that Russia and China are not
So he trusts them. He trusts. He doesn't trust Hegseth. He trusts Putin and Xi. So, I mean, I don't know how MAGA feels about that, but that's his own words on that matter. Now, so now let's segue back in. Let's go back into this White House Correspondence thing. This is going to be hilarious. So we have our main course now. Oh no, it's not the main course. This is the appetizer, and then we're going to do the Nick Fuentes. I forgot, and Hunter Biden. So let's go.
That was very beautiful, but this has not been an easy evening. All these awards. Do I have a say in those awards? All those awards. But it's great to be back at a place that I know very well because I built it. And I'm very proud of it because I built it for $2.9 billion less than the Federal Reserve building, which is a lot smaller, by the way. Figure that one out. But I am delighted to be here at the White House Correspondence Dinner. Amazing people, a lot of people that I like. Some I don't like it all, but I respect most of them. I must say that you do a great job, amazing job, and it's an honor. As I said 3 months ago, the show must go on. We were backstage, and we both wanted to just have it go on, whether it was 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, it didn't matter. But in the end, it made more sense to do it the way we're doing it. And we had a great news conference at the White House, in a very important room, and you did very well. I think we all did very well. It was a hell of an evening, I can tell you that. Won't soon be forgotten. And I think a lot was learned from that evening. A tremendous amount was learned about security and about other things, the dangers of what we all do. But just like my presidency, the second time is always better. It's always better. And the third time will be better yet. I'm only kidding. From the earliest moments after the attack on our dinner last April, I knew we had to reschedule this event as soon as possible. We had to do it very quickly, and we met very quickly, and we figured something out. But the attempted mass murder at the Washington Hilton, that's what it could have been, was an assault on our democracy itself. Very serious situation. Many of you were there with me, and some showed extreme bravery, like Pete Hegseth, Steve Miller, Tom Homan. Really? They were standing on tables, and most of you were under the tables, okay? But they did. They showed. I saw every one of them that was standing up in those tables. I didn't know if they were brave, if they were smart, if they were stupid as hell. But they were on those tables in some cases, and there were a lot of different feelings going on in the room at that moment. But after hearing the gunshots, many people yelled, "Get down, get down," which caused Nicki Minaj to start twerking. Do you believe it? Get down. She's the only one that really understood what that meant. It's quite an evening. But tonight we come back together to answer that heinous attack with unwavering resolve, and every one of us here this evening to show that in America we do not yield to political violence. We can't do that. Can't do it. So in this country we believe in freedom of speech. We settle our differences not with bullets but with open and vigorous debate. And no deranged loser with a gun will ever change that. We can't let that ever happen. There are a lot of very dangerous people out there. We can't let it happen. I want to begin by expressing our gratitude to the incredible men and women who put their lives on the line every day to protect my family and myself, all presidents, and lots of others. That's the United States Secret Service, so I appreciate it very much. And Sean and the whole group, amazing job. Amazing job. In recent months, they've repeatedly responded to threats with speed and professionalism and extraordinary courage, and there is no better example of that than Officer Victor Gonzalez, who we just met. It was amazing. He What he did was amazing. When the would-be assassin charged the checkpoint at speed, he was fast. You know, when you looked at that, you had to look at it about 10 times before you really saw what was going on. He was quick, nasty. The gun made him nasty, actually. But Officer Gonzalez engaged the attacker without hesitation and took a bullet to the chest after his ballistic vest, fortunately, was on, saved his life. And Victor did not even want to go to the hospital for a checkup. We insisted, really, we wanted him to do it. We insisted, but he didn't want to go. So to Officer Gonzalez, Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, law enforcement generally, and even all of the military surround us in the room tonight, we salute you and we thank you with all of our hearts. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Great job. These are great people. So this evening we're picking up right where we left off, so let's have a little bit of fun, you know. I said, what do we do here? Is this supposed to be fun? Am I supposed to be serious? Am I supposed to be a comedian? So I guess you said maybe a little bit of everything. I know one thing, I could never have done the speech that I had ready just a short while. Oh, that was going to be a doozy. I was so psyched. I was going to rip people. And I don't know, just something changed. It's really for the better, but I just wouldn't want to do that. But we'll do a little ripping if you don't mind. But it is true. I said, how do we handle this? It's going to be a different kind of an evening, and it is. And in many ways, it's a more beautiful evening, actually. Everyone's looking really good tonight, and I know it was not easy finding shoes to go along with your bulletproof vests, which many people didn't want to wear because they'd rather die than look 20 pounds heavier. You know that, right? We have that a lot. They put one on me. I said, are you sure I'm not wearing this? No, you look exactly 20. They say, sir, it's about 20.
I wonder what Trump thinks about the police officers on Jan 6 and their duty, what they did. I wonder what he thinks about that. Was that cowardly? Was that brave? How many people was that? I mean, they're literally talking. I mean, I'm not making light of this, but they're talking about one person that came in there. One person. Jan 6 was how many people? How many people was Jan 6? How many officers were there to defend the Capitol? I mean, I'm just saying, you know, it's we have to remember that because Trump was the person. And speaking of that speech that we heard from in the Zionist meeting, quote unquote, whatever that was, right? Because I'm no expert in that, right? But they mentioned speech, you know, right? You know, inciting hate, inciting genocide, inciting, you know, speech that incites that. What did Trump incite that day on January 6th? And what did he think of the effects of his speech? And what did he think the police officers were doing that were protecting the Capitol? What does he think about them? I'm just curious about that, you know.
21 pounds. They said, not good.
Or is this only working when it's protecting him?
But I want to thank the outgoing president of the White House Correspondence Center Association. Now, she won't admit it, and she should not admit it, but we sort of became friendly. You know, in times of stress, on occasion, you become friendly. I have a lot of respect for Ouija, and I tell you, we went through a little bit of a war together. It turned out pretty good. It turned out pretty good because of a lot of good people. They stopped the tragedy, so I want to thank you very much. Fantastic job.
So it's basically the opposite. It's the total opposite. You know, if the structure is protecting him, he's totally fine with it. If it's protecting his adversary, political adversary, maybe, or a president, not even an adversary, a president who just happens to be from the other party, it's no good. It's no good.
And Ouija worked extremely hard to ensure this dinner was rescheduled. And we want to just thank her family. I just met her parents, her children, her husband. What a perfect family. So it's really great. Thank you very much all for putting up with this. For putting up with this, right? But let me also thank the incoming president of the Correspondence Association, Jackie Heinrich. She can be very tough as a reporter, I will tell you. She can be nasty. She looks so beautiful, but she can be so nasty. How could that happen? But she just got married to a very successful congressman, a very good congressman. I'd like to have a couple of more votes from him, but that's okay. On occasion, he shows a little independence. We don't like that. But now he's a very professional guy, and he loves our country. But that's a big thing. I just see what takes place. We're talking about what takes place to be in the position that you're leaving and that Jackie's coming into. And it's a lot of work, a lot of friendships, a lot of talent. And so, Jackie, congratulations. And congratulations are also in order for our favorite White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt, who just had her second child. To you and your husband. She's great. She's done a fantastic job. We all love her. She's done a fantastic job. She can do another one. She can be nasty. But sometimes she has no choice, right? But Caroline may have one of the hardest jobs in the White House. She has to deal with all of you all of the time. And you can be very difficult. You can be very, very difficult people. But I'm probably being a little bit oversensitive. Sometimes I really do think that some of you don't like me. In fact, I read a report. I get 93% negative publicity. 93. So how the hell did I win the election?
He makes a joke here that bombed so hard that no one realized it was actually a joke.
Okay. Yeah, I'm digesting his words. You know, it's I'm just thinking about the fact that he normally calls press stupid. Just on a normal occasion, you know, and here he's, you know, it's the opposite. So it's taking me a second to kind of digest it. Like, okay, wow, he's thanking the press. Yeah, he's been basically getting people fired from their job, openly threatening them constantly. So it's strange to hear him speak this way. I'm curious about what press is really in the building. But yeah, let's let it play because it's going on for a minute. We'll see if Michael gets up here before the Nick Fuentes thing. But either way, we're going to have fun. So let's go. Let's keep it going.
Think of it. I don't think that's true. I can't believe it's 93. In the 80s, maybe, but not 93. But this place is really the largest group of Trump derangement syndrome people.
Oh, right. He sounds drunk. I mean, Trump sounds drunk, really. And just the fact that he played that, we have to take a little moment, pause. Do me a favor. Click the like button if you're just getting in here. Yeah, because we're going to have some fun. It took us a second to get into this one, but let's see. He just reminded me of something. He said Trump derangement syndrome. But what about Obama derangement syndrome? Does Trump have Obama derangement syndrome? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Trump has Obama derangement syndrome. I believe he does. Waking up in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat, screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn." Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left offices years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama derangement syndrome. Yes, ODS.
Ever put together at one time, I suspect.
I think so.
Some of you are lucky that our last dinner was cut short because I had brought with me what would possibly have been, I'm telling you, I had something. I was going to go after you. I feel so badly doing this. It's going to be such a letdown. Oh, yay. But your lives were really in danger the last time for an opposite reason. But on the plus side, your careers were saved, and we have we really do. We have a complete and total. I love the words complete and total. They say, but it means almost the same thing. I said, it doesn't matter when you say it. It's called emphasis. It's called emphasis. But everyone is now really warming up. The new White House military.
Okay, so Trump is gone in. Let's do a count. Look, he's just 10 minutes in. This is when the real Trump is going to come out. It's always like that. It takes 10 minutes, and now we're starting to get the real Trump. I can sense it now. I can sense
Center,
it.
drone port, highly protected ballroom. We have our ballroom. The windows are this thick.
Yeah.
I said to the
Let's
people,
go, man.
Well, if a bullet hits, what happens? Nothing. Nothing. It bounces right off, sir. This is the greatest bulletproof glass. I said, AK-47, that's supposed to be a big one. I don't know so much about the guns. My sons know a lot. But I said, I know it's big. What would happen? They go up, meaning it can take more. I said, so if I'm making a speech and I hear that pinging sound at a window, what would I do? Sir, leave the room right away, but you're going to be safe. We're building something that's going to be amazing. And in light of what we went through, I think people understand it. It's going to be amazing. A phenomenal, one of the biggest drone ports anywhere in the world, right on the roof, right protecting the White House.
But I'm going to tell you one thing for sure. He think he went through some shit on that day. If he interferes with these elections, as he's been sounding like he is, ordering people to interfere, this election is still the countdown. This midterm election is the countdown. And if he thinks that was ugly, we will see. We will see. It won't be the last day for Trump, I don't think. We're going to find out, though.
Not only the ballroom and what's underneath, it's supposed to be a top military secret, what's underneath, but then you get sued as usual, and you have to reveal that you're building this unbelievable situation downstairs with room after room of very complex stuff. It was the military's dream to have it built. I wanted to have a ballroom because for 150 years they wanted it. And then the generals came to see me and they said, sir, you're building something. This gives us an opportunity to do something that will be so unbelievable, never happen again. Because there's very little built under the White House, very hard to build under a very fragile building like that. It's very fragile. It's old and a little different construction standards, frankly. And this is an opportunity for us to...
Sounds like he's trying to lock himself in the White House. In his own way, he's trying to tell people. It sounds like, I don't know, but it sounds like, knowing Trump, it sounds like that.
Build something very powerful. I said, let's keep it secret. They said, no, we're telling you, sir, let's keep it secret. And then we get sued and we revealed every room, We told the people that did the suing, they're not good people. We told them, we said, you're being very unpatriotic when you bring a suit like this, but it is what it is, but it's moving fast. We're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget. And it's going to be something like, I think, no country has. I just visited China.
Why do they keep zooming out off of him? What is this? They keep literally, he is not in. Look, let me show you. Trump is not in the picture. He's not in the picture. Like, what is going on here? It's almost like they don't want to show you how he looks while he's bumbling. Really, this is the whole picture you're seeing right here.
This magnificent room, the great room. They call it the great room. It's a great room, but what we have is going to blow. There won't be anything like it. It's going to be fantastic. And with all of the things that are going along with it for safety and security of future presidents. I'm only going to be using it for about 6 months, assuming we finish it right on time. I get to use it. Somebody said, he's building it for himself. I'm building it for the future. I use it. Now, had I not gone down 6 or 7 stories, then in that case, I would have been able to get a couple of years out of it. But that was far more complex what we did downstairs than what we do upstairs. So we're very proud of it. That's going to be amazing. And I think I was just telling the whole group sitting at the table, we were talking about it. I said, I think, it's White House Correspondence. So I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to use that. It's going to be very large and very beautiful and very safe. And that's what you need. So I was thrilled to see that after witnessing the attack, even Democrat Senator John Fetterman told his fellow Democrats to drop the Trump derangement syndrome and build the White House ballroom. But it's much more than that. It's something that you're going to use. I predict that you're going to end up using it, and a lot of people are going to end up using it. They're going to be as safe as you can possibly be. But despite everything that happened at the previous dinner and all of the dangers involved, I'm told that this is still the hottest ticket in town. This ticket to get in tonight, because it's a smaller room, it's a beautiful room, it's a luxury room. See those beautiful chandeliers? I can tell you everything about them if you'd like to know. See that beautiful Capitol above? See the beautiful Capitol? See the everything, the brass. Those chandeliers are great. I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could, I sold this building. And they're doing a nice job, but they're nice people. But I'll tell you, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder.
Did he just say he sold this building? What the?
Smaller room, it's a beautiful room, it's a luxury room. See those beautiful chandeliers? I can tell you everything about them if you'd like to know. See that beautiful Capitol above? See the beautiful Capitol? See the everything, the brass. Those chandeliers are great. I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could, I sold this building. And
he said, I sold this building.
They're doing a nice job, but they're nice people. But I'll tell you, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could walk out with those chandeliers, because you can't buy them. They're very special. I won't tell you the fact. I won't mention that they're Czech crystal, because I'd like to say everything's made here, but they are Czech crystal. And they are beautiful. And the Waldorf people are doing a really nice job.
It's these aren't even jokes. They're just laughing at him bumbling is normal. It's like funny to them. Just bumbling over Trump. Where's the joke at?
We're proud of them, actually, because when I left town,
because this is how he really talks all the time. So I'm lost here.
I was a little bit angry. I was offered a nice price. I said, I'm getting out of that place. And then I said, let's make a comeback. And but I was very proud of this building. This building was hot. Remember the lobby floor? 82,000 feet. For those in the rows.
He's got a small vocabulary. Like, how many times is he going to describe something as hot? It's like, what the fuck?
82,000 feet. That's a major.
Look, the chandeliers are hot and his woman is hot. It's like both,
It's a major floor. That thing was packed every single night. It was packed, mostly Republicans, I would say, but it was packed every single night. It almost brings back memories. But I left town, and I have just had nothing but good experience. And this might be the best experience of all, having all of these incredible people in this room. It's a great feeling, frankly. It's a great feeling. But tonight's event, thank you. Thank you. But tonight's event is even crazier than the last time. In fact, it's so successful that I've been informed by CBS News' David Ellison, who's going to do a fantastic job. He's the owner. He bought it, spent a lot of money, and he's going to make, I think, fantastic changes and keep some of the great stuff going. But that next year they're going to call it the Trump White House Correspondence Center. He told me that, and I like that very much. We're going to change the name of it, okay? Oh, it's going to be so hot, just like our country is hot. We are hot, by the way. But to be honest, it's just about the only way that they're going to ever get me back here. You're going to have to change the name of the dinner. But how's that one going? Not too good. I hope that everyone finally got to enjoy their entire, very delicious beef tenderloins, very special beef. And I want you all to know that Bobby Kennedy, who's right here, personally ran over the cow in his car. Boom. And he cut it up and he brought it here for you to eat tonight. So it's very fresh. And Bobby also suggested an appetizer featuring his favorite cut of male raccoon roadkill. But we drew the line at that, Cheryl. We said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not doing that. We love Bobby. I'll tell you, it is a piece of work. You think it is fun, but he is a very different kind of a person, I will tell you. But he has what it takes, and he's smart, and he loves the country, and he wants people to be made to feel good. You agree with that, Bobby? He wants people to feel good. And he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. We can joke all we want, but thank you. A lot's happened since the last time we were all together.
Wait a second.
Last month we
look at the guy right here to the right. Right? There's to the far right is a woman with dark brunette hair, right? To the right of her, which is our left, right? It's the guy with the bow tie and the tuxedo on. Look at his face when Trump is talking. Like, he's not really even laughing. He's just observing people. Like, here we
Bobby,
go.
I'll tell you, it is a piece of work. You think it is fun, but he is a very different kind of a person, I will tell you. But he has what it takes, and he's smart, and he loves the country, and he wants people to be made to feel good. You agree with that, Bobby? He wants people to feel good. And he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. We can joke all we want, but thank you. A lot's happened since the
That's
last
what I'm
time.
saying. Dude's not laughing at all. Yeah. But then again, Trump, I don't understand it. I really don't understand. This is like, it is hard to sit there. I can imagine. I wonder, like, for me, I would sit there and be like, this is the boringest goddamn speech I've ever heard in my life. I don't know if I could sit through it, right? But then there's all these people laughing. So what do you think they're laughing at? Is it because they're ass kissers and this is what they do to Trump because this is how you can stay on his good side? Is that what's going on? I'm just curious. I think it might be that. Because it seems like just phony laughs.
Together last month, we hosted one of the most incredible sporting events in world history at the White House, the UFC Freedom 250 fight. The UFC fight. When I announced that we're going to build a boxing ring right outside of the front door of the White House, that took a lot of heat. But it turned out that was, they say, about the most viewed fight in history. It was beautiful. So many things happened. It was supposed to.
Yeah, see. At 10 minutes, after 10 minutes, Trump, he can't hold the narcissism back. So I'm expecting to hear a lot of narcissistic stuff from this point. As he's warming up, he's actually controlling himself pretty well. But keep in mind, he's got goddamn what? Man, this man talks a long time. Look, he has he's got like 40 minutes left. This is going to be crazy.
Rain. We're going to do it the week before, and the weather was beautiful. And the weather came and it went, and now we came up to Wednesdays. They said, sir, this was on a Sunday night, replacing 60 Minutes, which is nice and unusual because usually it's Saturday night. And they said,
it sounds like they got a laugh track in the background, like a fake TV show or some shit.
Said, sir, this was from Wednesday on. Tell me about weather, right? Sure, it's going to rain. I think you're going to have to. It's going to be one of the worst storms that we've seen in a long time. It's coming up the coast. It's going to hit you on Sunday night.
Huh? They needed one, right? You said they needed
the crowd. Yeah, the crowd was so quiet. He was making a few jokes, and some of them were so inappropriate or just out of context that people didn't even get it. It was a joke. And then he actually mentioned, "Oh yeah, that one didn't go over too well."
Yeah, this is
I think it's coming up here in a few minutes.
I think he broke a record. He must have broke a White House Correspondence record with his speech. I don't recall any president speaking because obviously we haven't heard it. But look at this. He speaks 1 minute. He speaks for an hour, man. He speaks for over an hour. Is that normal?
Yeah, it was about an hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah. Like, damn, this is again, I mean, there's always the yin and the yang. There's always the good and the bad. The bad part is that it's just excruciatingly boring. But the good, and you get to see him bumble, the bad part is it is boring.
Yeah,
right?
It's just not interesting. You're right. It was incredibly boring. I was in a room with the old Democrat Ladies Club, and they just couldn't believe what they were hearing. They thought that he sounded like someone that needed to be in a hospital.
Yeah, man. He needs to. They need to let him, go to his retirement home. I mean, we don't need this in the way. The White House should not be a retirement home, but it is. It seems to be right now. But let's let. All right, I'm gonna play some more. Let's let it play. Let's let it play.
It's going to be a disaster. I'm saying, can you believe? And you saw the ring we built, Dana White, the great Dana White, and everything. We had the best fighters in the world. Turned out we had the best fights that most people have ever seen, including me. It was just a miracle.
Dana White said he ain't doing this again.
But what happened is we're waiting for this rain to come all day long, and it's coming, and it's horrible. And it's 8 o'clock, and we say, I think it hasn't rained yet. I said, maybe we should postpone it an hour. Maybe we should make it the next day. We didn't know what to do. And finally, we just said, let's just have it. And it never rained.
This is the leader of the free world right here. The leader of the free world, of the biggest, most powerful military, quote unquote, that exists on earth. The biggest economy, the largest economy. This is the leader of the biggest economy on earth, the biggest military on earth. This is it. This is it. This is the brains.
It was perfect.
This is the brains behind the operation.
In fact, the week before it was 92 degrees. It was nice, but this was like 72 degrees, and the rain was coming, and it came right over the White House, and it was like, thank you very much. It went like this, and other areas were drenched a few miles away. We didn't have a drop of rain, and it was absolutely one of the most incredible things anybody's ever seen. People said it's one of the most incredible nights of their lives. So just remember, before I came along, if you wanted to see someone lose consciousness on the south lawn of the White House, all you had to do is ask Joe Biden a question. Remember that.
Oh, really? Wow. That is interesting. He mentioned Joe Biden. Wait a second.
Do you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night drenched in cold sweat screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn"? Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left office years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama Derangement Syndrome. Yes, ODS. Obama Derangement Syndrome, or ODS, first emerged around November 2008, the unprecedented event of the first black man being elected president of the United States caused a seismic shock in the system. For millions of Americans, disenfranchised conservative Americans, this moment triggered a deep existential dread, a feeling that the country they knew was leaving them behind. Unable to process this cultural shift, the political brain copes by channeling this panic into permanent chronic obsession. According to the satirical psychiatric medical classifications, ODS falls under the broader category of the woke derangement syndromes, a class of conditions where completely logical, rational behavior is deeply feared and condemned. Over time, ODS has mutated into several documented variants, including Biden derangement syndrome and Kamala Harris derangement syndrome.
Yes, I think so.
Someone lose consciousness on the south lawn of the White House, all you had to do is ask Joe Biden a question. Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you think
I knew you would say that because you got you have Biden derangement syndrome, which is a variant of Obama derangement syndrome. Yes.
I'm kidding. But the big fight was such an amazing success.
Nah, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding, boy.
Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that we're going to host an even bigger one right in front of the White House. Every Friday night, every Saturday night, we're going to have fights in front of the White House. But we do have something coming and I'm only kidding. You know, the one thing about the press that I learned, don't be sarcastic. Because I'm a very sarcastic person, and I get sarcastic, and most people...
now he's going in his defense because he couldn't help to talk about Biden. You see what I mean? He can't help it. He's going to mention Obama and Kamala. It's almost necessary, you know?
But you have some bad people that will write it exactly like I say it. And I said I was only kidding. But we are going to have Indy 500. Roger Penske's coming in mid-August, and they're going to have it all throughout Washington, the greatest cars, the greatest drivers in the world. And that's going to be something. Already they have over 350,000 people signed up, going down Pennsylvania Avenue, around the Capitol. And Roger, who's incredible, he won the Indianapolis 500 20 times. Think of it. Germany, Japan, all these countries, they spend billions and billions of dollars trying to win the Indy 500. And Roger wins it. He literally won it 20 times. On the 18th time, I said, you know, that's amazing. I'm going to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And I had him up. And then he won it 2 times after that. The guy's amazing. And he lost the last one by about 6 inches, if anybody watched it. So they're coming here, and it's going to be something really exciting. We have unbelievable events. Look, it's an unbelievable country. And on July 4th, we were over at the mall, and
I dare him to tell us what is the name of the country he's talking about?
lost the last one by about 6 inches.
Does he even remember?
If anybody watched it. So they're coming here, and it's going to be something really exciting. We have unbelievable events. Look, it's an unbelievable country. And on July 4th, we were over at the mall, and it was raining. It was supposed to be really bad again. And we had 450,000 people show up. And
just in case you all don't know what this is the White House Correspondence dinner. It's supposed to be a lot of laughs, a lot of jokes coming out, wit, a lot of wit. This is Trump at his wittiest. Okay, so everybody buckle your seatbelt.
And that's a light number. And I was told, sir, we're going to have to cancel the event. This was not good. And it was drizzling a little bit, not raining very hard. And people are calling me, friends of mine were calling me. And I got a call from Brett Baer. Brett Baer said, it's not raining. I said, where are you? I'm standing at the mall, and I'm waiting to go in the White House. Then others called up. They said the same thing. And I said, this is terrible. But there was lightning. Not big lightning, but you don't have to have big lightning. It takes just a little bit to do some big damage.
Wait for the punchline. Just keep waiting. The punchline's coming. It'll be there in about 10 minutes.
So they said everybody must leave. 450,000 people were forced to leave, and they left. And then I said to myself, let me call up and find out what the hell's going on. And I called up, and I spoke to a brilliant young man. He said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it in a couple of weeks. I said, you can't do it in a couple of weeks. This is the 250th birthday. In 2 weeks, what are we going to do? Say, let's go? We're going to have a redo? No. I said, I'll speak if I have to speak at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. I don't care. Call them all back. They're all gone. 450,000, and most of them were in
punchline still coming.
Cars or heading back to Texas, and it was sad. And we said the show must go on. Very much like here, we said the same term, right? The show, it's a great term. It's true in life. The show has to go on. The show must go on. And I said, the show must go on. I put it out on Truth. The show must go on. And we had probably, Peter, 150,000 people come back up high.
I think he forgot this was supposed to be a joke. I think he forgot.
Let's stand up, Peter. Tell him. More, right? It might have been more, but it was amazing. It was just an amazing crowd. And actually worked out better, a little like this. It worked out better than if we had done it at the normal 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock time. It was incredible. We started speaking at 11 o'clock in the evening, but tremendous numbers of people. Thousands and thousands came roaring back, and it was a great evening. And it was a celebration. And we didn't do it the following day, and we didn't do it 2 weeks later. We did it when we were supposed to do it. It was a fantastic celebration. But I can exclusively reveal to you this evening that for the heaviest of the heavyweights, we will have sloppy Chris Christie, one of the sloppiest human beings you'll ever meet. Fighting,
that was the punchline, y'all.
I would say I could mention the governor of Chicago, but I'm going to mention instead Jerry Nadler. And they're fighting for a big piece of cheesecake, big fat piece of cheesecake. Who the hell wrote that line? But it is true. And then you have a Congresswoman, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC plus 3. That's her 3 friends, right? AOC plus 3, and I watched her give that answer when she was over in Europe. It was not a good answer. If I ever gave that answer, I would be out of politics. Remember, you cannot have a 19-second wait time to answer really a very quite simple question. But we'll then have a rematch against an extreme, simple question on a foreign policy from Munich Security Conference. It was a big security conference, and this was our first time up in terms of that. And we had a sort of little preview, and then Anderson Cooper is going to fight Lawrence O'Donnell. I'm not a fan of Lawrence O'Donnell. I like Anderson, actually, because he's covered me well for many years. Then he went bad as soon as I went for politics. But for years, he loved interviewing. I did so many interviews with him, and he was great. But, you know, he's got a little different persuasion than me in many ways, actually. And Lawrence O'Donnell, never liked him, never thought he had any talent. But he's still making a living, so I can't knock it. But we had a contest for who had the lowest ratings and the lowest IQ on television. And that was actually Don Lemon, I think. You know, when I said that he's the dumbest man on television, I said, you know, when you say some things, you never make a comeback. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night. But I know what I'm saying. And then you have Bette Midler.
What? What is he talking about? Yo, I mean, it just shows you people live in Trump's head. Don Lemon lives in his head. Obama lives in his head. Biden lives in his head. Come on. Like, it, you know, he can't get these people out of his head. This is so pathetic. It's so sad because, you know, normally, don't get me wrong, Trump was in his feelings when Obama was there speaking and he made a joke, you know, and Trump was in his feelings from that day on. He was like, oh, man, F this dude. But when Trump says things about other people, it just doesn't really have that kind of sting. He brought up Don Lemon. That shows you Don Lemon, he's worried. He thinks about Don Lemon. He's bothered by Don Lemon. He's bothered by the dude. Who is Don Lemon? Who's Don Lemon? Like, he brings Don Lemon's stature, he brings him up to, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not dissing Don Lemon. I'm just saying this is the president of the United States. He's actually, hey, everybody, go subscribe to Don Lemon's channel right now. I mean, why not? Because he's promoting Don Lemon. Like, really?
Don Lemon, I think. You know, when I said that he's the dumbest man on television, I said, you know, when you say some things, you never make a comeback. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night. But I know what I'm saying. And then you have Bette Midler and Jane Fonda actually help.
Damn.
Come back. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night. But I know what I'm saying.
Oh, do you? do you know what you're saying? He's telling you he knows what he's saying. That wasn't an accident. He meant to say that shit.
And then you have Bette Midler and Jane Fonda actually held a concert to protest the first UFC fight. They didn't want to see the fight. Very few people want. They held an event.
You know, this is the narcissist. You know, this is not jokes. He is literally telling people who he can't stand. Period. Just who can't stand.
The Michael's back.
Oh, you back, Mike? Okay, right on time too, man. This is just, I mean, you know, you don't even need to break this shit down, bro. This speaks for itself. Unless you want to. What's wrong with him? Fuck it. Yeah, give us your analysis. What is going on in this dude? Look at the screen. Tell me what's going on in that ticker up top. That thing he calls a head, a brain. Anything? Anything happening in there, Mike? You have anything to say about this shit, man? This is, I don't know what to say, bro. I'm totally lost. Watching this is just like, am I living in Twilight Zone? And I am. All right, let's keep it going.
3 people showed up.
Yeah, I don't think he's there again, V. But it sounds like he's doing the worst Rodney Dangerfield impersonation on planet Earth.
It is horrible, dude. It is. Oh man. This is just, I don't understand it. I don't understand this. Why? This is like only reminding, you know what this does? listen, y'all, anybody, just please, what you need to do right now, if you want to solve this problem, the quickest way to do it is please register to vote. Please register to vote. Please save our country. I implore you, save our country. Even if you never voted before, even if you just thought politicians don't care at all, please do it this time. Please save us this misery. Please, I'm begging you. Like, I'm begging you. Just do it one time if you never did. Do it one time. Like, this has to stop somehow. And the quickest way to do it is by registering to vote right now. Like, register to vote. Seriously, this is and you know, if you thought that they don't give a damn about you, there might be a lot of them that don't. But we need to have priorities here. And the first priority is elect someone that fucking hates Trump and wants to get rid of his ass and everybody associated with him. Like, please do that this one time. Just do that. Otherwise, this is going to be your life. This is going to continue. And JD Vance doesn't look much better. And Marco Rubio, I mean, my God, there's got to be something better than this. There's got to be something better than this. So please go out and vote. Please. This is unbearable.
Between seeing some of the really beat up faces of the UFC, almost everyone chose the people in the UFC. It was between the two of them of the UFC. And what about Bruce Springsteen? What the hell happened to that guy? He looks like hell. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not supposed to say. I'm sure he doesn't like the way I look, but I don't look so bad.
Pure narcissism.
But at a recent concert, Bruce, all he did was talk politics. He ought to run for office. That'd be interesting. But all he talked about, he made 4 political speeches in his 3-hour show. The tour has been renamed Bored in the USA. And his new song was so bad that Chris Christie, who's like a fan, you know, he goes out and tells everybody how he hates Chris Christie. Keep that guy out of my... And I see Chris Christie there again, high-fiving Bruce Springsteen in the aisle. And Bruce Springsteen saw him and didn't even lift his hand up. And I just wanted, because I used to be friendly with Chris. Chris, when somebody doesn't like you, write them off. Forget it. You got billions of people in the world. You don't have to make a jerk out of yourself. But usually a comedian hosts this dinner. And I think we sort of changed it. Tonight we're going to have somebody who I think is really spectacular. But I've watched comedians get up for the dinner because I have been here actually quite a few times. People don't realize. And there's one time in particular when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is? And he hit me hard. But
what did he say? Wait a second.
Don't realize. And there's one time in particular when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is?
Do you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night drenched in cold sweat screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn"? Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left offices years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama derangement syndrome. Yes, ODS.
And he hit me hard, but actually he hit me with respect. I was sitting with Melania at a table, and you had Brooklyn Decker, supermodel, at a table right next to her. And I really always will like her. She's married to a great tennis player, Andy. And she was at the table, not at my table. And I have watched this clip thousands of times. They keep playing it because they think that was the evening I decided to run for president. It was.
You hear that? He watched this clip 1,000 times.
In fact, I loved the evening. I looked at my wife. I said, "Can you believe it? All these people, that's all they're doing is talking about me. I love this dinner."
That means, from a narcissist's mouth, that means, I told you, he hated that. That was a pivotal moment in Trump's life. He hated that meeting. He hated that day. He's talking about the Correspondence dinner where Obama made a joke about him. He hated that. He hated that. And he's talking about it right now. He's giving the man airtime.
And she was at the table, not at my table. And I have watched this clip thousands of times. They keep playing it because they think that was the evening I decided to run for president.
You hear that? He played the clip. He played the clip 1,000 times. That was the night he decided to run for president. Yes, and he has had him in his head the whole time.
Do you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night drenched in cold sweat screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn"? Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left offices years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama derangement syndrome. Yes, ODS.
And I really always will like her. She's married to a great tennis player, Andy. And she was at the table, not at my table. And I have watched this clip thousands of times. They keep playing it because they think that was the evening I decided to run for president. It was not. In fact, I loved the evening. I looked at my wife. I said, can you believe it? All these people, that's all they're doing.
That's a narcissistic lie. He hated that moment. He hated that moment.
Doing is talking about me. I love this dinner. It's true. And Obama was nice. It's amazing how things work out. He actually showed a picture of the White House with a big Trump on top. Like I put a sign. And I'm sort of doing that when you think about it, right? I mean, he wasn't really wrong. But no, he was respectful. He was good. But it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do. I just decided that I wanted to make America great again. This had nothing to do with that dinner. I've gotten so many calls, and for years they've been saying, was that the moment you decided to run? Really, no. I left that night, and the press was there. A lot of the same people that I see, they said, did you have a good time? Unbelievable. And some thought I didn't have, but I did have. And I always remember, though, Brooklyn. She was so angry. She was much angrier than me. She was angry. She thought they were mocking me. And they really weren't. It was just one of those things. And I had a great time. But I left, and I thought I was there 3 or 4 times before that. But I sort of thought, wow, that dinner is really something special.
He spent, you see how long he spent talking about that? That is a very significant moment in Trump's life. Straight up. And he's here at his own correspondence dinner, and that's what he's thinking about.
And then I ran. I got elected. I thought the press treated me very, very unfairly. And I don't know. I think I made the right decision because you hate to go.
Is he joking right here? Is he joking? Is this a joke? Or is he telling the truth?
That dinner is really something special. And then I ran. I got elected. I thought the press treated me very, very unfairly. And I don't know. I think I made the right decision because you hate to go where maybe you're not wanted, but they did want me. They wanted me for ratings, and they wanted me for other reasons, but not for love. And I said,
Oh, wow. He's telling, oh my God, he's really in his feelings right here. Not for love, though. Man, goddamn, dude, you're the president of the United States. What the fuck? People aren't supposed to care about you like that. Not for love. They didn't want me for love. What the fuck? This is crazy. This is fucking crazy.
I'm not going to go. First time that ever happened, I think. Was that the first time? Just about. Presidents always care.
Yeah, it's like he's about to start crying.
Dude, he's telling his truth. He's telling his truth about his feelings, bro. This is so... Man, he's a weak man. He's weak like that, bro. He is weak. He's in his goddamn feelings. What is this? This is halfway through, 30 minutes in, and he's in his damn feelings about Obama and the press now. See, Trump, after 10 minutes, plenty of people have clocked Trump. After 10 minutes is always in a Trump speech where you start getting the real Trump. And look at his face. it's getting him. The narcissism, it just starts getting at him, and he can't help but to spill the goddamn beans. This man, even when he tries not to, he projects the truth, and then he's like saying Obama was nice. No, he thinks Obama was very mean to him. It's the opposite. He said it was a nice evening. No, he thought it was a horrible evening, actually. But the one thing that he did tell the truth about is that was the day he decided. He decided right there. He was like, yo, I'm going to run. He said it himself, and here's the thing. You don't have to take it literally. All this shows is that was a significant night to him, and he's trying to talk his way out of it. No one would be thinking about it if he wasn't talking about it for so long. He can't help it. He can't help it. He can't.
4 years because I got treated terribly by the press.
Yeah, he's just complaining about people complaining about him.
Yeah, exactly. This is it. Mike, you back. You here, bro? Is everything good?
I'm here. My phone died. I had to buy a whole new charger. I'm back.
Damn, bro. Okay, I got you, man. I got you. I see. Okay, I figured it was something like that. Okay. Yeah, you busy, man. Damn, it's like 5 a.m. How you go? You had to go to the. That's right. That's New York. That's Brooklyn. 24-hour corner store. Yeah. There you go. Okay. You just had to get your shit together and get on to the corner store. All right, but listen, babbling Trump. He's doing a wonderful job being himself. This is, more evidence that we are in peril right now. This is the worst time the United States has ever had. If there's any example, you can measure the state of the country by just watching this guy's speech.
Well, I think it's becoming harder for him to cover it up as the walls close, right? And to be honest with you, I think it's the perfect timing, right? Midterms are here.
Yes.
Right? And I think that's what he's so worried about, and he can't hide it. Remember, with the midterms here, they lose majority, he's done. He is done. Democrats will not show him any leniency, and he's worried about it. That is what he's worried about. Why do we think the more he speaks publicly, let's take a snapshot from when he initially won before the midterms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Executive orders, right? Running things, taking things to the secret docket, right? So he knew what he was doing, and now he's worried about the backlash that's coming forth that he cannot control anymore, right? And with this said, he's going expect Trump to be as visible as possible. They're going to be pumping him with as many drugs as they can to have him as visible as possible, because he cannot take the backseat as they continue to lose, right? We can look at something as simple as the oil prices, right? And with the oil prices,
they back up today.
This point of war,
they back
there
up.
We go.
Exactly. Yep. You know something,
and
Michael?
Can only
I have to tell you, you are very, very insightful, bro. Like you just said, you shock me sometimes because I know I'm insightful, but listening to you is also very compelling, bro. This guy, he is nervous. And one of the things I noticed, because these narcissists, they do so much dirt to people, right? But I noticed one thing. He described Obama as nice. That shows me that actually he's thinking about what it's going to be like when these Democrats take over. I think he's going to go through a left right moment, I hate you, to you're sweet, you guys are really nice, we're countrymen, we're all from the same country, we're all, I think he's going to flip, because he doesn't have anywhere to run to.
He doesn't. And with him losing, remember, him winning is what got all the Republicans in line. As he starts to lose, expect Republicans to dissent. Expect them to start stepping away silently. expect them to not be as unison as they have been when he was winning. You'll start seeing them retreat to their holes because they understand that as he loses, they want to preserve themselves within their states, and they start realizing their longevity in this current political climate. And you'll start seeing more and more people being less compelled to back his rhetoric, right? And it starts with him trying to play nice or speak nice publicly about democratic figures like Obama, because he wants to play the rhetoric that when he loses and as he continues to lose, now he can play the victim the same way he played the victim after his loss to Biden, right? Playing the victim as much as he can to flip the script, right? When he's
Yeah,
losing,
exactly, Michael. Yeah,
exactly.
he's a victimizer, and I think it makes him feel better to play the victim.
Yes, right? When he's the winner, all the chips are in his hand. He's gonna go for it all, right? And they speak about some of his psychology, right? He has an addictive personality, but that addictive personality tends to go away when he's losing. Right now, he plays the victim, and it's what essentially incited Jan 6th, right? By playing the victim, the whole rhetoric of the system is against me,
Yeah,
right? Look at the people
that's
who
his
are against
pattern.
me.
Right.
There we go.
He did all his dirt.
Right?
He said fuck everybody for 4 years, and then retribution is coming. The clock is ticking. The power's changing, and he couldn't help. He was so scared. It was like he's the victim now. They're trying to hurt me. He was out there attacking everyone the whole time, and now it's like they're trying to get me. They're gonna take the country. If you don't stop this, the country's going down.
Exactly.
You won't have a country. That's literally what he said.
And that's what incited Jan 6, right? And let's remember what shortly happened after, right? How many counts? How many counts? How many counts? He's a felon. He remembers now, oh, shoot, I remember last time I lost and how bad it was. It's going to be worse now, right? Remember, they're going to bring up all his insider trading. They're going to go deep. Once Democrats take the majority, expect investigations to come out the woodworks. They are going to go deep into forcing investigations, and it's the reason why in his self-anointed plea deal with the IRS that one of the measurements was that he could not be investigated, right? Think about it. That is exactly why.
He tried to make that legal to do that.
Yeah.
That's so stupid. That's crazy. Right? It's like, you think you could make that legal? That you can't be investigated? Oh, wow.
There we go.
Wish we all had one of those, huh? How does that work?
He's turned a lot of MAGA into useful idiots for him, and then he just kind of uses people up and casts them aside. So I was actually kind of surprised that he pardoned all those people for January 6th because he just didn't really need them anymore.
I mean, he needed them to signal to his greater base that whatever you do, you will be protected. That's no longer true. That is no longer true.
Yeah, right? Maybe turn him into a private army.
I mean, ideally, if he got the slush fund, he would have tried. Right? He would have tried. That was the whole premise of his deal with the IRS. Right? I get to create a slush fund, right? I've already pardoned everyone who's done, so I'm signaling to my base that this is okay. Jan 6 is okay. It's okay to incite riot. It's okay to form against your own government, right? But now he's in way deeper than he was even before Jan 6th, right? So expect heads to roll.
He's in 1,000 times deeper now.
There you go. Right. And the main thing I want the viewers to understand, and it is the main reason why he is pushing so hard for Todd Blanche to become AG. That is the only thing that's going to protect him. And let's circle even deeper where I've mentioned it before. He is surrounding himself by who? Individuals and lawyers and former people who had positions in what district? Southern District of New York. He understands that it's coming. Right? Todd Blanche is from the Southern District of New York, right? His more recent appointee for was also another one from the Southern District of New York. And so to give people insight, the Southern District of New York is one of the biggest, most well-funded federal bureaus in the U.S.
In the US,
right?
yeah.
And it's because of all the money that comes through New York. Right? It is one of the most important districts ever. And it's the same district that got him his counts, right? His 30 plus counts of felonies. They're the ones who prosecuted it. So that's why he's afraid, right? And he's trying to surround himself with individuals who know the inner workings of the Southern District because he understands that I'm going to need a buffer. I'm going to need someone who can navigate. I'm going to need someone who can speak to the individuals on a side note, who know the other individuals who are persecuting me, right? That is why,
bro.
It's by design, but his design has failed. But go ahead,
my God, no, bro. That you so on point, and in fact, that's been his tactic the entire time. Same tactic with the Epstein files. Get people that know about the files already from Florida in the government to defend him, so they know how to navigate it because they already got the information. Same thing with
and that's something that people need to recognize about the classified files case is that it wasn't tried in Washington D.C. Hunter Biden talked about this, in a recent interview that that the case was tried in Florida.
I mean, we know the jig is up when we can have interviews with Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes who can agree. That's how we know the jig is up.
Yep. When you have people from the right, far right, and the left now working together.
Hunter Biden said his biggest regret with his father was appointing Merrick Garland.
Yeah, I heard that too. All right, so listen, excellent analysis. Let's hear some more of this mumbo jumbo and get right into the Nick Fuentes interview with Hunter Biden. All right. How about we do that? Is that cool?
That's great.
Yeah.
Let's do it, Big.
Let's do that. All right. Great analysis right there. Great. That's expert analysis. For those of you watching, you got that for free. You're getting this for free. You click. I hope you're clicking the like button. You know what I mean? Because we're not doing this for fun. Although we make it look easy, we have fun. But it's because we love our goddamn country, and we're not going to sit down. We want people to be totally informed, so that you have a chance. You have a chance actually to do something about this lunatic here, and so that you have a heads up on how it's going to go down too. Now, you've been told, you've been given the information. You can't claim ignorance anymore, but you can claim stupidity if you don't act on it. So let's go.
Unfairly. I know unfairly because I know the facts, but I got treated unfairly. I didn't go. And this year I was called by your president and your chairman and all of the people, and they said, we'd like to do it. And I said, you know what, with time goes by, time passes, and you sort of look at life a little bit differently. I said, let's do it. And I didn't know it was going to turn out the way it did. It turned out to be the biggest event in the history of your day. That was by far the biggest, right? For all the wrong reasons. But as I said before, a lot was learned from that evening. So much having to do with so many different things, including security. But it's an honor to do it. This is my first. I mean, I've been to it numerous times, but as president, I haven't been here. And
he just backtracked to the thing he already talked about too. He talked about the security before he talked about the Obama White House Correspondence dinner. It's like, dude, get on with it. Like, come on, man.
Glad. And they said, would you do it next year? I said, I will be back next year. Now, if you get really, really nasty, maybe not. I don't know. But we're going to be back next year. And
that is screaming. He's worried about he won't be back here. What? He won't be back here next year, yo. I promise you. He put a 1 in the chat if you think Trump is going to be back here next year. Put a 2 in the chat if you think the answer is hell no. This guy is sweating. He knows he ain't going to be here next year, and he had to just say that we will be back. He projects like no other. He projects big time. You know, why do you say that? Why is he even saying this? We'll be back. We'll be back here next year, right? Dude, just come with your jokes. What is all of this about? Like, he is really something. Yeah. He's done. This guy's done. He's done.
As president, I haven't been here, and I'm glad. And they said, would you do it next year? I said, I will be back next year. Now, if you get really, really nasty, maybe not. I don't know. But we're going to be back next year.
Or how about Americans get tired of your ass? They elect people that want your ass out of power in the midterms, and that ends you. Or how about you just kick the bucket? Either way, either way is good.
And
ain't going to be another year. United States ain't going to survive another year, this shit anyway. So everybody pretty much knows that. Like you said, once Nick Fuentes is sitting down, whether you think he's a Republican or not, who gives a goddamn? He's from the right wing. Once right wingers and left wingers sit down, this dude is over. It's over. He's coming.
Or Jackie will treat me very badly. But this year, the association decided not to have a comedian, so they considered using Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon. These guys, they're terrible. They're terrible. Stephen Colbert. These are people without talent.
Mr. Victim. I'm a victim of the comedians, man. They talked about me on TV. And then he wants you to believe that that Obama didn't bother him at the Obama White House Correspondence meeting dinner. He wants you to believe Obama's words didn't bother him, but that was the time he decided to run. Come on. This dude, man, he gives the whole bag up. And you know what? No wonder it's easy to spy on him. No wonder it's easy to get your hooks in Trump. It's easy. He tells you everything you need to know.
They get a lot. They have talent. You know who has talent? Their agent, getting them the money they get. They have no talent. But they are not comedians. They're not funny people. They're angry people. They're sick people. But the association really put on a big show, and they have somebody very special. I look forward to seeing him. And so they thought about going with a professional clown for entertainment, but Adam Shifty Schiff was not available. You know, he's known, I called him, I hate some people, I shouldn't say this, I'm not supposed to hate, I'm supposed to love everybody, but he's a
so that means Adam Shifty Schiff is coming after him, okay? Who's next?
He's a liar.
He's going to go down the whole list of people that's going to be opening up investigations. He's like, who else? He went from Jimmy Kimmel to Adam Shifty Schiff. Interesting. Okay.
And I called him Watermelon Head because he has the largest head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat, ugly head stand on a little pencil neck? And then I'm told that even Rosie O'Donnell reached out from Ireland. She really wanted to be here in order to honor me. She loves me very much, and she was desperate to come back to the United States and pay her respect to Donald J. Trump. But that didn't work out, unfortunately, because nobody wanted her to come back. But she's one of the greatest sufferers of Trump derangement syndrome. She's a sick young woman, older woman, I guess now I have to say.
He actually has Rosie O'Donnell syndrome. Like, what the fuck? Rosie O'Donnell delusional syndrome.
So instead, we're honored to have, for entertainment, the very talented mentalist, Oz Perlman. And everybody, they said, are you going to stay? I said, yeah, I'll stay. I think I'll stay. What the hell else am I going to do? I've got Iran, I've got this, I've got that, which is all going extremely well. Don't believe the fake news. It's the only thing we were talking before, I said, so we've hit Iran very hard. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone.
By the way, I see people in the chat from all over the world. Big up. I saw you in there. Benehes, from Europe. You're listening from Europe. Appreciate you coming out. Listen, this guy it's coming to an end, and luckily he's scared by democracy. That's a good sign for Americans to know that, damn, there is something we can do about this clown. Yeah, we made a mistake. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. It is a learning experience for everybody. Whatever you do, any other country, specifically our allies, do not make the mistake we made. Learn from our mistakes. Learn from our mistakes because, this guy, obviously, he doesn't give a goddamn about you. Like, he wants to tear down. He wants to tear down, and it's a moment, but us Americans are going to deal with it. We got a couple more months until this election. How many months is it left to this election? November 3rd. Let's see here. 3 months left. Just over 2 months actually, right? And this dude is scared about it, but one thing for sure everybody needs to know is that this moment is going to be pivotal in our history, and we take it damn sure serious. Like, you're going to see Americans standing up against this guy and speaking out and standing out and voting. Like, I think this is going to be a historic moment of votes, like, seriously. But in any case, I appreciate everybody that's coming out. I appreciate you guys a lot. I'm looking at the chat as I'm listening to him, so if I haven't called out people, don't worry about that. I just want to focus on this for now, but I appreciate everybody in the chat. Appreciate you.
On 250 jets, no longer. 159 boats. Good boats. In fact, I said, why the hell didn't we keep them? We could have used them. But 159, but all at the bottom of the sea. They have no radar. They have very few drones left, despite what you see. And every once in a while, they're going to set some things up, but they don't have much left. And by the way, they are talking to us right now. They'd love to make a deal. I don't think they're ready to. I don't think it's time yet, but I'm willing to listen. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to see Washington, D.C., or any of our cities, or Israel, or frankly, the Middle East, destroyed with a nuclear weapon, because I know the power of nuclear weapons. Or any of our cities, or Israel, or frankly, that happen. So this is all about, we will not let them have a nuclear weapon. And they would use.
But would you let us have goddamn healthcare, dude? Like, come on. Would you let us have a living wage? Will you let children be able to see a doctor? Will you let children not starve, American children? Like, goddamn, will you sign the goddamn housing bill that this heavily divided Congress and Senate actually passed? Can you do something for American citizens? Goddamn. Everyone else
makes it easier.
Yeah.
He makes it easier for the Democrats when they go in office. That's how I see it. Right?
That's the rational way. That's the rational way to see it.
Now they will be able, and now they know what to focus on. I think beforehand they didn't know where to focus on because they were still focused on, the threat of Trump. His term is over. That's it. He can't run again. He cannot run again. And with the way that he's failing, mark my words, the Republican Party will have to rebrand after his term. They will have to rebrand in a whole different way. And when Democrats take the seats, they know what to push for.
Yeah.
Right? It's not a coincidence how DSA is now a popular movement within the Democratic Party.
It's
right?
because of Trump. It's because of Trump.
There we go.
He's the reason why the rise of the Democratic Socialist Party is there. They didn't have space before. Now Trump made space for them.
Right.
He made space.
There you
for
go.
Them, So,
yeah, I don't know if you saw the speech tonight, Michael, but he put on a Trump 2028 hat, like he was being kind of serious about running again, and the crowd kind of took a deep breath.
Oh, I saw parts of it.
It's coming.
I've actually was catching up on it now and beforehand, maybe the earlier parts. But they have other channels covering, but they're just playing it. They're not analyzing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when and looking at it again, there is a reason that he took this time, like, do we think that he wants to just speak publicly for this long? They don't want to jeopardize that, but they have no choice, right? Because their party's so dependent on him being visible and him speaking. They have to, right? They spoke to him, said, Trump, you need to speak, right? And he said, okay, right? Like, that is what they did, right? That is why he's up there now rambling, right? Because they need him to continue to give this rhetoric to his base because they understand the walls are crumbling, right?
Right. And they didn't bring on any other comedians, which was very revealing.
Exactly, right? And when we look at it, right, what happened? I thought affordability was a Democratic hoax. Wasn't that the last thing he said when he was publicly speaking? That affordability was a Democratic hoax. And somehow Congress, without him, passed the Housing Act because I guess it was a Democratic hoax, right? But
and you know something? You know, it's like I see somebody, don't worry, but someone in the chat said that, I don't know who it was, I don't want to go back that far, but somebody said that the Democratic Socialists they can't get enough votes. But listen, understand this. If
that was local neighborhood, V.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, cool. I mean, we're here for the dialogue. That's great. But here's the thing. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. If you elect the next people that get in office, if they don't start listening to the American taxpayer and start making sure that tax money that Americans pay starts working for fucking them, the Democratic Socialist Party will get bigger. That's the effect. You only have them now a little bit because of what's going on, because nobody listened. That's what gave them ground. The center Democrats didn't do enough of their job. That gave rise to it. Trump did his job. The Republican Party said, screw healthcare. They promised you they was going to screw healthcare. They promised you they were going to take away Social Security. They promised you all these things, and they went step out there. They said, we're going to give the billionaires the biggest tax cut in the history of the country. They did it. They left everybody else behind. The goddamn inflation went up. You know, so that's what gives the rise to the Democratic Socialists. So if you elect anybody that is too centrist right now and is ignoring the taxes, ignoring what taxes are supposed to do for the people who pay it, oh, you're going to get a whole lot more. Forget the name Democratic Socialist. You're going to get way more people. You could call it whatever you want to call it. You're going to get way more people demanding that their tax dollars go to their homes, their communities, their children, their mothers, their elderly. That's what it's about. You can call it whatever you want.
Where is Peter Thiel moving to again? I'm confused. Where is he going again?
He's going to Argentina, boy. Yeah, he's out of here.
Wow, that's crazy, right? Mm-hmm. We would think that is a greater sign. Obviously, he's clearly on the inside. If we think that's not by design, that he said, I'm out of here, right? Removing himself from the country that has enriched him to a billionaire. If we think that he loves Argentina so much that he's going there because he believes in it, while their economy is crumbling, come on, guys. Like, come on, right? These are the signs that you look for when you see a crumbling regime. I'm waiting. Wait, when did Musk and Peter Thiel and Sam Altman, when did they leave America under Biden? Oh, I'm confused. They never did, because they weren't at jeopardy. Right? When we see someone as rich as Peter Thiel, who understands that the majority of his money and assets are here in the U.S., but yet he chooses to go to another foreign country, that is a sign of a crumbling regime, right? I'm waiting for Jimmy Kimmel to be as relevant on the left that he was. I haven't heard of him since. Right? He's speaking about people who existed in yesteryear or months ago, or who had small moments, and he's trying to dog whistle to his base, but that whistle's getting old.
I got a question. What do you call it when 80% of federal and state is 75% of state employees, state government employees, right? And 80% of federal employees. What do you call it when they all have private health care? We're not talking about Medicaid. We're not talking about Medicare. When they all have private, that's 75 to 80% of government workers who get paid by the taxpayer. Their salaries are paid by taxpayers. What do you call it when they have private insurance and the people that pay their taxes, pay their salaries, can barely even afford Medicaid, and money can't even afford it, can't even get it? What do you call that? What kind of system is that? What's the name for that one? Anybody know? Any Americans know? Because that's the system you got. That's the system.
Yes, and that's like a big problem in California. Is that the state jobs oftentimes pay a lot more than private sector jobs, and they have a lot better benefits. So people just want to work for the state, and take one pile of paper and stick it on another pile of paper.
How do you become a public servant?
That's how it is in every major state, even in New York. Everyone vies for a state or city job or federal job. And the reason why is because they're allowed private insurance. But guess 80% of that, guess who covers those charges? Guess who covers
everybody.
There we go.
The taxpayer, all the taxpayer pay them good enough salaries in the government, state government, federal government, to where they can afford private insurance. They're not even on Medicaid or Medicare. No wonder they don't need it to work, because they have private health care at the taxpayer's expense. It's called a broken system. It's broken. So you can complain about socialism all you want. At least they got a system that works. Call it communism. Call it whatever. But what do you have? What do you have right now, man? Like,
exactly. Who's subsidizing the federal, state, and city workers' health care? Who subsidized 80%? We do as taxpayers.
People that can barely afford. Look, people that can barely afford Medicaid and Medicare and will be thrown out of a home if they even have an emergency because the deductible is so high. They're paying government workers private health care. They're paying for their private health care. They're paying for their congressional members to have private health care, senators to have private health care, federal government workers to have private health care. They're paying for that. Senators sending their kids to private school, and these people don't even want the average American to be able to access, every American to be able to access health care? What do you call that?
Look, I'll do you one better. Who cut a third of federal jobs? Who cut a third? I think it was Doge. Doge cut a third of those federal jobs because they want to cut anything that isn't privatized as well. So even when we take pride in getting a state, city, or federal job, we have individuals like Musk, who again was galvanized by who? Trump, who was put in position of this fictitious group called Doge, right? And in fact, they disenfranchised even the federal workers, right? When, let's just be honest, from a budget standpoint, if we took all the federal spending we do on federal jobs, it's only a third of the budget, right? It's only a third of the budget. Even then,
and they cut that.
Like it was waste and fraud, right?
Exactly.
A third.
Then we give 40 billion. 3%. Then we give 40 billion.
3%.
Yeah, 3%.
Exactly.
Then we give 40 billion to Argentina.
If you had $100, you spent 3 cents on all the federal workers, right? So how is that cutting fraud, waste, and abuse? Tell me how.
It's not. It's just right? harming. It's just damaging services for people.
Exactly,
and yeah. But let's hear some more of this bumbling idiot before we get into it. Because see, we often the science and the civics and the numbers matter. But right now, let's get through this. because we do talk a lot about the numbers normally. So let's get through this one real quick and then into some Nick Fuentes. But, don't worry. I'm here, bro. We here. We got 2 more hours, an hour and a half at least. So let's go.
They would use
Yeah,
it if they
and
had
B,
it.
Yeah.
But
if I could just mention one thing,
Yeah.
you have these folks like Mitch McConnell who has insurance. He's got the best insurance. It's paid for by you and I.
Yeah.
But does Mitch McConnell care whether you and I have insurance?
No.
And I don't think that's a hypothetical. And I think it's something, you can ask your Republican parents, because he's been in Congress for almost half a century and he's still working on healthcare reform. So what is that?
And he's got private health care because we pay him good enough. So he doesn't even need Medicaid and Medicare to be affordable. So,
He can't even speak, and he's still reaping the benefits.
he's still
of
reaping the
healthcare
benefits.
system
Yeah,
that we pay for.
exactly.
He can't
Exactly.
even represent. He can't even represent Kentucky, and he's still reaping the benefits of that. That's wild. But go ahead.
Exactly. And these people got the nerve to talk down. MAGA Mike Johnson got the nerve to talk down to Americans, talking about able-bodied men. It doesn't matter if you're able-bodied or whatever. You think that you're better than able-bodied people paying taxes. That's what it comes down to. They literally think that they're better. We've turned our government representatives into some sort of higher class. Like, since when are civil servants supposed to have it better than the people that pay their salaries? When does that happen? We talking about the basics, just basics, healthcare and access to education, man. We're not talking about a loan on a house. We're not talking about a new mortgage on a home or being able to have a summer home and shit, or to send our kids to private school. These people's kids go to private school, man. Like, their beliefs are backwards, and a lot of Americans what we've been doing is we've been worshiping people instead of electing civil servants. We've been worshiping people. That's how you get Mitch McConnell in there for 40 goddamn how many years in one of the poorest states in the country, because he's worshipped. Those people worship him, man. It's like, it's not supposed to be. You're not supposed to elect gods. 43 years. We're not supposed to worship them. What the hell is going on? Nobody else is doing that in the West.
He basically became like the king of Kentucky.
Yeah. Everybody else in the West will fire your ass if you don't produce results. And they damn sure won't have you getting better health care than them. Like, what the hell? That is crazy. But in the United States, that's how we do our people. That's our creed. That's our culture. That's what we send people off to wars to do. That's why we out there aiding Israel, because, hey, that's our creed. Take care of people. Take care of Israel. They got universal health care and education. Take care of them. No pun to Israel. You smart. You doing what you need to be doing, right? I understand your perspective. You want to survive. You want to live at any cost. Americans don't want to live and survive at any cost.
Right, and just to mention me, Mitchell McConnell's from a very small state, yet he wielded a tremendous amount of power. Being the Senate, Speaker, and that's just what you got to consider. Being from that very small state, you had a comedian like David Cross that made a big comedy routine about he couldn't understand, why some old lady, in like Kentucky was making decisions, for thousands and millions of people in California.
Facts.
The only thing I'll say is Kentucky is a welfare state. I'll leave it at that.
It's the 6th poorest state in the country.
Right, and now V, you have John Thune, which has taken over in the Senate, and he's probably the only person that's keeping Trump from becoming a dictator.
Yeah, it's a razor thin margin right now. So that's why we need people to take voting serious. We need people to take voting serious. Like, please, if you've been apathetic about voting and you never felt like the government worked for you, and so fuck it, you were like, this time your vote is goddamn needed. And vote for somebody that cares about you and wants you to get something for your tax dollars. Like, vote stingy. Vote for yourself. Make sure these representatives are thinking about you, or don't give them your vote. Go out there and find somebody. Go out there and find somebody that's saying you deserve it. You're the ones paying the taxes. You deserve a safe street. You deserve public transport. You deserve health care. You deserve child care if you have a child. You deserve a living wage. Only vote for people that believe in that shit.
I do have one question about what happened that time because he was there. How the hell did you not see that coming? He sees everything. He sees everything. He's telling me about your grandmother and your this. Why the hell didn't you? We got to ask him that question when he gets up here. Why didn't he see that coming? But of course, this evening, it's really all about the fake news media and your handling of prizes, and writing and producing and performing made-up stories like the Academy Awards. You know, Academy Awards used to be the epitome of ratings. Outside of the Super Bowl, it got the second most ratings. Now it's down in the dumps. Nobody wants to watch it anymore because they took on Trump. They hit me all night long. They hit me. The winner is so-and-so. I want to talk about Donald Trump. I hate this man. Nobody wants to hear this stuff. Right, Peter? Nobody wants to hear. You ever see the ratings? They used to have 48 million people. Now they have 2 people watching. But they'll learn their lesson. But I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award. It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get the award. It was a fake. But I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations. But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles. I said, Caitlin, do you ever smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin. Just smile. But we attack, and I thought Caitlin had really made it big with a major new sponsorship, but then I informed her that it wasn't her on the Bud Light can. It was Dylan Mulvaney. And Dylan Mulvaney cost Bud Light $35 billion in market cap. That was the worst commercial ever made, by the way, for those few people that want to hear that. Most people don't care, but I would. I wouldn't want to hire Dylan anytime soon. Think of it, they hired Dylan Mulvaney, and their market cap has gone down by $35 billion. Who wrote that commercial? And then you have writer Josh Dorsey. He also received, he's been killing me for years. No, he's been, and yet tonight he shakes my hand, he hugs me, everything nice. He kills me. Josh is amazing. He writes more stories than any human being. There's nobody that writes more than Josh. He'll write 4 stories about me a day, all different subjects. I mean, I had the other day 3 stories and one on the, he was upset about this. One was on page 7, 3 were on page 1. They were all written by Josh. But he's hit the big time, and he's a workhorse, and yet he's almost unhireable. You know, he's just one of these guys. Wall Street Journal's lucky to have him, but you really, it's unbelievable. He's almost unhireable. CNN is also here. And I'm very disappointed they didn't bring Fake Tapper because he's had a rough couple of years, Fake has. You know, he calls me up every once in a while. If I pick it up, I pick up my phone. I used to go to this young lady. I'd say, any calls from the press? No, sir. I said, oh, now I'm the president of the United States, right? I'd say to Stephen Chung, is Stephen here someplace? Where's Stephen? He's one of the toughest human beings I've ever met. Don't ever wrestle Stephen. You'll be in big trouble. But I say, Stephen, let me ask you, did the press call? No, sir. You know, when I was a developer, I'd get a call every half an hour. For whatever reason, I always got disproportionate press. So I said, Stephen, nobody called? No, sir. 2 hours later, I say, hi, Steve, how are we doing? Everything good? Anybody call? No, sir, no press calls. I say, I'm president. Nope, they never call. So this went on for about a week. I'd say, Caroline, did the press call? No, sir, no calls. I said, nothing. It's over a week. I haven't received a call. So I said, you know what I'll do? I'm going to give the press my phone number. That was the stupidest thing I ever did. I'm getting a call every 3.7 minutes. Stephen, I don't know where the hell you've been, but the press calls, I'm getting calls, ring, ring. I was with somebody today. They said, I've never heard a phone ring as much as it's fresh. Now, I look at the thing and usually just delete, delete, delete. Every once in a while, it'll be one of the people in this room that I like, and I'll pick it up. Like this one right here calls me on occasion, right? she'll call me and she says, hello, sir. How are you? We want to talk about some horrible subject, like a horrible, depressing subject. I say, Jackie, I don't want to talk about it. Congratulations, however, on your new marriage. But I don't want to talk about it. But it's true. And people call me now. And so for weeks I go, no calls. And I learned then that both of them, they feel that I'm doing a great job. And they feel I'm above it all. And that no person, hundreds of people call no person, is good enough to talk to Trump. And so we don't even bother telling you. That's not the way it works, Caroline. You have to let me know, because sometimes I do like to speak to the press. But now I have the best system I've ever had. It rings, and just so you understand, you're much better at putting your name. Because if there's no name, I just can't do that. You know, I pick up every once in a while. Hello, I'm from Reno, Nevada. We're a startup paper. We're calling it the Reno Express. I said, do you believe I'm the president of the United States? Mr. President, could I have your views on Iran? And I just hang up. No, I get the craziest calls. I mean, some of them, my wife said, I can't believe you do this. This is a hell of a way to live. But sometimes they get calls from very important. Sometimes I can straighten out stories that are going to be fake, and I can make them from a fake story to a good story. I always find that when you don't speak to the press, you always get a bad story. When you do speak to the press, you have a shot at getting a good story. Oh, look.
That's our Tusclan. Post.
No, because, look, if I were a reporter, and let's say I'm a big reporter, I work for the failing New York Times, or I work for, well, I don't know, do they ever come to these dinners? Didn't they cancel out a long time ago? Big mistake. They should be here. But I get a call. I've always found that, you know, speaking to them, you just do better. You do better. When you can, when you have the time, you speak to the reporter, you treat the reporter with respect. Sometimes now there are reporters where it doesn't matter. You can be so nice to them, it doesn't matter. You get treated unfairly. But you have a lot of great reporters where when you speak to them, you can get your point across, and that's a good thing. But some people say that Jake Tapper is a great investigative reporter in D.C., and that's why after moderating our debate, it only took him 1 year to break the story that Joe Biden might possibly have suffered from cognitive decline. It took him 1 year. He wrote a book about how great he was mentally, not too good. And I don't like Biden because Biden was very unfair to a lot of people. But Jill Biden insists that Joe would have beaten me in 2024, even though he was way down. She said he was way behind in the polls because
Biden derangement syndrome is a variant of Obama derangement syndrome, just to let people know. By the way, get the likes up. Do me a favor. It's like 150 people watching. Do me a favor. Click the like button. If you're watching from your TV, do me a favor. Pick up your remote and click the like button. And if you're just watching from your phone, having a good time watching this lunatic shed his enlightenment to the world, you know, the leader of the free world, the most powerful military on earth, the biggest economy on earth. This is the best we got right now. And the elections are coming. But listen, click the likes so more people, we need more Americans, more people to see this. Let's have a conversation together. Europe, the US, let's fix this problem together. Let's not let this dude just destroy what we have. You know what I mean? And not to say that we can't do things better, not to say that we haven't made mistakes, because obviously we're looking at one of the mistakes right here. Look at this motherfucker. God damn. But please, we're only going to get ourselves out of here if we get more people seeing the stream. And how you do that in the YouTube algorithm is by hitting the like button, subscribing, because then it sends a signal out to everybody else that watches channels that you watch too, other channels. So that's how it works. Now let's get back to this. After this rambling buffoon is finished, we will go directly into the Nick Fuentes interview with Hunter Biden, and then we're going to end out. So we got an hour and a half left. So I appreciate everybody for coming out.
He was seriously ahead. She felt he was going to win because he was seriously ahead on deceased voters. He was leading in the deceased crowd, and there were a lot of them. You're finding out there's a lot of them. Look at the numbers that just came out yesterday. And it's traditional that at least one or two potential.
So right now, what he's doing is he's reciting Russian talking points, right? He's reciting Russian disinformation design ahead, according to our intelligence agencies. He doesn't even listen to them, by the way. The U.S. intelligence agencies have said it over and over again. Our voting machines work. Our registration process works. We only have 0.00 error is 0.1 error in our system, right? Mechanically, right? But where the attacks come from is through disinformation. And this is one of the talking points that comes straight out of Russia. This is it. He's doing it.
He was leading in the deceased crowd, and there were a lot of them. You're finding out there's a lot of them. Look at the numbers that just came out yesterday. And it's traditional that at least one or two potential presidential hopefuls attend the Correspondence dinner, but many of them seem to have really chickened out. I was disappointed that Gavin Newsom didn't show up. He didn't show up. He should be here. But I heard that he recently said that we will lose our country if we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water and never uses. What a disaster. That should have never happened.
So that's a joke. That is a joke about natural disasters happening across our country from a president who literally said we're not going to use federal dollars to assist natural disasters that harm American citizens' lives, communities. People have been lost their homes by the thousands. People have drowned in the southern regions of the country. Kids, just because they elected officials in places like, where was it Texas, one of them, where they didn't want to take the warning, the things that Biden sent out. He gave funding for warning systems for floods, and the dumbass governor of Texas refused to put them up because Trump was like, don't get it, don't do it, and people died. Come on. Like, this is terrible, man. Just to hear him making jokes about this. And people, did anybody laugh at that joke? God.
Country if we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water and never uses. What a disaster. That should have never happened. But Gavin Newsom recently did a career-threatening, one of the worst interviews I've ever seen, where he said that he can't read a speech. He's incapable of reading a speech. He's a low IQ person. He's smarter, however, than all of the people in the room. And then he gets sued for being a racist, okay, when he said that. But he basically said he has various mental incapacities. He has difficulty in various other ailments mentally. And I'm looking at it saying, this is the worst interview. I'm watching this interview. I said, this is the worst interview I've ever seen given by a professional politician. I've been watching politicians for a long time, mostly on the previous side, because I haven't been doing this too long. How am I doing? Not bad for the number of minutes spent. Not bad. But with Gavin, so he said that all these things, and I said, anybody running against him, all they have to do is take that one interview and you can't lose. I actually put out a statement that Gavin Newsom has come out and said he will not be running for president because nobody can say what he said about himself and survive. Newsom was in big trouble when he openly admitted that Kamala was smarter than him. She said, Kamala is smarter. If Kamala is smarter than someone, you don't want that person to be president of the United States of America. Between California's policies of enabling wildfires, paying drug addicts to be homeless, giving free sex changes to illegals, and telling rich people they're going to take away, all of your money is going to be taken away. People are fleeing, and they're fleeing in droves. We can't have that in this country. It's becoming such a horrible and dangerous location that Ilhan Omar, one of my favorites, and her brother are thinking about moving together, very much in love. A video has surfaced recently of Ilhan giving a speech referring to World War II as World War XI. And they asked her about that. She thought she got it right. but I'm not surprised because she's a low IQ person, and she's also a very dishonest person, and she ought to get the hell out of our country. She shouldn't be.
So this is the guy, he's calling her dishonest. This is the guy who cheated on his wife with a porn star, tried to pay to cover it up, and in doing so committed felonies that he was convicted of. He's calling her dishonest. Okay.
Right.
He's also pushing the rhetoric that was already investigated that Ilhan had married her brother. So that's why he's also mentioning that, just to give context.
It's sad to see someone stoop so low. It's one thing to lie. It's another thing to stoop so low in it. It's like, and look, I feel sorry for any human being that buys what he is saying. Like, talk about low IQ. Talk about low IQ. To believe Trump, you literally have to have a low IQ. Pretty much. That's what it is. You can't figure out where he's lying and manipulating yet. You haven't figured it out yet. You need more time. Anyway, it's almost over. We got 15 minutes left. Let's let it play.
I'm not surprised.
Let's let it play.
She's a low IQ person, and she's also a very dishonest person, and she ought to get the hell out of our country. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be in our country. She also calls her brother husband number one. Omar is reportedly being investigated for fraud. She revised her net worth. I was shocked to see that she was worth much more than $30 million. And then when the press got on her, she revised it slightly downward to less than 18,000. So she went from much more than 30 million to 18,000. And I know Democrats, and the word Democrat is something that's come into fashion. I changed the E with a U, and most people don't know that dumb has a B, so we don't have to worry about that. It's very quiet. I thought it was quite good, but I haven't gotten much credit for that. Fake news, good. Pocahontas, good. I won't say Lion Ted because he's on my side. I don't talk about past conquests, but we have a lot of them. I won't talk about. They got a whole table full of Republicans there. They're saying, no, don't mention my.
He won't talk about him while he's talking about him.
Frickin' name, will you please? But we've had a lot of good names. But the Democrats are there to destroy wealth, and honestly, they've gone absolutely crazy. Gavin Newsom's not only a man who really wants to run for president, he's doing a bad job running a state. You can't have somebody like a J.B. Pritzker, who I understand is not president, sadly, but, some people say, never use the fat word. And I don't. I would never call anybody fat. I have my own problems. It's not like I'm perfect. Sir, in the back, don't call him a fat pig, okay? I'm sticking up for him. Don't call him you. You can't do that, sir. You can't call J.B. Pritzker a fat pig. Please. All right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everyone's trying to figure out who is that guy? Does he exist? But the nice part is when you do that, the press can't get you. Because I'm defending a man who obviously has a problem. Actually, he's lost a lot of weight. I saw him recently. He lost quite a bit of weight. I don't know what the hell. He's got no chance, believe me. Anything he does, the family threw him out of the business. A number of other potential Democrat contenders sadly refused to show up tonight. We invited Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. She's referred to Pocahontas because, in fact, I had to apologize. People came up and they said, we want you to apologize to Elizabeth Warren for calling her Pocahontas. And I ended up apologizing to the real Pocahontas. But Elizabeth Warren was supposedly of Indian heritage. And then she took the test and she only had 1,024th Native American. And I said, you know what? I think I'm more of an Indian than she is. So this is what we have to deal with. But Senator Warren did not accept our invitation to debate. I wanted to debate her on various and sundry things, and she decided not to do it. And I decided to bury the hatchet. It doesn't matter. And I'm not going to say this next one. Do you want to?
And that's why he's talking about it, because he decided to bury the hatchet. Okay.
Hear this one? How bad? She wasn't high up on her totem pole. Who the hell wrote that? No, she's bad news. I wanted to make sure that Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, remember he went after me for about 2 years? How did he do? Not too good. I'm in the White House and he's not doing as well. I was going to say he's in a different kind of a house, but he's a deranged human being. He's a bad prosecutor. You know, prosecutors are very important. A great prosecutor, a fair prosecutor, but that's the great prosecutors, the ones that are fair. They're very important to a country, but this guy was a deranged lunatic. Saw his invitation tonight. He was invited because, you know, but I put it in a private text to Chuck Grassley. And
this man is literally at the White House Correspondence Dinner, a place where they're supposed to be hearing jokes. He's talking for an hour, and he's literally just going down a list of the people that didn't accept the invitation.
Chuck saw him, and he did it.
Is he worried about that or something?
A certain thing, and then you one man that we had who should be here, he turned Palestinian. This was a man who was 100% for Israel. 100%. Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he cried at the airport over illegal immigrants. They were the fakest tears. There were people throwing water in his face. But now he's a proud, very proud Palestinian. In fact, I'm going to send him a beautiful Palestinian outfit tomorrow, so he can greet Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to town next week, along with the mayor, who I'm sure would love to meet Bibi. They're not treating Bibi too well, but Chuck wanted to join us tonight, but he didn't want to be violating many parts of the Palestinian rules, regulations, and certainly he didn't want to violate Sharia law, his new founding. And all joking aside, I do think we need term limits in Congress. I think term limits are very important because I see what's happening. I see what's happening. The other day, a senator I knew got a text, a great guy, from his wife. And she said, when you get home, I want to have you immediately come up the stairs and make love to me. And he said, I can't do both. You know what? In other words, can't go up the stairs and make love. Does anybody get that? Well, I thought that was actually pretty good. That was actually the only thing I thought was good in this whole freaking stupid speech that they wrote. That was the only good one, and that went down with not exactly great laughter. I think, in other words, you can't go up the stairs and make love, too, So we're looking for term limits. Does anybody understand this stuff? But I really do wonder whether the Democrats are trying to lose the midterms. In Maine, they nominated a guy with a Nazi tattoo. But don't worry, Democrats. Word is that Plattner's replacement, he throws bottles at women. This guy throws bottles. This guy's another lunatic, by the way. Although I think Plattner might have done surprisingly well because we're in the age of Trump. Call it what you want. People can do well today. Plattner, I don't know. But, people don't have the guts to stick it out, but it looked like he was guilty of a lot of stuff. He certainly didn't defend himself very well. In Texas, the Democrats are running a candidate named James Telefrico, who hates guns, hates oil, hates sex, hates women, and who said he is, quote, a Christian who hates Christianity. Other than that, I think his platform is quite good. And that means that he's not going to do very well against Ken Paxton, who hopefully in Texas is going to win. But Telefrico, he's Alfred. You know what he looks like to me? Alfred E. Newman. Do you remember Alfred E. Newman, Mad Magazine? I said, that guy is Alfred E. Newman. Can't imagine he'd win. Well, I have all of the press here in one place. I have to say that we're having an amazing load of accomplishments that the media never talks about. For example, under my administration, a once feared and powerful regime that relentlessly attacked America has finally been toppled. Their former leaders have been removed, and they're now being run by a gay dictator facing internal divisions. But I, for one, wish Barry Weiss all the best at CBS News. She's a wonderful woman. Most of the press lives here in Washington, D.C., and you should be thankful for me for what my administration and I have done to make our nation's capital, which was one of the most dangerous and unsafe cities anywhere in the world, one of the safest cities in the United States. Crime is down 88%, and our capital is shining again with 62 monuments, statues, water fountains looking more beautiful The graffiti's all gone. The tents are all moved out of the parks. The fences are all done. Our Capitol looks like it's really in good shape. And people coming here, people in the White House, they work in the White House, they all say, young women, young guys walk up. They say, thank you, sir. 2 years ago, we lived in a dangerous city. We lived in a city where 150 people were killed a year. And now we have almost a crime-free city. Our National Guard has done an incredible job, and we've removed over 5,000 career criminals. You know, we removed, there's one stat, I think it's a great stat. It's to me, it's fantastic. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. That's something you can fix, and we fix it. We moved out over 5,000 career criminals out of Washington, D.C., and we have the greatest capital in the world. Again, it's beautiful, it's thriving, the restaurants are thriving. You couldn't get into a restaurant because they didn't have, all the restaurants were closing. And if you even got in, you felt unsafe. People were getting into Ubers and they were being attacked when they were in an Uber. It's not happening anymore. We have tough, smart people, and they have done a fantastic job. Washington, D.C. is safe again. You can't get into a restaurant. The restaurants are opening up. They're opening up all over the city. They can't get, it's the exact opposite. They can't get space. But mostly I've given up on you and the media, so that now I just gave up on you, and I'm number one on TikTok. Did you see that I'm number one, Stephen? Is that true? I'm number one on TikTok. So how can they be so bad? 520, think of this, 425 billion views. Can you believe that, Peter? I mean, let's go, Peter.
We're not going to stop to fact check all of this garbage that he's saying. You know, we encourage people to do that, right? But I just want to, he's got 3 more minutes left. So I just want to let it get through there so we can get to the Nick Fuentes, Hunter Biden interview. Obviously, this is garbage, but for the record, we need to show the world what the leader of the free world is like. So here he is. This is what we got. People voted for this. People voted for this. And the only way we're going to get out of this is if people vote their way out of this. And the Congress, the midterm elections are coming up this November, and the Congress and the Senate they can impeach and remove anybody. Maybe not remove, but they can shut it down and take control. They can remove Supreme Court justices that allowed this man to have all this power to screw over everybody in the country. You know, things can be done. This is the most important election. This is even more important than the presidential election, these midterms. So do not neglect the fact that it is your time to register to vote. Yes, do not neglect it. Go to vote.gov if you are not registered to vote. Don't wait till November. Do it now. You know why you need to do it now if you're not registered? First of all, make sure that you're registered under the correct address. You can also make any changes you need. So you go to vote.gov. You pick your state here at the bottom. You see that moving on the screen. You just go to whatever state you have. Let's say your state is Illinois, for example. You click on the button there, and then it tells you, look, you can update your registration or you can register online. And then let's say you want to register or update. You click the next one, and it takes you right to the Illinois state registration page. And they tell you exactly what you need to do. Now, understand this. The exact rules are not exactly the same in every state. So don't be fooled by that. Don't neglect. Don't listen to someone else from another state tell you what you got to do and how it's got to be done. No, just go to vote.gov, find out exactly yourself, and you will get it done. All right. So, let's let this fool ramble now.
I gave up on you people. I gave up on traditional press. And it obviously worked because we did win in a landslide. I mean, somebody's got to be saying something good about me. But TikTok, good old TikTok, and I was able to get it sold to a group of very wealthy people, mostly Americans. I was told President Xi, who's a man that I get along with very well, he was a hard no for the sale of TikTok. They all said he's a hard no. I said, well, let's put your group together. They put it together, billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. I called up President Xi. I said, President, look. These are American people. They're wonderful people. In fact, one of them happens to own CBS, actually. I mentioned his name. I said, these are wonderful people, and it'll be a good thing. Does it mean anything, President? It's nothing. It's nothing. They love your country. We'd love to see you approve the deal. And he goes, all right. That was it. It was done. And we sold TikTok. And he's a friend of mine. And he's not contributing to problems like other people contribute to problems. So we get along. But we made the deal. But number one on TikTok is Trump. And that's probably why we won. But for all of the trouble that you give me a lot of trouble, a lot of heartache. I hope all of you know that I believe in the free press more than anyone in this room does. Maybe not quite. But that's why I'm proud to be the most open and transparent president in history. They called me that. You know who calls me that? Caroline. That's about it. Would anybody else call me that? I think Peter would call me that. Am I the most transparent? Biden never used to answer your questions. He'd ask Biden 20 questions. He'd never get an answer. Who's the most transparent president, Peter? Who? I look at him. It's the first time he's tongue-tied. I cannot believe it. Oh, he's not going to be happy tomorrow. But you people have no idea how lucky you are. When I'm gone, you're all going to be broke. Your business model is going to be finished. No, it's true. When I'm not around, you're going to be broke. There's not going to be anybody to report on. Nobody gives a damn about anybody else. The New York Times the other day had 5 stories about me. You know, before I got into politics, in my whole life, I had 7 front page stories. This is years of success. I think 6 were good, 1 was bad. I had 5 stories, 7, 5 good. Yeah, I had a total of 7 stories on the front page of the New York Times. That's not bad. Now I average about 3 or 4 a day. All different topics, all bad, everything bad. But here we are. Here we are. In fact, when I'm finished, I'm going right back to the Oval Office. So I have to be doing okay. But we are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact, I think I have, I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you. I'm going to do it again. It should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president. No, I won 3 times, did very well the 2nd time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we don't have to talk about it. You know, it's interesting. When you come back and you do a good job like we did, and you don't care about it.
Again, another Russian talking point, disinformation point, which the intelligence agencies of the United States of America told him about specifically, and yet he is spreading their disinformation for them from the seat of the presidency.
So much, but we do have to tighten up these elections because they really are in seriously bad shape. But on a serious note, I want to say once again, I just want to thank you all. It's been an interesting evening. I didn't really know what to expect, and it's far worse than I actually thought. But if you want to know that, but I didn't know exactly what to expect. And I've made a lot of friends tonight. I've made a lot of good friends tonight. Probably made some enemies also. But it's been an experience that is something that we've all shared together, because we're all in this room tonight because most of us went through a period of trauma from just a short while ago. And, you know, some people said they wanted to come, but they were afraid to come, and you people weren't afraid to come. There were a lot of people that said, Jackie, they don't really, they didn't have the courage to come. And we don't want that to happen. And I'm sure it's not going to happen. We're going to do things. Again, I want to thank our law enforcement.
Oh, my God. They cut his ass off.
We have the greatest people on earth. We had
they tried to cut his ass off.
We had the worst record of recruitment in, as an example, the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force. Look at all that shooting we're able to do from space. That was my baby. But all of the branches you couldn't get people to join. This was 2 years ago. And last week, you probably saw, some of you wrote the story, We have the single best recruiting of people into our armed forces than we have ever had in the history of our country. They are brimming over with great people. And that's a big statement. And that also goes for the police departments, where they were having a tremendous problem recruiting. You can't get into a police department now. If you're looking for a job, it's very tough. And that also includes our great fire departments, because people forget about them. They're unbelievable, the job they do. So I just want to thank you. Look, we're on the cusp of something big, and I call it, and this, I'm being very serious when I say this, that this is the golden age of America. We have $19.2 trillion being spent in our country. A record was China. I think it was 10 years ago, 3 trillion. Trillion is a lot. 4 years, they went less than 1 trillion under Biden. And we have 19.2 trillion. And this is a period of actually 13 months, not even current, because we're here a little bit longer than that. But that was as of reporting dates. $19.2 trillion is being spent. Factories are coming. Toyota just announced they're going to be building the biggest car plant in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming here. Tariffs did that. Tariffs did that. And maybe November 5th did that too, the election. But our country is doing things that nobody's ever seen before. And it is true. We were, and you've heard me say this, we were a dead country 2 years ago. Other leaders would see me and they'd say it's a miracle. President Xi told me that a few weeks ago in China, and he's coming here on September, I think, 24th, coming in September, the end of September, going to be exciting. But he said the same thing. The King of Saudi Arabia said it. Everyone said almost the same words. We thought you were a dead country. We never thought you had a chance. You were never going to make it back. And in a period of 1 year, you made it the hottest country anywhere in the world. We all did that together. It's not me. We all did it together. And we do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we're going to keep it going. And I just want to say, this is a room. I have tremendous respect for the people in this room. Sometimes I don't feel you treat me fair. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't feel that. But sometimes you treat me very fairly. And I have a lot of respect for your profession. Your profession's amazing. And I just want to thank you for having me. And it's been fun. And I've met a lot of great people. And, I used an expression. I've used it right from the beginning. I did this for one reason, to make America great again. And that's what's happening right before your very eyes. We have made America great again. It's going to get a lot greater. So thank you all very much. It's an honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, my goddamn. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I'm sorry. But yeah, that was the leader of the free world. He was so eloquent for an hour. Yeah, he broke a record. I don't, all kinds of bad records, sadly enough. But now we're going to flip over and, if you guys really want to know what that was about, how that started, I could easily tell you his inspiration for this rant was actually the Obama. Yes, he has Obama derangement syndrome, ODS. Just for those that
do you
didn't
find
know.
yourself waking up in the middle of the night drenched in cold sweat screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn"? Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left offices years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama derangement syndrome. Yes,
Obama derangement syndrome. Now, on to more important things. We have some movement and some changes in the demographic of the United States of America. There is Nick Fuentes, as many of you probably notice who he is. He is a right winger. He's one of the right wingers that came out to vote for Trump, to get folks to get out there and vote for this wonderfully terrible president we have, the greatest grifter of all time. I mean, there's so many bad things I can say about him that are true. I mean, why even go through that right now? Because you've heard me say them so many times, But it turns out that a lot of right wingers are turning against Trump. So that's what makes this interview interesting because Nick Fuentes, I will give him credit. He came out not too long ago. I mean, we talking about in recent, very recent, and he said that that the liberals, not Democrats, he said the liberals were right. And he's talking about the criticisms that they had about Trump, what Trump would do if he got power. So it takes a lot for a guy like this to actually go out there and say he was wrong, you know. So I'm interested in what he has to say. And he sat down with somebody who's not a right winger, Hunter Biden, the son, right? The infamous son that MAGA people just were so fixated on, you know what I'm saying? For a long, they were talking about his laptop, you know, they're still talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. They're still talking about Hillary Clinton drinking baby blood on Epstein Island. Although Trump is the president, come on, man, prosecute these people if it's real. Come on, Cash Patel, what you doing? But in any case, he sat down with Hunter Biden, the son of Joe Biden, our former president. So this is going to be really interesting. So let's get into it. We're going to get some commentary from Michael from Brooklyn, Best up here, and then of course our other family. I think Eric might have a few things to say. One of our mods, Eric, and contributor also. So let's get it going with no delay. Here we are.
Because Nazis.
Hitler was very fucking cool.
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
So what's the thing about, I guess, traditional Nazism that you think you disagree with the most?
Well, it's a non-Christian ideology. So, I mean, look, I believe that race is real, as the Nazis did, but I don't think it utterly defines a person. As a Christian, I think we're all created beings. I do believe there's such a thing as a universal human community. And so I think it's a cruel ideology. I've said this on my show, by the way, but I mean, that would maybe be the fundamental.
Did you always feel that way?
Always, yeah, absolutely.
So even whenever you were younger and stuff?
I did, but you know, you got to recognize times have changed. 10 years ago, we had a totally different political world.
I'm going to interrupt. I'm sorry. Please get the likes up. If you haven't clicked the like button, please do us a favor. Click the like button. It's how more people like you will get in contact with the stream. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. All right, let's go.
And policing of speech, you know, what you would call wokeness, I think was at an all-time high when I got started as a very young man.
What would you call wokeness?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think,
Yeah.
I mean, would you not say there were some
him.
excesses maybe in those days?
Yeah, in those days, I wasn't doing too well, so I wasn't paying much attention. Anyway, I would love to hear, and I'm not asking you to like retract everything that you've ever said and all the, you know, or anything, but I said that I would love to talk to you because number one, I told you this, is that I think you're really smart. And I think that with that comes in a real responsibility. And you have an audience. And I have a friend whose son is my daughter's age, you know, maybe 28, you know, your age. And he's really smart. And he is a big fan of yours. And so by virtue of the relationship, I got to learn what it is that why he is a fan of yours. And none of it has to do with, I would hope you agree, like really egregious things that you've said in the past about the Holocaust or about, you know.
Do the Jews ever talk about the 100 million whites that died in World War II? Or do they just bitch and moan about the so-called 6 million Jews that died?
And so it's just nice to poke holes in it and say, it's not 6 million.
6 million? I don't think so.
And I don't even know, I think I've heard you since kind of rescind a lot of that.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
But what he agrees with is kind of the anger about the situation that particularly your generation finds yourself in. I know that to be real. And I think that there, you know, maybe my reasons for recognizing that anger as being legitimate and my targets are different than yours. I just wanted to hear from you. When you say you were canceled by the right in 2016.
Yes.
I almost felt like in preparing to meet you now, is that your reaction to that was to just dig deeper and deeper into kind of the outsider, kind of radical, say anything for the purpose of generating, you know, the attention to build an audience. Is that true? And it's not an accusation. I really mean it. I want this to be a conversation as much as possible.
I mean, there's certainly some truth to that, but I think that might be overstating it a little bit because I really got canceled by the right and the left.
Yeah.
And back in those days in 2017, you had these far left journalists at Huffington Post, Right Wing Watch, ADL, SPLC, and I really believe they were on a mission to find extremist rhetoric, the white nationalist, neo-Nazi boogeyman, all that kind of stuff. And they would look at someone like myself, 18, and if I was being serious or joking, things taken out of context, they would clip it, post it, and they wanted me to be the villain. And I think they wanted a lot of people to be the villain. And I think the left, in a way, kind of created this climate where I think they pushed a lot of people farther to the right.
No, by the way, that very well may be true.
You know, now I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, obviously, right? And I definitely don't agree with anything that he said before. I mean, I found the guy to be a nut, to say things that were not true and also pretty ignorant, right? But here's the thing. He did come out maybe 6 months ago, and he said early on in this new Trump term, he said that the liberals were right. And he went on a rant. And he was talking about the things before in the last election cycle, 2024. He was talking about things that Democrats or left people were saying that Trump would do if he got power, you know, and so Nick Fuentes came out and said they were right. So it's significant. We gotta get to a point. And I'm not suggesting change your values or accept the things that he said that are not correct. Not at all, right? I'm interested to find out in this interview, what has he changed, right? But the other thing is this. It's important that Americans understand something. We can, through a real conversation, we can make ground. That's where they want us. They want us all divided. That's where these billionaires are getting all the power. That's how Elon Musk became the wealthiest man on earth. They use media to divide Americans. That's what they did. Now, his rhetoric is one thing, but you cannot argue with the fact that the states, a lot of red states are made up of people that are extremely disenfranchised, meaning the government has let them down. Their representatives have let them down. Again, they're constantly telling the poorest states in the country that you shouldn't have assistance with child care. Federal dollars shouldn't pay for that. They're constantly telling the poorest parts of the country you shouldn't have access to health care. You know, they're really always, actually scapegoating other people for problems that only exist because representatives hoard the money, give it to corporations, instead of actually using it for what other Western countries really use the lion's share of their tax dollars for. That is to hold up the society from the bottom up. Very simple. Very simple. Now, I'm an American citizen myself, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live in a great country called Denmark. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. I don't have to think about health care, any kind of health care, and they do have some small little private things you can pay for, maybe $150 a month, $200 a month, and it will even give me even greater health care if I need it. But my kids get paid to go to school. When you go to higher learning here and when you go to technical school and university, it's not about how much money you have. It's not about how much money your parents have. None of it is about that. It's about what do you want to study and can you pass the entrance exam? That's all it's about. Money is not stopping you from getting an education here. That's how it works. I mean, for my tax dollars, right? I work, obviously. I have a union job, but everyone in Denmark has 5 weeks vacation. Is it everything perfect? No. But we can learn things from our Western allies. Why are we the only ones that don't have universal health care? Why are we the ones getting an education so difficult for the people that are disenfranchised? And so we got to be willing to stick together as Americans on those basic things so that we got to agree that every American should have a fair chance to succeed in the United States of America. And that starts when you're a kid. That starts from the moment you are born, So we really have to start learning from our allies, because otherwise you can't be afraid of being replaced if you don't do right by your own people in the beginning. If you don't believe that the tax system, that the taxes taxpayers pay is meant to actually support their families and their communities. You just can't complain about being replaced. So I recognize that even these right wingers, they're angry Not necessarily. They think it might be about immigrants. They think it might be about black people. They think it might be about gay people. They think it might be about women. Yes, they're literally talking about stopping women from voting. They might think all those things. But the underlying thing is that they are actually disenfranchised, many of them. And so we got to start having a conversation with them about it to understand that, listen, on a basic level, we all want the same things. And we all deserve the same things, the same basic rights from the beginning. And that starts with childcare, health care, a living wage at a job, these fair housing. That's where it starts, So that's why I'm interested in this. In a minute, we're going to have Michael from Brooklyn come up and give some commentary, but let's let them warm up and see where they go with this conversation.
Ooh.
I appreciate it. Do me a favor. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. It's how others will find the stream now and later. I appreciate it.
But you gave him a lot of ammunition.
That's true.
I mean, I hope that some of those things that you said in the past are not things that you believed in and that are you meant just to engender like a really radical kind of response. I mean, is that true or not?
Well, again, I think that back in those days, you could not say anything. In 2017, 2018, cancel culture was so in overdrive. Any joke, any edgelording, anything like that, they would, first of all, there's no sense of humor.
I'm so old. I don't even, what's
okay, well, to break it down for you, so the dawn of wokeness as it's known today, I think was in like the post-Trump era. After Trump won the election in 2016, there was a big movement to deplatform and kind of push away those who, I guess the left feel like had galvanized them into the presidency. So there was this big idea that if you push people off mainstream social media platforms, they would go away. Now we know through Trump's reelection, that's not even true. But at the time, that was the mantra. Problematic viewpoints needed to be silenced, tucked away somewhere, and they would just sort of die in isolation. So I think that was the climate where you first got started, 2017. That time period was like crucial for getting people off mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would say that you got to get into the psychology of those days. It felt like anybody that wasn't on board with the most progressive agenda had no options. There was just no alternative. It was going to be progressive, liberal, feminist, BLM, all that kind of stuff. And if you were to the right of John McCain, you're no platformed. Censored, banned from all the platforms, you're fired from your job, you're ostracized socially. And I think what happened really in 2021 when Trump got banned from the platforms is it felt like 70 million people got canceled. 70 million people that voted for Trump, or 60, 70 million people, we were all felt like, oh, so if Trump is out of politics and we're all banned from the platforms, then how is there any redress for our grievances? Do we just have to shut up and get with the program and we're all going to be progressive? And I think that drove people to a far more radical place where people said, well, what really is a solution?
Right. But the problem is that they vented their frustration on people that are just like them. Regular, everyday Americans. They vented their frustration. They literally said they were the problem. So in other words, a person that's gay, wanting to be gay, wanting to just be themselves, they didn't like that. That's the problem. An African American wanting to not be the victim of police brutality just because of their color, that was a problem for them. They couldn't take the conversation, and the conversation was real. So even though there might be a lot of diversity, which there is in the U.S., that's supposed to be our strength. These people took it the wrong way. They took it the wrong way, but they had politicians that led them down that avenue. Politicians that take their tax dollars, line their pockets with it. They were happy that these people were fed a scapegoat. So Nick Fuentes is one of them. I mean, I'm not making excuses for the ignorance, but I'm just saying we need to recognize what happened. I'm not saying what he says happened actually happened, because they ignored the bigger part of the United States. People that also want to be free for who they are, right? Not stop someone else for being who they are, but you don't want to sit there and be attacked for who you are either. And that had been the status quo in the U.S., so we have to remember that. But in any case, let's hear some more of Nick Fuentes, where he's explaining what his journey was like, I guess you could say. So
We can't talk. We can't express ourselves. We can't participate in the process or run for office. And I was one of the people saying that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to drive people to extremism. If you don't talk, if people don't feel like they have a seat at the table and enfranchisement, I think then they start exploring options.
Talk is great. Hate speech towards people, blaming other people like you. You know, I mean, Americans didn't blame people that live in trailers for America. Leftists didn't blame poor white people for their problems. That's the difference. You know what I mean? And what these people did was they basically started a culture war. So, I mean, it's not just the United States that's going through this journey. It's the Western world that's going through this journey. But the thing about it is that we're stripped of the tools, you know, because of the tax system. We're not even giving these people a chance, you know, because if you have the opportunity to go to school, you're not going to be thinking about some leftist. You're not going to be looking at a leftist saying they're taking all the jobs. If you have an opportunity to a fair wage, you're not going to be looking at a black dude who has a job and being angry about it, you know, and that's the thing about it. So, you know, I hope he explores that a little.
Outside the system, outside of the political process, the democratic process. So I think it's self-inflicted in many ways.
So you feel like after the mass deplatforming in 2021, whenever people on the right got pushed to platforms like Parler, Gab, Rumble, etc., the lack of discourse and like the political singularity of those platforms created more extremism?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because look, you take Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalists is going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people that are going to follow Trump because Trump is no platformed. And that's exactly what happened. Rumble blew up, Elon bought Twitter, and what happened when you had total free speech on these platforms? Well, Twitter now resembles 4chan. And now, you know, there's no gatekeepers. And I think it did push people in a radical direction. And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream normie types that are even blowing past me in terms of how radical they are. People start saying things like, there's no political solution, there's going to be a civil war, we need a revolution. And I think that's because the message from the left was, you're crushed. You have no options, you can't win, there's no alternative. Trump is going to be indicted and charged and can't run. You can't be on Twitter, you can't have a job. And so people started to say, okay, well, you know, we still exist. We're still here, we still have these concerns. What do we do now? And then people start to say, well, we need a revolution.
All right, let me ask a question in the chat. Let me ask a question. All right, let me see here. Regardless of what state, let's say you live in a poor state like Kentucky. I see somebody in the chat is talking about Kentucky. That's Mitch McConnell's state. Kentucky is the 6th poorest state in the country. So when you have a representative, a governor, a senator, a congressional member, right? In the poorest state in the country, do you think that that you would elect someone that is for everyone has a living wage, everyone has access to health care, every citizen has access to education, higher education, regardless of the amount of money you make? Do you think that those representatives should push that? Or do you think those congressmen, senators, and governors should say, no, you should not get so much health care. You should not have cheaper access to education. You should not have access to child care so you can go to work and keep your job. Which one is it? Because, see, left states have been saying we need better health care. We need more access to health care. They've been saying we need better access to education. Biden said, hey, let's do student debt relief. It was passed in Congress. The Congress passed it while Biden was president. The Senate passed it while Biden was president. It went to the Supreme Court and got shot down by 6 right-wing Supreme Court justices. Why? Why is that? Why should an American citizen go their whole life in debt just because they aspired to have an education? Why? Where else in the West is that happening? So that's the problem. The left recognizes poverty exists across the country and wants to do something about it. Not all of it. Sure, we got problems with some fake ass congressional members too, and senators and all of that. We have problems with elitists, yes. But generally speaking, The right wing is not trying to deal with any of those conversations. You just saw a right wing make it harder for red states to get people that live in red states to get access to education. You just witnessed that. And they gave the biggest tax cut to Elon Musk, a guy that doesn't even need it. Why? So again, when you have a choice to lift people up from the bottom with tax dollars, instead of giving the wealthy the biggest tax break in the history of the country, what choice do you make with your vote? Which choice do you make? Do you make the choice to blame a gay person, to blame a black person in a liberal state, to blame someone else in a liberal state that wants you to have those things? Is that who you're going to blame? That's the problem in the country. In the Western world, we're pretty much the only country that still does things like that. That's the problem. And you should feel left behind, because many of you are actually, in reality, left behind. Americans die faster. You don't live longer lives. Everybody else in the Western country lives longer lives. Yeah. Those are facts. So, do something about it. Talk about it first. Act like you know something about it. Be worried about it. Vote about it. Elect people about it. And stop calling people that want their tax dollars to work for them, their families, their communities. Stop playing this game like they're doing nothing, like they're not deserving of that. You got to do something about it. You can't blame other Americans when you're not making the right choices yourself for your own communities. You're not even saying that you should have those basic things.
And I'm one of the only people saying, no, we should still engage in the process and talk with each other. And it's not all one-sided. I think there's problems on the left and the right, but I certainly think it takes two to tango.
Okay, so there, we agree. I think that there are problems on the left and the right, and I don't disagree with some of the things that you just said. I guess I just came to a different conclusion, that there are some things that people should be deplatformed for. Not that they can't say it where they want to say it, but I think that it's a right of anybody.
Okay, top three things. What do you think?
There's a difference between being able to say that you're proud of your white heritage and also being just a flat out racist. I think that there's a difference between saying you're proud of your Christian heritage and the white culture from what you come from and Nazis, or that you adopt the Nazism as a legitimate ideology. I think that there's a difference between saying that you disagree with the United States policy as it relates to Israel and saying that the Holocaust didn't exist.
I was like, Mom, Dad, Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. And the Holocaust didn't happen. And my parents were like, we cannot believe.
Those would be top three things in my mind. I know that you believe that some people took you out of context. And I do agree. Look, on both the right and the left, there are these gatekeepers, 100%. And look at me, the mainstream press just destroyed me for 7 years without any real kind of reflection about what they were doing. I do think that, some of those things are legitimate reasons to say, we don't want you on our, on our commercial platform. Would you agree with that? I mean, you just said, for instance, people calling for like an armed revolution, like people calling for actual violence. You're opposed to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm against violence.
Yeah.
And I do think those are one of the legitimate things that should be taken from the platform. There's a lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with, but again, what started to happen is there was this like editorial censorship where certain ideas were banned. And it was such a broad brush and also totally opaque and ad hoc. You'd be on YouTube, like I was, for example, they banned me for life and didn't even give me a reason. Not a specific quote, not a specific infraction. And so you don't know what the rules are. You don't know what the process is. They just take you down. And especially now when everything is digital, that's not just the social platforms, it's the other ones like Uber, Airbnb, whatever. It feels like you're being denied almost something like a civil right, because the social platforms are the modern public square. Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms. And it felt like if you just simply had the wrong opinion, opinions or you were the wrong kind of person, you were being deprived of like a basic civil right or being able to participate in society. So, and I think maybe that's an area of collaboration where we recognize maybe it is a civil right to use the digital platforms, but here are the rules. Here's what you can say. Here's what you can't say. Here's the process. Maybe there's a reconciliation mechanism. But I mean, the censorship was just out of control. I don't think anyone disagrees there's a reasonable limit, though.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see that as a result of left-wing or right-wing ideology. I view that kind of level of deplatforming. Look, I was debanked. I was debanked before I was ever even charged with anything. I lost every bank account. It took me, 9 months once they, the Trump administration, said that they were starting an investigation into me to be able to actually get a bank account again. And I don't want to tell you the bank because tomorrow they may debank me again. But my point is that those people are incredibly identifiable. I've been talking and going around and I say things like, I don't think we are nearly as divided as they're telling us we are. Because I do believe that there are an identifiable group of people that are responsible for an enormous amount of the discord and division because they make money off of it. I think that these social media companies that are controlled by 3, 4, 5, individuals have made it clear that they only care about one thing. They only care about how much money they can produce for themselves and, the people that hold stocks in their...
But here's the thing, even if you remove the culture war, just remove the culture war for it, right? Just remove it all. Trump said he was going to actually bring inflation down. That's what he said he was going to do. Did he do it? No, he has not done it. Inflation is higher. And I think, the culture war is where a lot of the social media gets caught up in. The culture war, which is like this, literally like this, shooting across the aisle. You're shooting across the aisle at someone who you might view as having a different culture, but they're in the same economic bracket as you. That's stupid. Why not shoot up? Why not shoot up? Why not complain about the tax system is working against the middle class and poor? Why not get into the data? Why not get into the numbers? And, obviously this conversation they're having is cultural because they're trying to break some of the divide. Great. Fantastic. But I don't think they're going to get into the numbers. I think the numbers are more revealing. And of course, exactly. It's not even just I see you, Jen. It's not even just the inflation, just the numbers. When you do the comparative data, when you compare the United States to any other Western capitalistic nation, which they all are, every other NATO nation is a capitalistic nation. When you do the data on the tax system, when you do the data on who lives longer, when you do the data on who keeps more of their money after they pay their expenses and their taxes, those are the things that those are the political conversations people need to have. And the culture wars don't solve it. The culture wars doesn't actually get you smarter. You see, it's actually a distraction. You should learn how to be you, focus on you, and not focus on who someone else is in their culture and worry about the tax system. And if you don't do the comparative data regarding the tax system in the U.S. or the numbers and compare it to the rest of the Western world, you ain't doing nothing for yourself because everybody else is actually doing something better than getting something better than what you have. While you're blaming somebody else's culture, blaming somebody else's you're blaming a woman for wanting to have a right to abortion, and you don't even think about the fact that women are dying trying to give birth. You don't even think about the fact that if you give birth to an infant that has serious health issues and the doctor can find that out early on, and you're blaming her for having an abortion, are you even going to help her with the health care when she has that child that has health complications? No, these are serious problems, and the list goes on and on and on and on when you do the comparative data from the United States and every other Western country. And that's what it's about. MAGA, Make America Great Again, was really just a lie. Because if you don't have something else to compare it to, you don't know what great means. You don't know what good means. You don't even know what bad means because you don't have anything else to compare it to. And I think that's where, as American citizens, we get robbed. I know I was robbed. I had to travel outside of the country, my own country, to be able to see something for my own eyes and not have to wait for the media to tell me about it. Because the media is not giving you those numbers. Trust me. The media, legacy media, is not giving. And you got to wonder why. Is it because they get a tax break? Is it because they're in bed with the same people that these politicians are in bed with? You got to think beyond red and blue. You got to think beyond culture. You got to start thinking about your money coming out of your pocket and your taxes that you're paying and really understand it in a detailed way, the differences,
Our company, even to the degree where we know for certain that they're driving teenage girls to the highest levels of suicide by a factor, like exponential factors, directly related to the content that they're being pushed, and they won't do anything about it.
Right.
And so, to the same degree, I think they, a lot of what you call wokeness was maybe an illegitimate, but a financial decision based on a lot of these.
Corporate psyop, maybe.
Corporate psyop.
Thank you.
I mean, by the way, exactly.
I just wanted to back up real quick. So you talked about certain people going too far. About 2.5 months ago, I visited a whites-only community in Hardy, Arkansas. And I don't know why. I guess coming from like a more like left-wing place, I'm from Seattle. I kind of assumed there was like a united front on the right for some reason. So I'm out there, I'm chilling with these dudes. They're like sword fighting, having barbecues. Overall, it was a good time for them. I had a hard time connecting with them because I don't agree with them, but it's all good. I was having fun for a couple days. And then like right as I was there, I guess you had hit them up on X or something and said like, hey, I don't want to associate with you guys. What happened there?
Well, that was really more of a personal disagreement with the guy that founded it.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an interesting project, and it's interesting that got so much pushback, this whites-only community, because you know what? If you go to a lot of these different neighborhoods in major cities, there are ethnic enclaves, and it's not like there's an explicit rule that you have to be a certain ethnicity, but we all know in Chicago and New York and LA, you got certain neighborhoods where it is 80, 90% one ethnicity.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of white people that say we kind of want something similar. I don't think there's anything.
But Nick,
okay, let's back up. If you want to talk about the histories of New York and Chicago, I feel like that was also a conscious decision that was made like after the Civil Rights Act.
Blacks only. It's in Cabrini Green, where Mayor Daley made everybody that was black live in the Cabrini Green. I mean, it's not. It wasn't by choice. It's not by choice that these ethnic enclaves are 80 or 90%, whatever that ethnicity is. It's because that's the only place in which
Exactly. He's totally got he's totally got the issue backwards. He's thinking that people want to just live like that. So you want to be thrown into a housing project, public housing for people that are unemployed.
It's a false equivalency.
Go ahead, Mike. Yeah, thanks, man.
It's a false equivalency. And they've already touched on a few topics where I will say that, Fuentes does have some points. Not that I don't think Fuentes is a fucking deplorable. Like, that man is horrendous. But he is right. I think, when it came to the
anger factor, the frustration factor.
The anger factor, the payback factor, right? I think that is where a lot of the MAGA cult now, who are still in their cult mindset because of that, right? Because of the retaliation due to Trumpism, right? And I think, the Democrats did try to punish them, and as he agreed, right? There's a difference between, a public platform choosing not to broadcast him versus, an administration choosing to enforce what free speech looks like. And for me, my remedy to that is having public funded things, right? Public funding news, public funded, even platforms when it comes to when it comes to social media. These are things that I do believe that we should have publicly funded option.
Yeah.
That would eliminate a lot of the disinformation, misinformation, and the dependency on the right
on corporate media,
to please shareholders. Exactly.
Yeah,
that's my personal take on it. Right. The solution to that going forward should be that of publicly funded platforms, right, that allow for us to have the option to not be beholden to shareholders, right? Our version of the BBC, right? Our version, taking a step further in having our version of Instagram, our version of Facebook, right? Where it is a
Well,
public platform that allows for an alternative option to the corporate shenanigans. But go ahead, B.
you know where I think Nick is wrong though, and I grew up in Washington D.C. I grew up in Capitol Hill. Actually, it's a pretty decent neighborhood, but it's a middle class neighborhood. It's pretty diverse. But D.C. when I grew up was 70% black. You see what I mean? But the focus, and where I grew up in Capitol Hill, it wasn't so much about that. We had some white guys. I grew up with a white guy. One of my best friends is a white guy. He had all the same friends I had from the same neighborhood. You know what I mean? So there's lots of different types of interactions that are going on there. And I think to define it as white and black, I think that's
he's
bad.
completely wrong.
Yeah, that's
Right?
bad.
Like he's conflating ethnicity with race.
Exactly. He's
Right?
conflating
So, like,
culture with color.
Yeah, culture comes from ethnicity, right? May that
Right.
be African American, may that be Caribbean American,
Yeah.
may that be Italian American, Irish
Right.
American.
Right.
These are all different ethnicities within a culture of America, right? So
Yeah.
obviously he has that point like beyond far wrong, right? And I think that's his.
It's a disenfranchised perspective.
I mean, it's a privileged perspective. Forget disenfranchised, right? He's speaking from a privileged perspective, right?
Oh, he
Where he's assuming that we make these enclaves because
Well, that's
we
ignorance.
want to.
Yeah, but that's
Right? I mean,
ignorance.
yeah,
That's total
it's
ignorance.
ignorance on his part. Yeah, of
But
course.
but what I mean is like by disenfranchised is, I mean, he didn't have the opportunity to witness anything but those bad elements he's claiming are black. You know what I mean? Like he's claiming black culture is public housing. It's like, come on, man.
He's assuming that. He's assuming that without understanding the nuance to why it exists.
Right.
Right? That's the bigger aspect, right? They exist, right? Like we're not going to say
But it's not the only. It's not the only thing that exists of black culture. It's not the black people and black culture. Is not the projects. It's
not.
It's crazy.
But when we look at the projects, we have to look at beyond color. Aside from that, right? Because it's the socioeconomic situation that places
what
these
it is.
places to be
You know what
high
he's doing?
crime, right?
He's doing this. If I went to a state where it's a lot of quote unquote white people, and then I went to the ghetto of the white town, and then I confused the poverty in the white town with the culture of everybody else in the state, that's what he's doing. You see what I mean? Because
that's his ignorance. That's his understanding of what black culture is, right? And not even that. He's assuming that, like, he's leaving out the biggest aspect of it, which is the economic and social factors that come along with why these enclaves exist, right? Most of them are not by choice, right? When we look at, some Chinese enclaves, right? Or Asian enclaves, chances are it's social economic, but also a language barrier.
They're
right?
just people, bro.
That allows for them to
They're just people.
Even when we look at certain enclaves in New York, where we have Hispanic enclaves, it's socioeconomics mixed with culture, but that culture comes along with another spoken language, right? And we as Americans often discriminate against anyone who doesn't speak English in the most profound way. Right? If you can't articulate your words in a certain manner, you are seen as less educated, even though some of these enclaves have some of the most educated individuals, masters and bachelors, and other forms of education that are from their own country. But we assume that if you're not from here and don't speak the most eloquent form of English, that you're ignorant, right? That you're the most that you're crime ridden, right? And so there's that nuance.
But we do that. Every group we're doing that. It's not just that happens with a ethnicity looking at another ethnicity and having some confusion, or it's happening within these groups too. within all the groups. You know, we have
The biggest factor is because it's how we see things as Americans.
yeah. We see it through
When we consider
economics,
what is American,
right?
when
Yeah.
we consider what is American, right? What is considered to be American? The first thing you will get to say is education and being educated here in particular, speaking the language, and we use that as a barometer of measuring someone's intellect, right? Versus
Yeah.
understanding them and trying to understand what level of education they have based off interactions, right? And so
In one way,
he
we
hasn't
do.
had these interactions, right?
Yeah. I
You
understand
know,
what you
like
mean.
when we speak about assimilation, that's how we define assimilation, right?
Yeah. When you look at it
And
as far as assimilation, because but that's another factor on top of the other factor.
of
You know,
course,
I got you.
exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and so when we look at that, that's his ignorance because he hasn't experienced it, right? He doesn't come from a majority Hispanic area, majority African American, majority Caribbean American, right? That's something that he has yet to experience, so he doesn't understand, right? This is the reason why when we speak on diversity amongst friends groups, that's why it's important,
Yes.
right? Because now you get a first-hand account of why those spaces exist, and he hasn't
Exactly.
had that yet,
That's what I
right?
mean by disenfranchised. You know,
Yeah,
and we have, the United States has its history, and we live partly on what the history was. Of course, it changes, it morphs, it grows with wherever the society wants it to go, right? But we come from a society where there was disenfranchisement of many people. So we're still working on that. It doesn't disappear, but we don't
But we
acknowledge
also
it,
look,
right?
but we also whitewash it, right? And that's
But
what's
hold
happening
on.
under this administration, right?
Yeah, but when today we whitewash it, but look at Martin Luther King, for example. Martin Luther King was talking about workers' rights. He was talking about disenfranchised poor white people too. He wasn't ignorant that poverty. He didn't think poverty just existed in black neighborhoods, And so
He was especially talking about DEI in the reality of the world, right? Which came along with civil rights, what came along with, proper representation in these spaces, right?
right.
It's just now we frame it as DEI, and now the right has considered that a bad taboo word that disenfranchises the white majority,
You
right?
know something? I just you just touched on something. Like I kind of see something pivotal here. Nick Fuentes made fun of the civil rights movement because of what he thought it was about, what he thought it represented, right? But he don't realize that it's one thing to have people organize and say we want our equal rights. That's one thing. But what he actually missed was the fact that in the civil rights movement, many different people got together.
Yes.
And they learned each other. So they didn't have those disenfranchised views anymore of each other. They learned, a lot of those northern people that went down south, they learned that, wait a second, they're making this kind of food over here, this dish. Wait a second, I actually know that dish in another way. It's called something else in another part, in my family's town. And we dumb ourselves down to people like Nick Fuentes that missed out on the civil rights movement. They don't understand that people had a chance to learn each other and work together, and you see that in the civil rights movement. It wasn't just one ethnicity that was a part of it. Right now. But when you break down this thing about the color thing, white, that he talks about, he's forgetting that white Americans had different cultures, quote unquote, white Americans. European Americans had different cultures among each other too. Like
it wasn't a hegemony. It was
right.
not one
and they had
collective group, right?
And they
at
had
one point
struggles.
Italians and Irish were disenfranchised, right? They were considered just as in a negative view as blacks and Hispanics were, right?
Yeah.
Until we now fast forward, they're now a part of that conglomerate that's considered white.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And so,
I'm reading the chat. Some of these people, it's just funny, man. Anyway, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, and to circle back to, when we speak about, them being, individuals being banned from certain platforms and things of that nature. Like I said, the easiest way to circumvent that is proper public funded news, right? Proper public funded solutions that allow for that alternative that isn't corporate driven, right? Because what happened then is now it's happening the same way, but for the right on an extreme level, right? It's created these enclaves of racist platforms that mask it as freedom of speech, right? And now that's hit the populace, right? Now it's become popular to race bait. It's become popular to use racial terms in a derogatory manner, right? It's become popular. And the irony of it is when it wasn't popular, you had people like Nick Fuentes champion it. And now when it is, we have him saying the
Leaving
opposite,
it.
sitting
That's
down with a person like Hunter Biden.
exactly. He's a project in the works himself. You know.
Exactly. And he also was very young. If you listen, he was, 18, 19, at the time, right? So him starting that and now him experiencing that, he's now forced to deal with what went wrong himself.
He's
right?
becoming more
Because
exposed. He's becoming more
Exactly.
exposed to reality instead of being locked in his bubble, which a lot
There
of
you
people are when you grow up in these ethnic enclaves too. And it's not just one way. It can be. I agree with him with that. Like there's a lot of different bubbles, but you have to be intelligent enough, get to the point where you understand how to work that.
How you navigate that. Yep.
How you navigate that, why that exists in the first place. And you can't do it if you're looking at for example, you can't do it if you're looking at people that are quote unquote white in America and you're thinking that they're all the same. You can't navigate that. You can't navigate this even a black project, a public project where a lot of African American or black people live. You can't navigate it if you just come with the premise that they all are the same because of their color, because they're not.
But exactly. And this is why you don't necessarily deplatform someone, because then you don't get the experience like Nick Fuentes is
that's
getting
true.
right now.
That's true.
From Hunter Biden, right?
Right.
He would not be able to have this discourse.
So he is right in that way. I get his point. If that was his point, I get it. Yeah.
Right? And so we wouldn't even have this interview, right? This back and forth to even talk about, on the left, when the left was also trying to censor hate speech or hate speech individuals, right? And so does that mean that certain platforms as private entities don't reserve the right to not platform someone? Of course.
Right.
Of course. Right. And again, this is where I speak of the alternative, right? Because the solution in my eyes, is a public funded platform, right? Because this current interview could have been had on, the closest thing we have to BBC is like PBS.
PBS, right? They're trying to defund it.
Yes, they are. That goes along with the Board of Education, but we're not going to even talk on that topic right now. But, that's where if we robustly were able to fund it, we would have these figures having these conversations, having these debates on the public platform without it being monetized, without it being sensationalized, because that is mostly what we're seeing now, right? Sensationalism. Right? How can I get this clip? How can I monetize this? Where when we publicly fund this, the need for it won't be sensationalism, right? It'll be educational, right? And there will be parameters, just like he said. This is what you can do. This is what you can't do. When we fund those things like a public platform, we're allowed to do that. But as long as it's always driven by corporatism, we're never going to have that, because it's always going to be based off of money. Right. So in my personal solution would be to publicly fund both a news media, right, or a news platform, also with a social media platform. That is how we combat disinformation, misinformation, sensationalism, right, clip farming. That is how we stop that, right? Or mitigate it. We'll never be able to stop it so long as it's monetizable, but that is how we can combat the misinformation and disinformation. Do we think it's a coincidence that, public platforms like PBS are being defunded? It's not. It's not.
It's not.
Because that is the solution, right? That is if anyone else in the chat could give me another solution, great, but I'm more solution based than blame oriented, right? Because that doesn't get us to the progressiveness where we can solve situations like this, right? Or get us to the place where we can have the proper discourse that allows for us to move properly versus just that swinging pendulum of far left, far right, right? And it combats misinformation and disinformation, right? We won't have to question.
Michael, I think that's some of the frustration with the right sphere, and the right leaning influencer sphere, is they just don't have a lot of solutions. They don't really have a lot of real policies and how to attack these things. And when I look at Nick, he seems like just a classic example of someone who fell for a giant scam called conservatism. And here he's lived a completely liberal life. He has all these freedoms, but I just really, when I know the backstory, I feel he really did fall for that giant scam that started on a radio show in Sacramento by Rush Limbaugh and Tom Sullivan. And here you have this young man who kind of got into this wave, but it took him a little while to kind of come around that it wasn't real, that everything that he was championing, everything that he was selling, it didn't stand for anything. So now he kind of looks like a fool in a lot of ways, but then again, he has these very good analysis skills, so he's breaking down the real issue. But then again, you can't overlook the fact that he very much fell for a scam.
Oh, no. I definitely believe. I think he is a product, and this is why he is so popular amongst young men, right? Young white males. He is considered a very big figure point for young white males in America, right? And I think that he did fall for conservatism, or, the heaviness on that conservative spectrum. But I also do think that he's smart enough to play the grift, right? I think he also fell into that aura of sensationalism.
Well, that's where the money is.
Of course, but
he fell for capitalism. He fell for capitalism.
Exactly.
Yeah, too much of it.
If I say something outlandish, I am going to get headlines. I'm going to make headlines. I'm going to grow my base, right?
And you know what else he's going to do? He's going to pay his rent.
Oh, I mean, pay his rent, buy a house.
Buy a house. Exactly. I think that's the problem right there, man. But you said that, people are rewarded even if they're spreading lies. Even if they
exactly, there's actually a huge market within black influencers right now where they're paying them about $10,000 a month, which is a lot more than they could probably make in the private sector. So here, are they fighting against their own interest? Well, yeah, on a certain level, on a grand level, but personally, they have to eat and pay rent just like everyone else.
Which is sad. It is really sad because I myself, I don't understand it. I don't know if my opportunities have been a little better, but then again, I took chances. I did things with my life that were a little different. I never made, of course, I always need money. Everybody needs money, right? But that wasn't the main thing. I kept my principles in the relationships I allowed.
You have morals.
Your
morals don't supersede,
exactly,
right? Your need for money or your want for money, right? And this is the current day and age that we live in, and why grifting and sensationalism is monetizable, right? And in the social media age, with shortened attention spans, cuts to education, it becomes the norm, and in fact it's pushed, right? And that's why I'll circle back to my initial thought. Properly public funded platforms that allow for the proper nuance when it comes to these things, right? We do not have a set source that we can point to that isn't sensationalized, right? We see it with CNN. We definitely see it with Fox News, right? Where these panels are made up of both left and right sensationalism, right? They say things to clip farm, right? Whether that's on both sides, mainly the right, but it does happen even on platforms like CNN. It's the reason why they have these debate circles, right? It's clip farmable, it's monetizable, it's sensational, right? And that's what keeps the attention of a lot of a shortened attention span in this social media age, right? But again, if we properly funded a public platform to combat this disinformation, misinformation, sensationalism, and clip farming, we would actually be able to have more nuance and more of a less of a far left, far right, and speak more from an educational standpoint.
You know
right?
what I would
We'd
like?
be able to point to-
Go
go
ahead. And, well, I would like to see Nick Fuentes, right, have, and also maybe Hunter Biden. I would like to see them have, for example, a Black American on that program, one that doesn't discriminate against people, right? I would like to see them have a Muslim, right, also on that program. All the people that Nick Fuentes said bad things about, right? I would like to see them participating in that, right?
You know what you mean? A public platform to do that.
To do that, because I think it will.
Otherwise, you're not going to get it because it's not monetizable, right? You have if you have far outrage from the right wing, or you have far outrage from the left wing. Platforming, okay, so you can have far outrage from the left for platforming someone who's considered, anti-Semite, right? You're gonna have, pushback from the right for platforming a Muslim, right? It'll never happen in the current corporate structure that we have in media. It won't happen. It just won't happen.
It's sad because it's so sad because it really, to me, it does say disenfranchised. They may not see themselves that way, right? But I mean, you really live in a small world where it's one thing to be proud of your culture, your ethnicity, for whatever. I would say culture even more so, maybe not ethnicity, because ethnicity is not a guaranteed. Everyone in the ethnic group doesn't do great things. You know what I'm saying? But culture is one thing. I think that's fair for everyone to have a sense of, right? But to think that it's better than somebody, that makes you better than someone else, right? I think is a problem, because my experience has been like traveling around. I see similarities with other groups of people with my ethnicity, but that's only because I've had a chance to go around the United States, right? At a pivotal time in my life, go outside of the United States and actually see that, wait a second, man. I'll give you an example. At one time, I met a lot of Danes in rural areas in Denmark, outside of Copenhagen. Copenhagen is more like DC. It's a city, right? But outside, it is not the same exactly, right? And a lot of the people outside, they reminded me a lot of African Americans, bro. I'm serious. I'm talking about what is going on in the brain, but you only come to that. You only can get to that part when you actually break your barriers, where you go out and see for yourself, and you sit there and you just pay attention and you observe, right? You find out that, man, at the end of the day, people are just people. People might have different ethnicities. People might have different culture, but culture and ethnicity is they're only survival tools. They're not special. You do what is good in a space just because that's how you survive. If you have a certain people, for example, everybody has a certain kind of bread they make. Everybody does. If you go to Canada, they make this certain kind of bread, pancake. I forget the name of it. A specific kind of pancake. They put pate on it, liver pastille. In Danish, they call it leverpastej, liver paste, right? But in Canada, they call it something else. They put, but everybody has their different kind of bread. Why does everybody have a different kind of bread made out of something different? Why is that? Right? But everybody eats bread. Everybody got their certain kind of beans. Everybody does. Everybody has a certain kind of bean dish. Doesn't matter where you go. Every group of people have a certain kind of alcohol they make in their ethnic group. Why is that? You see what I mean? Everyone has certain, but these dishes and the way they make it in Canada, maybe in a certain part of Canada, their bread is because of the things they have access to. That's why they make it that way.
You know what that takes to understand? Education. You know where they'll get that education from? A publicly funded platform. We could circle back to the civil rights era, right? Where they were platforming people like Malcolm X on the same platform they were platforming people like James Baldwin, right? And even if they had decisive views within that time frame, right? You know, they were still platformed, they were still interviewed, right? And again, I think we won't get those nuanced conversations that allow for the progression of America.
I give you an example. I give you an example.
Oh,
go ahead.
To cut you off.
No, go
Remember,
ahead.
Malcolm X was a part of the Nation of Islam, right? Do we think that a public platform who allows for a person like, you know, a Zoran or anyone else who is of Muslim descent but is also American, to have that platform to be able to speak and have those tough questions, not softball questions, tough questions, to be able to take a stance and understand that stance? Do we think that Islamophobia would be as strong as it is today? Do we think racism would be as strong as it is today? No, because individuals would be getting platformed and the country would be getting educated on the nuances of it, which kill biases and kill negativity and kill hatred. Go ahead, B.
Yeah. I agree 100%, man. I was just going to give another example, you know, because we all give our examples in different ways. But I appreciate what you said. I understand 100%.
And that you guys, that's how I feel about Mamdani. I feel like he doesn't buy into the scam. He doesn't let the scam take him over. And when these reporters come to him with these just outrageous questions, you know, does Israel have the right to exist? You know, it's like, come on, the guy's trying to run New York City. You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's in a certain way, it's just like, why are you even asking me that? You know, exactly. And I think a lot of Democrats need to, you know, not get caught
Evaluate
up, you know,
that.
not fall for it. See what I'm saying? And I think Mamdani's kind of brilliant that way.
Yeah, and Republicans, like, what are they talking about? I mean, does Israel have the right to exist? Right, that's one question. But do Americans have the right to exist? I mean, there's a lot of Americans that got it really bad out on the street, bro. Like, you know, do you have just the right? That would be great if you could go downtown, knock on the government's door and say, hey, motherfucker, I have a right to exist. Give me my goddamn snap. I want my fucking apartment right now. I have a right to exist. Give me, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? It's such a funny thing. But back to that, I'm going to play some more. But back to that, I just feel like when I hear this, it's great that they're having a conversation. It needs to be had, and I'm happy that they're having a conversation because it does represent a journey that Nick Fuentes has had, and also it gives people an opportunity to move somewhere else from where they were. You know what I mean? So he's an avenue for others on the right that are like him in his age group or whatever, you know, that had those experiences to take a step further into something else, right? So I appreciate that, and how that's going to look is going to look different from different demographics of people, right? But so we all kind of need to be on that journey, especially in the U.S. I think right now it's so important. You know, some of us have already segued that. Some of us already know about that and know that, wait a second, however this person feels, at the end of the day, whatever the feelings they're having are not special. They're feelings that everybody has groups in their demographic that feel that way. Everybody has people that feel left behind. Everybody feels that way. Everybody has groups of people that might, you know, because of their own situation, might resent someone else that's doing better than them. You know what I mean? And want to scapegoat it, you know? So it is, once you get around and you get a chance to observe different people, you kind of can see some of the solutions and see that, wait a second, this person is having a particular type of problem, but it's not a problem I haven't seen with other groups of people. I know what that problem is. They might look different from me, but I know what that problem is. So it gives you a head up in approaching them and maybe trying to make a different outcome out of the situation, you know. But if you don't have that ability and have that experience behind you to where you can reason through it, you know, you just end up being in the same box and nobody gets anywhere with it, you know. And when you look at the United States, some of these conversations, man, it's like, damn, you still in that same box, yo? Like, are you crazy? 2026, you're in that box? That's a suffering place to be. That's how I look at it. Like, wow, and I can say that for myself because look, I'm African American. I love my town. Where I'm from, Washington, D.C., I love it. I also have some different ancestry in me also, right? But I grew up in D.C., right? But here's the thing. You know, I live in another country. So I've been able to bridge some of those things. And the way I've been able to bridge Danish culture is by just seeing them as people. You know what I'm saying? Like seeing them as just having the same needs and wants as anybody else. You see what I mean? No matter how they express it, I'm able to reason through that and see like, wait a second, this person, you know, I can see that they're not all the same. They're all going through they're all in different stages. Just when you talk about the ethnic Danish population, they're not unilaterally the same. Some are doing better than others. Some come from different parts of Denmark. Some come from different educational, you know, families come from different statuses. You know, some are wealthier than others. Some are your hometown basic, might come from poorer backgrounds in Denmark. So they have that diversity even among themselves, you know, and you can see it reflected. I can see many of the same issues from my group, ethnic group, in a lot of Danes, you know what I'm saying? So, but in any case, let me play some more of this. I don't, you know, it is good, and I want to rob people that are watching from seeing this. So let's hear some more, see where they go with this.
They had an opportunity to live unbothered, or where they were told that they had to live because of the historical fact that they could not move into other neighborhoods. You could not move into parts of South Chicago without, you know, being stoned.
Right.
Literally, right?
Yeah.
And so, like so it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice. You know, and so that
also ethnic enclaves do exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like, you know, there is like places that are chocolate, like South Philly's full of Italians.
There's
you know,
there's Little Italy and there's Little Korea.
So I think the issue, I always like, what confused me the most about the whites only community is like, there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. You know, so like to establish a unified white culture with a place so diverse and full of like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me. Because that could mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what European enclave you originated from. Like, we're Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to like, you know, surfers in San Diego or even like, you know, Italian Americans in Staten Island? I don't know. Everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on shared like cultural practices, but more the exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't like stoked on being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out in major cities in the country, and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti, and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture, and they do their, you know, cultural festivals and that sort of thing, and white people feel like they're being pushed out, and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way about...
you know, I just wonder what part of the U.S. is Nick Fuentes going to, man? Because I know New York is very different. But when I go to New York, everybody's got their different community. Italians, Polish, Jamaicans, Haitians, who else? Chinese. It's just like Puerto Ricans, Dominicans. I mean, it's like, where does it stop? Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't stop in New York. So I just really wonder, where is he feeling like there's not these ethnic enclaves? Because I know they exist in New York. I've been to even in maybe in DC they don't exist so much, right? But DC's the smallest major city in the country, right? So that's also different. But in the other larger major cities, Baltimore, you have these different demographics in Baltimore, even, man.
But he's conflating ethnicity with race. That's the whole problem.
He's confusing. So he doesn't see that, and he's missing a lot. He's missing a lot of American history, bro, and a lot of America.
Black and white, and not the shades of gray that ethnicity brings, right? Ethnicity brings different cultures, different foods, different languages versus color, which doesn't do either, right?
Yeah.
So
doesn't do
that's
either,
where
bro.
again, that's his ignorance. That's his ignorance based off his lack of lived experience. I would attest to that, right? Like I could say that much, right? He hasn't again, circle back to what we spoke about before. He hasn't lived around a Muslim. He hasn't lived around someone of Jewish descent. He hasn't lived around, people of Indian descent. He hasn't lived, right? He hasn't, and New York is a prime example of that, right? You become ethnically aware, right? You can guess someone's ethnicity just by having a basic conversation with them, right? I took an Uber and he was Yemenis, right? I got off, right? And I was in the middle of Little Caribbean, right? Where there's Haitians, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, right? All within a similar culture, but all different ethnicities, right?
Yeah.
So he hasn't experienced that. And so that's his ignorance, right? And I think this is a prime example
And they
for
have
him to learn. And
they have conversations about each other. You know what I'm saying? They have, they have positives and difficult. They have, so it's like he misses all of that. And I just think about it like I get it now because he's part of the American project of color. So he's still suffering from that. Whereas though everybody in America, in the United States, doesn't suffer from it exactly the same way.
No.
To the same degree.
Everyone does suffer the way he does. And this is what happens in rural red America.
Right. But that's what I mean. Like he sees it.
Yeah.
He's the construct that was created. Yeah. The one that was created in the United States that stayed there, that was really, really strong is you're white and you're black. All you ethnicities they made that project. You know what I mean? And that's a relatively new project. You know what I mean? Like that's not the history of the U.S. The U.S. had different ethnicities, and he ran his family.
This is the same history that's been taught since after the Civil War.
Right. That's what I mean.
This is how red individuals in red states view what it means to be American, and in that lens that Nick Fuentes is explaining exactly.
So he left
this is where
that.
They're allowed to have xenophobia, right? This is where they're allowed to have Islamophobia.
But his identity changed.
Racism.
But his identity molded completely. It's from like where you could see Hunter Biden and his dad. They talk about their family being Irish immigrants, right? He's not. They're aware of that. And to be aware of a family that's of Irish ancestry is to also be aware in the United States that there were different European groups that they may not have always gotten along either. So, but Nick's not. He's part of the project that like gave the rest of that up and became more of a color group than ethnicity.
He gave up anything. It's what is like that is the reality. That's what happens in red America. Biden, his dad was, Hunter Biden, his dad was a politician for the longest, right? Even in the civil rights era. So this is something that he's been for a while. He's been forced to understand whether he agreed with it or not. We obviously don't know, and obviously I would assume so, yes. But he was forced to understand the nuances of American history as his dad was an active politician, right? And navigating that through legislation, actually, right? And so that's something that, again, rural America, you have to understand. I was reading a book, whatever. The author is from a very rural town, and his description was really, you are born and die in your red state, right? Where you never experience the world. You live the world through whispers of people who come into your town and vaguely describe what another city is like, what another state is like, what another country is like. And so when we're looking at deep red America, that they don't experience that at all. at all. They live off of, off of someone's experience, off of someone else's lived experience or biased experience, and they take that in the worst way and run with it. They don't understand. These are people who've never sat down with anyone of any other ethnicity and any other religion at that, right? They're going to the same church. The people that they see at this church, they are going to grow up and die in that same city, state, town, and never experience what it is to be alongside a Muslim, alongside a Jewish individual, alongside a Hindi. They have no clue. And so that breeds hate because they just don't understand. They don't know. They've never experienced it. And that is what MAGA has played off of so well. And it's their core base because they are ignorant to it. And ignorant means just not knowing. But go ahead, V.
Yeah, I agree. I know what you mean, man. It's, I call it like a very extreme disenfranchisement, but yeah, I agree 100%. It's problematic, if you want to, first of all, a great way to navigate America, the United States, is to know something about the place you're navigating, to know something about its history, to be able to talk about it, to be able to reference it. You see what I mean? No matter what part it is. You see what I mean? To, even though maybe it's not, maybe I'm living in a dream because everybody's not so knowledgeable about even the part of America they live in. Look at DC. Like, for example, I was encouraged to know a lot about DC history. Right? Everybody in DC maybe wasn't encouraged to know a lot about DC history. So if somebody comes to DC, I can talk and navigate the different parts of it, the histories, to know that different groups of people, like Polish people, used to live in Anacostia, bro. And then when I grew up, that Anacostia was all black. That used to be Polish part of town. You know what I'm saying? And the other part of DC, Northwest, where it's all the rich people today, that used to be where most of the African Americans lived in DC, like the western side. Like it's crazy. So the whole city has changed. Then you had German immigrants that lived in DC. You had Italian immigrants. You had Irish immigrants, families that also lived in DC, like for a long time, generational. Now. It's like that, but that's just one example when you're navigating ethnicity. That's not the only part of knowing a city or its history, right? But you can take that type of framework and take it anywhere else. How did northern Maine develop, for example? How did Colorado develop, for example? How did Arizona? When I went to Arizona in 2019, I was lucky enough to get a tour. A guy there, God rest in peace. A good guy, actually, that is a good brother that actually passed away there, named Andre. He gave me a tour. He was working on a project with a professor there that was working on the African American population history in Arizona, right? And in Tucson, right? Specifically, right? But he actually knew a lot more than that, right? So he took me on a tour and I met like some Italian dudes that was down there, man. And he's like, seriously, in Arizona, I learned a lot about Arizona just through meeting this guy. He educated me about a lot, right? About history in Tucson specifically, right? But the thing about it is that when you take interest in people and in a place, people feel like you taking interest in, and you respect them too. So when you can, like I heard Nick say, they won't like you, or he felt like he couldn't go into these areas. But I guarantee you, man, it helps a lot when you know something a little bit about the places where you're going and you can show it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying now, obviously, if you go into a crime infested area where there's crime happening, you might not want to expect that that's the safest place, right? But outside of that experience, when people know that you bother to learn a little bit of something about them, they're more likely to receive you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's been my experience. When I went to Colombia, had the same experience. I didn't even speak Spanish really, but I knew something about Colombia. So when I did come across a Colombian that could understand a little English, I could display that to them. And you know what? They embraced that, like right off the bat. Same thing in Denmark. Same thing in a lot of places. Every place I go. Germany, I went to Germany. It's important to know things about the places where you are and the places you want to go. It's important to take interest in these things, you know. But having said that, let's play some more, man. I can only navigate the conversation from my personal experience. You know, I'm sure it might differ from person to person, but all right, let's play some more of this. I like where they're going with this though so far. I liked where they landed at that point. So let's hear some more.
Italian festival that happens in every city.
Well, here's a good example.
Or St. Patrick's Day.
Well, you know, there's no Irish neighborhood in Chicago. Little
sure
Italy.
There is.
I mean, there's some remnant in Bridgeport.
Yeah. It's important to note that, like, and I'm not trying to get into like a shouting match here, but like, you know, as a family coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the 60s because of black migration from the South after the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical strip mall suburbs that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
Yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. You know, my grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago when, after MLK got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground. Yeah. And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why were the riots?
MLK Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so does that justify burning down the city?
No, I didn't say it justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger. The same kind of anger that you feel about being left out. The same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you don't have a place in society. Imagine if you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968 and saw your hero be assassinated.
I saw Trump get shot in the ear and...
Did he?
And I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and I didn't see any cities get burned down. It's funny how that works.
I think it's a very, very, very different thing.
Yeah, but I saw January 6th. You know, January 6th was that. That's what that was for them. You know what I mean? And it's like, and they, you know, I think Nick Fuentes, let me let it play some more. He shows how much he can't connect with another group of people that are just like him, that had the same feelings he has. That's what's odd. I hope this changes him, you know?
I think
how's that different? Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals celebrated all over social media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
But
he's got a transgender boyfriend.
Does that make him liberal? Because he's transgender? Because he's gay?
So. Well, because he's got a transgender boyfriend, yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal?
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct? Mm-hmm. And grew up in a Mormon household, and he went to a largely Mormon college, and he ended up committing an act of violence, according to the FBI and the authorities in Utah that charged him. How does that in any way compare to what we're talking about? I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin Luther King, but you're saying that person, this Tyler, whoever his name is was as disenfranchised as the African-American community in 1968 in inner cities?
Well, the question is who we want to live around.
I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And in the 1960s, the West Side burns down. We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a city that's burning down.
That's not when the white flight happened.
It is. It was a big response to it. Absolutely.
100% not.
Absolutely.
You make these historical connections that don't exist. Part of it was potentially, but before that, what Mayor Daley did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South, blacks in the South coming to Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation and racism that occurred in the South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a situation in which you're feeling in any way enfranchised by the community and the situation that you're in. And as many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their neighborhood as the violence that occurred after the assassination of Martin Luther King. So the numbers actually, pre-1968 when King was shot, you had more people leave the city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not true. I think that the race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay, so what's your point about all of this?
Well, we're talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So like what in 2026?
Well, how about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
It didn't?
No. I mean, there were
BLM didn't destroy dozens of structures.
If you guys need a physical witness to what happened in Minneapolis, there were many structures that burned to the ground. Not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the south side that did burn to the ground. But most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago, it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, let's say, the anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
they were looting. They were looting and carjacking. The criminals.
Are you saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by black people, and it's black people that are doing it?
Yeah. I mean, the problem with Austin Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago is that the Magnificent Mile is gone. Water Tower Place is gone because of all the crime.
Nick, and the time from an entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
what are you talking about, Nick?
Because they commit crime. And listen, it's not...
Nick.
What?
That's not true. It's not true. Are you saying that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans? Nick, you could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And so what you're trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old white kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjackings, shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no business on the Mag Mile anymore, and it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the biggest victims of the black crime. But we're not allowed to talk about it because of the racial
dimension. What do you mean
dimension.
you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here.
Hey guys,
you have a platform in which millions of people listen to you, Nick.
Well, after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed it. You're right. We could talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys won.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you about. We also just launched our own streaming platform called C5.now. People who love the rodents of Charm City. Documentary number. He's the top race, got nothing to do with money, but this is kind of a crazy stat. So in 2019, before COVID, 76% of Americans said they were a part of an in-person community that gave them some kind of value. After COVID, and this year, it was 19%. So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online, and more division. I understand. I feel like you guys aren't going to agree. I want to talk about what you guys think can be done on an individual and community level to stop people from hating each other and to create more belonging and engagement.
Well, number one, I think this. Okay, for real.
Podcasting.
No, not podcasting, this discussion. For me to be able to sit down with someone who I so vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground.
But I mean, guy at home who's watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about. It's all about connection. It is all about actually connecting with people. And I'm not talking about digitally connecting with people anonymously online. I'm talking about actually going out and connecting with people. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't, any of us. We're in look, man, I just think that you are targeting the wrong problem, Nick. I think that our biggest problem right now doesn't have to do with this cultural divide or racial divide or religious divide or the idea that America is becoming less white or culturally relevant anymore. I think our biggest problem is literally an oligarchy that is inflaming every single division that we have.
And
by the way, and they're out for you, man.
Yeah.
Just as much as anybody else.
Well, and I agree.
So those platforms that we talk about that you're not allowed to be on because Elon's out on the platform. Elon doesn't give a shit about anything other than one thing.
But Hunter, I just want to say real quick.
Money and his money.
I don't necessarily even agree with that.
Okay, well, you may not agree with that because you don't want to piss off Elon Musk.
Elon doesn't even like me, but I just disagree.
You're talking about the oligarchy, right? Like these billionaires, right? Like the goal of corporate capture of these industries is community collapse. They are trying to engineer things to make it antisocial. They want to eliminate every single small business. They want to make everyone a single person shopper, no carpooling, like to be a lonely consumer who only buys things for themselves online and doesn't talk to anyone in real life. That's what they want in real life. Like all this data center shit, like everything they're doing is in a way trying to break up in-person engagement. And I feel like for you guys, might be hard to answer because both of you guys are what they call like controversial public figures. Like there's places that you, like in 2018, if you were to go to a dive bar in, let's say, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, you would have been in danger. You know what I mean? At that time. For you were in danger physically in a left-wing city. It's just the truth. So I feel like you guys have been deprived of the ability to have normal lives. You especially, you know, but I mean you in general, but I feel like, you know, your controversies came a little bit later in life. For you, I feel like you haven't even been able to grow up as a normal person. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's true. Well, and in terms of, you know, building community back and everything like that, you know, the data says that really the loss of society is the fact that we don't encounter people anymore. For example, on your way to work or, you know, in ways that are unexpected. People wake up in their house, which is separate from everybody else. They get in their car by themselves, drive to work by themselves, you know, and then they meet with their colleagues and everything, but then they go right home, go home, have a beer, watch Netflix until they go to bed. Next day starts all over again. And so, you know, I think it has a lot to do with maybe how we structure the cities. I think honestly, a big part of it, there's like this abundance mindset with liberals. Liberals want to have prosperity and everything like that. How can you have that when the cities are not safe? I think that one of the ways, for example, if you want to have those encounters that are unplanned or spontaneous, they're going to happen maybe on the subway, on the bus, on your way to work. People don't want to ride the subway anymore.
Why doesn't he actually listen to what liberals say instead of tell liberals what they want? That means you're not really communicating. Because if you listen to liberals, they will pretty much tell you that one of the things that he talks about crime a lot. They will tell you that one of the major reasons why you have so much crime is because of either lack of education, lack of the jobs that come from a lack of education, and lack of a fair playing field. Like there's a lot of people that are disenfranchised still economically. That's simple. And again, I will say this. If you just bother to not be so egofied as an American, look at how other Western countries approach the same history, the same problem. You might get some tips in how you resolve the problems in the U.S. You know, I mean, to be honest, poverty is not only a problem in the United States of America, right? So why is it that people are still beating themselves around the bush trying to figure out, you know, how to resolve some of these issues? You look at a lot of other countries and you say, why is there universal health care in Europe? Why is there basically 90% access across Europe? You know, some countries it's 100%, but if you put all European countries together, it's 90% have access to higher education. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that people have voted for, or the governments have instituted more social programs? Why do you think that is? That's because they came out just a couple of generations ago out of extreme poverty. That is why. That's actually the reason why. And I don't understand why somebody said because Europeans are superior. Well, if you American and you're trying to figure out why we haven't solved any problems, and they have, yeah. But here's the thing. When you're dealing with poverty, because in Europe, we're not talking about poverty of another ethnic group. We're talking about poverty of European ethnic groups, right? So these things, they said, you know what? It's not fair. There was far too many people that were wealthy in Europe, and the vast majority of people were not. They were living in hard times. right? So they said, how are we going to deal with this? We have to try to level the playing field a little bit. That's what we have to do. And so that's why they have those things. It helps level the playing field. The United States is still the only country sitting there twiddling their fingers trying to figure it out. And Nick Fuentes is the perfect example, you know. I don't understand, you know, I appreciate him having the conversation because on the bigger level, it is helping. But it's amazing to hear how much he still hasn't figured out. And it's his fault because he's affluential. If he wanted to learn from some other Western countries, he could fucking learn. Come on, Nick. I mean, not that I want you to do this, but, you know, take a trip around, man. Maybe you should try South America, man. How about that? Go down there and, you know, hang out. And I don't know. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to bring any bad luck to anybody by suggesting this dude should go to the country and fuck it up, right? But I mean, really, like, it's his fault because he's affluential now. He shouldn't be this ignorant. I mean, you know, he could read it in a book. Why don't he just pick up a book and say, what made Europe decide to have universal health care, more fair housing programs, and universal education? Why? Just ask the question. There's books about it, man.
Or people don't want to ride the bus. They don't
I just feel
like
that
it's
if
safe.
you look at the data, like right now, 2026, I think 2025 had the lowest homicide rate of any year in America for like the past 4 years. I feel like if you compare data from the 90s, like the cities, I get what you're saying, but the cities I have noticed are a lot safer. They're also, you know, becoming more expensive as well. It could have something to do with it.
You're absolutely right. It's what you're saying, Nick, is impossible to refute, right? Because everybody has an experience with violence or witnessing a crime, or whether it's just in their local newspaper or not, is that I don't think that is in any way limited to only urban environments. I take the top 10 poorest red states in the country, and their crime rates are 10 times.
Exactly. Why is it that Nick doesn't see that? He's in proximity of it. Why doesn't he read it? Why doesn't he know that? And this is the crazy thing. Liberals actually want to help people in those situations too. And it's people like Nick Fuentes that's stopping them, yo. And it's their politicians because they're trying to pretend like all the poverty is in the fucking urban cities and shit in liberal towns. It's like, come on, man, wake up. Wake up. Is Kentucky a goddamn liberal state? It's the 6th poorest state in the country. You know, and poverty might look different, but it looks bad there. It's not like it's a nice time in Appalachia. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's poor people. Poor. Wait a second. Do I need to show people how poor? You know, like, really. You know, we talking about poor. A poor level, layers of generational poverty. Generational poverty. You know, poverty, they just found... I don't know how many of you normally watch this program, but maybe like a week ago, one of the shows we did, it was about a family that was discovered by accident, pretty much. The police, the father, one of the fathers, he was living, a mother and a father and 12 kids were living with the grandparents, right? A mother and a father and 12 kids were living with the grandparents. The father went out and did something indecently, exposed himself by chance or something. I don't know what he was doing. They never explained that. Maybe taking a piss somewhere in the public. I don't know what it was. It could be worse. But he got a fine by the police and he didn't show up to court. Something like that. So the police came to his house trying to find out what the hell is going on. And you know what they discovered inside? They discovered, and we're talking about quote unquote, because I don't want to get this wrong, quote unquote, a white American family in rural Appalachia in Ohio. They knocked on the door and they found 12 kids locked in a room with feces all on the floor, urine, feces on the floor, 12 from the ages of 1.5 to 18 years old. The 18-year-old could not even identify her name written on a piece of paper. She could not write. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, Master.
Poverty.
Yeah, Master. We had a similar case a few years ago, and this one was even worse.
Right. Is this a liberal town? No, Appalachia, the town voted for Trump. You know what I'm saying? the town in Ohio voted for Trump. It's a Trump enclave. You know what I mean? So it's like, why doesn't Nick know this? You know, and I just really, at some point, MAGA has to look at themselves. Just start caring about yourself. Start caring about your community. Start caring about the poverty, man. If you don't even acknowledge it, you can't do anything about it. It's crazy, man. And Nick Fuentes, he's so you're right. Actually, Mike, you're right. Because Michael said, man, he's privileged. I called him disenfranchised. No, he's actually privileged. Because apparently
he's privileged.
He don't even want to know where the poor people live. What the fuck?
Exactly.
Yeah. He's like a giant ball of hypocrisy, because he's a mix between all kinds of different cultures, and yet he's still benefited from the current system. So it's kind of hard to read him. Like, what exactly has got you so upset?
He is, because he's part Latino. He's a
quarter Mexican.
He's a quarter Mexican.
He's a quarter Mexican.
Hating Mexicans and shit. A quarter Mexican calling himself white.
He's a self-hating individual, right?
Man, it is crazy. He's all just
exactly.
Man, it's. But anyway, let's play some more, because us talking about him may not help. People may hate us because they may look at us like we privileged, because we are. But we not stupid. See, that's the difference. You know, we care to want to know. All right, so let's go.
What many urban centers are.
So you'd be comparing like West Virginia, coal country, disenfranchised to like an urban neighborhood.
Yeah, in terms of per capita crime, in terms of per capita murder, in terms of per capita child sexual abuse. Yeah, I think the things that people really care about, you know.
Let's rewind that.
Red state.
It took Hunter Biden to break that shit down to Nick Fuentes. Look.
In the country, and their crime rates are 10 times what many urban centers are.
So you'd be comparing like West Virginia, coal country, disenfranchised to like an urban neighborhood.
Yeah, in terms of per capita crime, in terms of per capita murder, in terms of per capita child sexual abuse. Yeah. I think the things that people really care about, you know, things like that, is their own personal safety.
Yeah.
It is not limited to African American urban or Latino American urban environments. It's not. It exists. Carjackings do happen.
Thank you. See, once Americans get past this, then they going somewhere. Then we can go somewhere together. You know, but I tell you what, Republicans don't have people that are willing to tell people the truth to their own constituents. Like, come on. The problem isn't the difference is not really a lot. There's really little difference. The problem is the goddamn politicians, boy. They make it sound like it's totally different. It's like, so people can't work together.
But you know where they happen? They happen in Biloxi, Mississippi, just as much as they happen in Chicago.
We don't. This is a rare opportunity of them being platformed. But yeah, go ahead, Vic.
No, say that again. Say that again.
I said we also don't platform it, right? This is a rare opportunity where they are platformed, right? And it can burst that bubble, or at least force that thought process to kill that level of ignorance that Nick has, right?
Absolutely. And you know what? They get more views than us, so it's even more important. Look, they have 1,246,000 views on this video. So
with less than 24 hours. Yeah.
Right, in less than 24 hours. So I'm actually happy to see this conversation. Yeah. Let's let it play some more. Yeah. Even though we doing this shit every day, but let's let it roll. We just don't have any right wingers that's willing to hop up. Where you at, right wingers?
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Let's drop the link for us. Any right wingers that want to hop up and go over the data. Let's go.
Latino American urban environments. It's not. It exists. Carjackings do happen, but you know where they happen? They happen in Biloxi, Mississippi, just as much as they happen in Chicago.
I'm skeptical of that.
I mean, I just think the idea of safety at risk, crime has been. I feel like media has overblown the level of danger.
Everybody's going to fact check both of us on this, and but I agree with you. But my point about all of it is that you can always point to a reason, Nick. There's never been a time in which there hasn't been crime in major urban areas where you pack a lot of people in. You're right, though, is that the difference between us feeling like each other were our neighbors and that we can find some common ground is the fact, you can live in existence now and by the time you're 56 years old and never really have to leave your house to make a living, you don't go to the community center anymore. And I don't know how to fix that. And I certainly don't know how to fix it in the age of AI.
Right? Because community is like an essential human need, if not the most important thing. So when you are deprived of that, you're more likely to look for a radical solution and be like, everything's broken, we need to try something really out there. So you might embrace something more reactionary on left or right to be like, fuck this, we need something new. And I'm not trying to draw this like male loneliness, like incel pipeline that the media tries to do all the time. But do you see a connection there between like people being lonely and having less friends and subcultural choice taking over community value systems or community engagement and people just like driving to the extreme?
100%. I think social dislocation is probably the number one problem of our times, because you look at the young people and you're right, it is one of those essential human needs is to connect and have that sense of familiarity, to be seen, to see and to be seen. And that's something young people don't have. And I think, by the way, you look at the way young people socialize and even the mentality, I think a lot of young people have this absolute drive to go to college. Why? It's an extension of high school. And what do high school and college have in common? It's a community. You're in the quad. You can see and be seen. There's sort of like a status, reputation. You're constantly involved with other people. And I think everybody, young people, look at when they graduate from college like falling off a cliff and now life is over. Because now you just have your job, the gym, and going back home, and that's it. And this is why a lot of young people then want to move to the big cities. Got to go to New York, got to go to Chicago or LA where it's happening. And they want to get...
You know what he's talking about? He's talking about extreme capitalism. That's what he's talking about. Extreme capitalism, where that is that experience. If you're lucky enough to be able to pay for college or get through college in the US, once you get out of there, you can hit that. It could be like a cliff because there's nothing else there. But I'm gonna be honest with you. In a lot of other Western countries, there is something else there. I'm just telling you straight up. People, it's not a matter of whether you find a job fast. Did you know something? I'm going to tell you something. This is really crazy. But in Denmark, right, you actually can be in a union when you're in school. You can be in a union. So when you get out of school and you can't find a job, you get unemployment, right? Some people actually might take their 5 weeks vacation and go travel somewhere outside of Denmark. See what's going on. Like, I'm not bullshitting you. I'm not bullshitting you at all. And I think that's the thing in the United States. Now, Denmark's a capitalistic country. It's just that the Danes believe in a larger social net. That's all that is. And from my experience living here, I could see the difference in that. Like, getting a job is important and it's what you want to do. But that critical middle ground, it's good that he brought that up. We need to work on that middle ground. Not only do we need to work on more access to education, but we need to work on the middle ground too. The middle ground shouldn't have to be so devastating, in the U.S. And I think all of that could be imagined if we stop imagining making sure Elon Musk gets more tax breaks. Simple,
Get a condo or an apartment downtown because they want to go to the bar scene, extend college a little bit longer. And I think that's just not really a sustainable way to have a society. There has to be a way for people to still have that sense of community outside of, let's say, college and high school, even into their adulthood and then into their old age. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems going on. And I agree. I think it drives, even to your point about the whites only community in Arkansas, I think it is driving these, let's call it ghettoization or insulation of people going into these artificial values-based communities.
Yeah.
Because where are you going to find people? Go online, start spouting about politics, or, even not just for incels and right-wingers, but even on the left. Someone like Tyler Robinson, he's on Discord. He's on Discord with all of the Overwatch players and all the LGBTQ or whatever. And I think that, there's a tendency there where everybody kind of amplifies some of the resentment or feelings there. So I agree. That's a huge driver.
So for you, like back in high school when you were like first kind of starting to use the internet and all that, did you build most of your community in person outside Chicago, or was it mostly online?
When I was in high school or college?
High school.
High school, I had real friends in Model UN. That was my favorite thing. So that was.
But you were still creating like some kind of content at that time.
Not in high school. No.
Okay. So you went to BU.
Yes.
Were most of your friends like classmates there? Like when did you start to kind of build your online persona and community around your content?
It wasn't until I left college. So to that point, I had friends in college. And then when I left college and started my show independently, then it was all people online. And everybody I knew was people from my community for the most part.
But your cancellation from mainstream platforms was effectively the same thing as like a community collapse for your personal life, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say it was just the cancellation, but even more just returning home from college.
What do you think would have happened to you, like career-wise and personal life-wise, if you never would have been mainstreamed? I mean, I guess removed from major social media platforms.
Oh, it'd be a lot easier to make friends, let's say, because, being banned on Instagram, you might as well be dead. In Generation Z, that's how everybody sees each other, meets each other, talks to each other. So I think I probably...
What state does Nick Fuentes live in? What town does he live in? Anybody know in the chat? What town is this guy living in? Let me dig that up. I'll dig it up.
Livelier circle.
Do you feel like you had less friends after that?
No, I'd say it's about the same.
No, but I mean, you said that you feel like it would have been easier to make friends.
I think Chicago would be something like that.
Sure. So aside from your
Illinois, he probably lives outside, right? Yeah. Let me and what is his ethnic background? I'm curious. I'm curious where he lives right now because I don't understand that. Like,
no, he's initially from Chicago. That's where he brought up Chicago, but he is. But go ahead, B.
Yeah, it says his current residence is in Berwyn, is in a suburb of Chicago's Berwyn, Illinois, and that's
it.
So I don't understand him. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't. Maybe it's my age. How old is Nick Fuentes? Offhand.
He's 27.
27. Maybe that's what it is. Like, yeah. I just think you do it the old-fashioned way, man. You get outside, bro. Get outside. Go meet people. Like, what are you? He's a damn celebrity. And he's like, where do you meet friends? Man, you got to have social skills, bro. You got to have social skills. And part of the social skills is not being a bigot, man. It helps. It helps. Knowing how to go up to...
he seems like he's like a 60-year-old in a 25-year-old's body.
Yeah, he's carrying the burden of an old, like the last generation, somebody old man who's been complaining about why the whites moved out of Chicago in the first place. It's like, man, what the fuck? You're supposed to be a young dude, man. Enjoy yourself. Get outside, grab a tennis racket, go around, get in your car. I know you got a car, Nick. Go to some different tennis courts and play some tennis, bro.
Well, he even seems to be carrying some burden, and I think that is his unlikability. His ability to be just very repulsive in this life, and when it comes to women, that just kind of sucks.
Yeah,
and I think he's admitted, to having he's admitting to having not too much success with women, and I think deep down that's bothering him.
So
well,
as
we can also cover later. I mean, obviously this clip is a lot longer, but there's a lot more nuance to Nick Fuentes than what we can cover now. He's also the head of.
He definitely didn't get laid in high school.
He's an incel.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
He's an incel, but also let's keep in mind
he's the face of incels. He's the definition of incel.
But he is rumored to be gay.
What? Whoa, Nick! No.
Yeah. So he is rumored to
naughty
be gay.
Boy.
He is rumored to have a furry fetish.
Oh no, right? You didn't, Nick.
Well, he was hanging out with Clavicular and Andrew Tate and the Tate brothers. That looked like he was in love.
What? Damn! So, I'm learning something new here. What? Damn.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not too sure. I mean, I've seen some of the clips, so he's not far off.
He's a right-wing liberal.
But from what I know, he has been rumored and gotten caught in chats with individuals, with furry men, and he's rumored to be part of the LGBT community. But that's also, he's obviously not going to expose himself. That's one. Two, he's the leader.
That's a heavy burden to carry. That's a heavy burden to carry, man.
That obviously
right.
it is,
as a secret.
And,
I mean,
yeah. And so obviously he's most likely living a double life, but that's it's kind of speculative, but they do have proof that he's been caught in conversation with someone who was a known trans furry, and potentially had a relationship with that individual. But he's also the leader of what's called the Groyper movement, which we can go down that rabbit hole, on another live. But the Groyper movement's a movement that essentially has loose ties to Charlie Kirk's murderer. But again, we'll discuss that on another live. It's a lot more nuanced and complicated than what I can explain now.
Well, hey,
but
man,
the Groyper movement in itself is something that we can cover in the future date. But go ahead,
to each his own. That's how I do. I don't judge other people. To each his own. I have the anti-slavery philosophy, and that is you own your own body. Nobody else owns your body. Period. Nobody tells you what to do with your body. That's your property. So but it is really interesting hearing that. Like, damn, Nick, this is very complex now. Now that I knew that, I didn't know that before. Yeah. But it's I'm gonna have to take some time to process that. But maybe you're right. Maybe there's some anger there. Maybe there's a lot of confusion for him. But if he isn't all of that, and even if he is, my advice is get outside, man. Get outside, bro. Use some of that. Use your car, man. Get around, man. You don't know how to meet people, bro. Like, do it like Michael Jackson. Even Michael Jackson knew how to put on a disguise. Do something, man. Like, come on, bro. Get out there.
And that's just it. Nick looked like he's got the weight of the world on him, but you would think it maybe be from some like a liberal perspective, like he's fighting for civil rights, fighting for, health care. Instead, it's none of that. So you're trying to figure out young man, what's going on? Why do you feel like there's such a struggle when you don't really seem to be fighting for anything?
Man, go down to you know what? It's great. Go to the beach. Take a trip, bro. Take a trip, man.
I mean, welcome to the current incel world. We live in a society that Nick is just, he's a representation of that. And I think that's again we've spoken on that, vaguely in other lives, but he is a representative of the incel movement. And not even the incel movement, the incel trend of a contemporary America right now, not even the contemporary world, right? Social media, a lot of other social dynamics have disenfranchised a generation of kids, in particular young men, from dating pool, right? And I think a lot of that has manifested itself in hate, in the form of hate, self-hate, outward hate, different forms of hate.
Hate creates barriers, bro. Hate creates barriers. So your experiences aren't going to be great. America. Yeah. If you hate other people and you're bigoted, you're cutting yourself off from life, from everything that exists, from your opportunities, So it doesn't work. You can't have one without the other. If you running around with hate, you're also running around with barriers. So, chains, shackles. Essentially, mental shackles. All right, damn. I'm sorry. All right. I mean, the man said it himself. He's like, he ain't got friends and shit. He don't know how to meet people. Being banned on it. He made it seem like that being banned on the internet is fucking him up. Man, get your ass outside, bro. What the hell, man? I would never understand this because meeting people on the internet is not what I'm thinking about. I'm like, it's great that I might chat here and there every once in a while. I might make a post on the internet. I make posts on my page, but it's for other reasons. It's not like we're all going to be friends and I'm planning on meeting some friends over the internet. Well, you have internet friends, but in real life, you need to know how to go outside. Go to a place, be social. I don't want to tell people what to do. Go to a music event. Go see some concerts. Go to a pub. Go to the beach, man. Go take a trip. Bro. Go hiking. Go fishing.
He's not the only one. Nick looks regretful.
Oh yeah.
Nick look. I just feel like Nick looks regretful. Like he's had a lot of these opportunities, but the relationships just haven't worked out for some reason. And, he had a situation where a lady came to his house. I think she was a liberal type, and she was trying to harass him over his views. and he went outside and became physical with her. And I think that's just one of the examples where he had an opportunity to kind of say, hey, lady, okay, let's talk about some things. I mean, look, the guy's a debater, and so I think he looks back on some of these situations and realizes he just didn't handle them very well. And he's still young, but he's already paying the price for a lot of the stuff.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. All right, let's play this. Yeah, that's some good insight there, Eric. Interesting. Yeah, well, I'm dumbfounded. I had no idea about this guy, and I mean, I knew that he was a right winger, and I knew that he said the liberals were right about 6 months ago, and that's it. I didn't know much about the Groyper. Is that what you call it? Groyper movement, or yeah, I didn't know he was frustrated too about friendship.
It's the Groyper movement, and again, he's just a representation of a larger group in America, right? That incel, the face of the incel movement.
They're having a hard time getting laid, but instead of blaming themselves, they want to blame the woman, and the world.
Society.
Exactly.
You got and women, and when they blame the world, right? The minorities tend to be the scapegoat and the focus of that blame.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a larger movement. We'll cover it in another live. Maybe the next live we'll cover it.
But that's a real issue when guys are not, when men are not sexually satisfied, they tend to become idiots.
Yeah. No, you're completely right. We'll cover the Groyper movement in the future.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. My simple advice is if you're missing contact with human beings, get outside, man. Go outside. They're outside.
That's the thing. Even when they're outside, it's the
no
lack
social
of social
skills.
experience. They have no social skills.
That's tragic, bro.
Right? Social media makes them believe that that's something that they're facing alone, and then they find these enclaves within Discord, within 4chan, within these alt-right spaces that allows for them to share that in the form of hate. Again, we'll go through the Groyper movement. It's a lot to kind of cover here, but he is. Well, again, we'll have more context to it in the future, and we'll give the viewers more context to it. The Groyper movement is a larger movement in America that isn't spoken about. It's not spoken about too much.
Michael, I just feel like someone desperately needs to take him to Thailand, and and it's like, hey, do you feel better? Do you feel better now, bro?
It might be too late. It might be too late, bro. Oh, really? I mean, I don't know, man. I ain't got no, I just wonder, man. I think this guy. Well, I mean, again, I guess obviously I learned at a young age when we didn't have computers. Go outside, man. You want to meet a pretty girl? She's outside, bro. She's outside. You ain't gonna find her inside. Get your ass outside, man. Get to walking. Hit the streets. Stay off the bus. Walk. Take a nice hour walk through your city from out in the suburbs down to your city, bro. Just take a long walk, man. Go to a part of town you don't normally hang out in.
But that's the thing. They don't have that courage. And again, it's not, and even it's trickled down to, older generations, even, men into their 30s, where they find it harder to have these safe spaces, to have these groups where they can find just basic companionship, not even in the form of, the opposite sex, but in the form of just basic male companionship and friendship.
And just
it's a
regular
lot
friendship
harder
in general. Yeah,
exactly. It's a lot harder in today's contemporary age, and so it's led to a lot. But maybe we'll make it a topic in the near future. Maybe the next live we'll cover the Groyper movement and what is the incel epidemic that is happening globally. But go ahead, babe.
Yeah. All right. Let's play some more. Let's see here. It's pretty interesting finding out all this shit about him. All right.
Graham, you might as well be dead. In Generation Z, that's how everybody sees each other, meets each other, talks to each other. So I think I probably have a wider, livelier circle.
Do you feel like you had less friends after that?
No, I'd say it's about the same.
No, but I mean, you said that like you feel like it would have been easier to make friends.
It would have been easy to make more friends. Yeah, sure.
So aside from your career, how was your like personal and social life affected in those following years?
Well, it's brutal, you know. I mean, because everybody that I knew from high school is on Instagram, on Facebook, and I'm just not on there. It's almost like you're removed from the earth. For Generation Z, I understand for older people, for different generation, people still meet up or stay in touch in other ways. But if you're not online as a young person, you might as well be dead.
Do you think you would have said like some of the more extreme things that you did say if you know, I guess were allowed to remain on the mainstream internet?
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking back, and I'm not trying to get you to like take something back necessarily, what's like one thing that you said when you were younger where you're like, fuck, wish I could take that back?
You know, I don't know if I regret what I've said. It's just how you say it.
Yeah, like, can you think of an example of like when you listen back to something and you're like, geez, I wish I could.
So I did this rally in 2023 called Fuentes Rally 2. And the one comment I said, we're talking about a spiritual battle between Christians and everybody else. And I said, we're in a holy war. I said, and we're going to make them die in a holy war. And the second I said that, I was like, didn't mean to say that. It's an extemporaneous speech. So you don't rehearse it, you just say things. And I was like, didn't mean that. Shouldn't have said that. So it's always the how. It's always in the delivery that I...
Nick, I can think of about 4 things that I really wish you would take back right now. But
Like what?
The cookies in the oven?
Well, that's a joke.
But it's not, Nick. My wife is Jewish. My son is Jewish. No, Nick. I promise you. Don't get mad.
I'm not mad.
Okay,
It's
I know. But okay. But you got to understand how incredibly, whether it's a joke or not, it's a lived experience passed down from generation to generation, whether or not, and by the way, not just from the Holocaust, not just from 1939 on, 2,000 years of history, okay? Forget about Israeli politics and Netanyahu, because I think we agree about Bibi Netanyahu. I'm positive we do. And I've listened to you talk about it. But you got to understand, look at me, man.
I see.
It hurts. It hurts.
Does it?
Nick, I promise you it does. When you compare my wife's family to cookies going to an oven, it hurts, and you've got to understand that. And by the way, I'm looking at you, and I believe that you do know that.
See, that's where you lose me. That's where you lose me.
Okay, Nick. Okay, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, are we here to talk, or are you here to lecture me and preach
Okay, no,
to me?
you're right. Let me listen.
Okay.
Listen, you're right.
So
You're right.
this is the
Okay.
thing, because, you know, and I think this is a disconnect. I think that the left, and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of, but because of the outrageous things that I say. Not in spite of, but because I say offensive things. Because I, let's say, drop the N-word on a video or something. It's because...
Speaking of that, Kanye, has anybody heard Kanye go on a rant since ICE hit the streets? Like, I'm really curious about that. I've almost heard nothing from Kanye West, like, about what is going on. And I just find that really peculiar, you know, because he used to go on rants all the time. Not that I like them, but I just think it's really weird, man. He's doing shows, but I haven't heard the rants. You know, nothing about society. You know, you used to hear that before the election. Now you don't hear it. So I'm just curious about that. But in any case,
people are sick of the preachiness, the
Nick.
lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen
they
to what
really
you just
are.
said. But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering, then you must be on their side. I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is used politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to. Like, what's your cultural heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
Mexican. When did they come in Italian? When did the Mexicans come? When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century.
Yeah.
Italians came in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is like grossly offensive just on the face of it and think that, oh, why can't people just believe that that's funny? But you got to understand, it's from the perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about losing communities, about the feeling of being left out or left behind in a world in which there no longer is this sense of community. All the other things that you say. Everybody else is left. And what you do pick up You pick up the ones that hear the dog whistle. You pick up the ones that say, yeah, that's the way that I feel, because it's radical. It's like he's willing to say the thing that nobody else will say in this environment. And then you get, an enormous amount of niche, but love from that. And I just don't believe that you believe that. I don't believe that you think that it was appropriate for you to say something like that. I don't think you believe that it's appropriate to say women shouldn't vote.
Let's give Nick a second to respond to the first thing.
I know I talk constantly. That's how I do this.
It's all good. It's all good.
I apologize.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive, and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative. And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well, in a certain way.
Let's let Nick explain
I know.
the psychology behind edgelording.
It's that overbearingness that my generation's had our entire lives. That's not appropriate. That's not funny. Think of the trauma. That's racist. That's white supremacist. That makes it funny. That makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way, I think that now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor has become mainstream and popular, I don't even think that that's funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become so commonplace and so tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big part of why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's something funny about the fact that you could say a word or make a joke and make people lose their mind.
I think it's because he used it. It was popular. Trump got elected a second time. And now he realizes that actually it's not what he thought it was, that they use people like him. And I think that's why he thinks it's not funny anymore. But to me, it still troubles me that I think he did it for the money, man. To me, I think you're right, Mike. I think he's privileged, like in some kind of weird way. Like he's privileged, not in a positive sense, in a negative sense. Like he doesn't necessarily have these barriers that he's talking about. So his frustration is really all him. It's in his mind. He, being a bigot, has limited his experiences and he's frustrated. Yep. But
there you go.
Yeah. To me, it just, I don't think I don't trust him when he says, it's not, it used to be popular. Now it's not popular. That's one of the reasons why I backed off. It's like, I just don't get that, man. I just don't get that. It's first of all, it's pathetic. It is pathetic. It's sad to see a 20-year-old. He's 20-something years old. This is all you got. 27 years old. You're not intelligent, man. For a 27-year-old, you are not intelligent at all, Nick Fuentes. Like, and I'm not saying that. I don't know. Maybe it's a generational thing. Maybe the younger generation, because I'm not of this generation. I'm 56 years old. Maybe this generation. I mean, when I was a kid, we went outside on our bikes. I rode the bike all over the city. I experienced all of DC my entire life as a young kid, all the way up into my 30s when I moved out. Right. So, and I lived in New York a little bit too before I moved out of the country. But, I just think this something like, I feel sorry if this is a representation of this generation. I feel sorry for this dude, man. I feel sorry for him, like straight up. I feel sorry. And of course, intelligence may, it may be something some people might have a little more of, and, this and that is individual to some degree. Right. But it's pathetic, bro. I have to say that this is pathetic. This is pathetic. That's all I see out of it, man. And I know that there might be some people that don't understand what I'm saying. But let me tell you, if you grasp what I'm saying, then that means you're a person that is intelligent. That means you get me, right? Because I'm not a person that believes in barriers. Did I have a rich family? No, I come out of a middle class family. You know what I'm saying? Did I have somebody tell me what I had to be or help me try to find out what I want to be in life? No, I didn't have that. Did I spend all of my time in school? No, I didn't. But one thing I did was develop my craft, focus on my craft. I learned how to do that at an early age. You know, my father's a fine artist, so I learned how to build a craft myself, to find something to turn into something. You know what I mean? And follow my heart through that. And that took me a lot of places, you know. And when I hear this guy, like, I was just like, damn, man, you're not doing nothing that people are supposed to know how to do. Like, I don't know, man. I just feel like this is all I can get out of it, dude. I'm almost, at first I had high hopes for Nick Fuentes, you know, because I was really excited when I heard him say the liberals were right. I was like, damn, he actually can admit that, like, because he heard them say what Trump was going to do before the election. Trump got elected and Trump did that. And now he's like, damn, Trump actually doesn't really give a fuck about white Americans. Right. And he just used it. Yeah. Duh. Yeah. That's exactly what people said he was going to do. Dumbass. And he's a billionaire, you jackass. He's not. He uses that stuff, but he's an elitist billionaire, you jackass. How could you not know that? Again, that goes back to his intelligence, right? But now that I heard him, I don't even have high hopes. This conversation with him and Hunter Biden, I don't even have high hopes anymore, man. I don't have high hopes anymore. I started off having high hopes, thinking like, man, I don't know what to say about this, but let me see. This is halfway through. Yo, bro, I think let's bring it to the part where Trump comes into the picture, because he did play a pivotal role with Trump. Let's get there. Let's go there, man. How about that?
World, but you could look at and say he doesn't believe anything.
So for context for the viewer, Donald Trump is currently the sitting president of the U.S. For our audience abroad, the war with Iran was supposed to be over. Now we're back in business, baby. Khomeini had a pretty sick funeral, if you saw the video. So you guys don't like Trump? You used to like him.
I did.
You've always hated him. He's tried to destroy your life.
Yeah.
You guys were cool. You guys hung out once at Mar-a-Lago with Kanye. You've never hung out with Trump, right? Would you want to?
No. Do I want to? Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Look, man, I would like, can we get him? Can we get him in the motel room?
So I want you to imagine.
Let's get him in
I want you to imagine he's in the motel with us.
Yeah.
That's Trump. What do you want to ask him?
Put me on the spot. I don't want to ask Donald Trump anything, because I know, and I think you would agree with me, is that Donald Trump isn't going to give me an authentic answer. Donald Trump never gives an authentic answer. He gives what people refer to as being authentic, but it's not authentic, it's audacious. It's like the example that I give that is the best metaphor for this is that he says he's 6'3", weighs 225 pounds. And everybody laughs, because that's a little bit like edgelording, right? Everybody knows that he is maybe 6 feet and weighs maybe 300. And 285?
He's a big guy. He's a pretty big guy.
Yeah, big guy. But by virtue of every picture ever taken of anyone that's 6'3", he's not 6'3".
I am.
Okay? Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
You're 6'2.5", maybe. That's maybe. But my point is that the reason I don't have a question for him is because I'm absolutely certain that he is not going to give me an authentic answer. Look, he came into the Oval Office and the transition this time. And he told my dad that he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job with NATO. He did an amazing job, and that he got a raw deal from his side, and anything he could do, particularly for Hunter. Hunter got screwed. Whatever I could do, you let me know. Bullshit. He then went out, and he has now since then done nothing but blame.
Look, somebody in the chat said, you think he's unintelligent. That's an ad hominem, right? You know, why don't you prove it? Well, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm not the one who was out there on the street advocating for Trump to be the president. That means, duh, okay? He missed a whole fucking lot. That's what I mean. There's the proof, okay?
Blame Joe Biden.
And now he regrets it, okay?
And for every single one of his problems.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess. Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble. Biden gave us a horrible economy. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
He mentioned my dad's name or my family's name 6 times a day in the first 100 days of this administration. 6 times a day. He does it maybe 4 times a day now, Because he has no answers. All he has is a finger to point. And that's all he does. My point is, I don't know what to ask him. You know, why are you such a dick?
What does your dad think about the war?
Right? What I don't. I'm not going to get into what my dad thinks about the war. Is it really because I don't want to get into. I don't put words in my dad's mouth, just like I wouldn't ask you what your dad thinks about the war. But your dad wasn't the president of the United States, which is a little bit different.
I don't even know if you know what's going on.
You know,
Eagles fan.
Look, all I can say is this: is that every single Israeli prime minister since at least Jimmy Carter was president, has walked into the Oval Office or picked up the phone and called the president and said, we have to attack Iran. And every single one of them has said no. And they may not all have had the same exact reason, but one of the reasons they did is because they knew what the consequences would be as it relates to the lifeblood of the economy, is petroleum in the Straits of Hormuz. Every single one of them knew that. And every single one of them knew that there is no way, unless you send in ground forces, to end with certainty the nuclear program that the Iranians have supposedly been building. Every single one of them knew that the existing Ayatollah, the Ayatollah at that time, had put out a fatwa, an edict saying that they would never turn their nuclear technology into a bomb.
The supreme leader of Iran issued fatwa. Having nuclear weapons is forbidden, is haram, which means never we can have nuclear weapons.
It was a religious edict as strong as if the Pope had released an encyclical. But what did he do? He kills the Ayatollah. We get a son that now has a far more radical and far greater ties to the IRGC. And what do we have? The Straits of Hormuz are still closed. He said that they're brilliant people. I find that's Donald Trump on everything. He said he'd end the war in Ukraine on day one.
That is a war that's dying to be settled.
Yeah. Okay. No, we over 6 hours, bro. That's it. We got to go get out of here. But it's been interesting listening to this. You know, Nick Fuentes, I'm glad we got a chance to listen to some of it in this conversation. You know, I personally, I'm going to be honest with you. I think some people need that conversation. I think some people need it because they're still exploring the cultural part. You know, they're lacking in cultural understanding. I like what Biden was able to express to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is obviously missing a lot of American culture and history, right? But again, I think that's only one side of the issue here, the cultural misunderstanding. I think you should be able to give Americans the data, the numbers, the facts about their taxes versus other Western nations, their life expectancy versus other Western nations, how much of their taxes are actually that they pay are actually used on them, their families, and their communities where they live, and what the amount of taxes that people pay soon as you leave and go to another Western nation. I think those that comparative data, the stories, data on how the education system really works outside of the United States in Western countries, how the healthcare system works outside. I think that's also very much relevant and important to change. And, you know, I think the American people overall are given a disservice because the culture thing is very, like, I guess it resonates around people who think they're different from each other. You know what I mean? Like people that come to the table thinking that they're different, that they have a different culture and that's the issue. The culture conversation matters a lot to them because they put a lot of focus on that. Me, I don't do that because I think no matter what your culture is, no matter what your gender is, no matter what your color is, no matter what your sexuality is, you should be concerned about, do you get a fair shake out of your daily life, out of your work, out of the hours you go to work? I think that is more pivotal than the cultural thing. I think the culture shit solves itself if you do the first part right. And in a country where you fought a war to found it taxation without representation, I would think Americans would really get back to that part. You know, and I think the cultural arguments and the cultural shit, it's a distraction. Of course, history, knowing American history is very important. But as you could see, even a lot of these people that are talking about the founding fathers and all this, they don't actually know American history, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure they're not trying to actually teach American history. I would encourage people to do that because it's so important in navigating Americans, the different kind of Americans. Also, navigating all those other things that we talked about. Like, for example, the reason why I don't get into what other people choose, their sexuality. I don't get into choosing people's culture because the fact that we had slavery in the United States of America, right? Since that was a fact, and that was a fact in colonial America, I have the you know, damn, what's the word again? I'm sorry, I'm getting a little tired. Principle that you don't tell other people what to do with their body. Period. Stop wasting time on that. Even if you want to go out there and drink a beer, you drink it. I'm not going to trip over you drinking a beer. That's your body, man. That's your life. You want to smoke a joint? I'm not tripping on you doing that. That's your body. That's your life. I don't believe you should go to jail for that. I think it's ridiculous, you know, because if you're smoking a joint, you're not harming someone else. As long as you're not harming someone else, that's my view, right? But I think people get confused and all other kind of shit and get tricked back into, no, I control your body. I control this. I control that. And they're doing it without any real understanding of the foundings of the United States of America. I think that's the problem. So we do need to teach history in our schools. It needs to be proper history. It needs to be the actual history. There's only one history, you know. That's the one supported by the actual facts. History is the facts. No need to leave any of it out. No need to be biased about it. Being biased about it means you ain't learning it, right? So I think outside of that, I think people really need to focus. If they're not really trying to focus on the history, which takes many, many years, you got to start off when you're young and get a proper education in that. Read the Constitution. Read colonial history before the Constitution. Be honest about it. It will tell you will be able to navigate the United States of America fine. Many people died. All Europeans were not on the same side. Many Europeans killed each other. Many Europeans had ethnic disputes with each other. Many Europeans worked with natives, and many natives didn't work with each other. Some of them worked with each other, some didn't. It's a lot of different stuff mixed in there. It doesn't need to be generalized because it's so detailed that you deserve the opportunity to really know it. And once you really know it, you're not going to have a lot of these problems. But that takes time and that takes interest. So since most people ain't going to spend the time and most people don't have the interest, right, then let's just get straight down to the numbers and the data and the taxes. Why do American people get less out of their taxes that they pay than other Western people? If you're happy with that story, don't change nothing. Why do American people not live as long as other people in the West? If you're happy with that story, don't change anything. Why do every other Western country have universal health care? Why? And really dig into the detail, not the general bullshit. The detail, not the phraseology. What the details of it, the mechanisms, the working parts are. You want to ask that question? If you get into that, I think that's a great thing to think about. Why do they have it and we don't? What is Western society when we're different than every other Western society? Why does every other Western society have that and we don't? If you want to have that conversation, I think that's more beneficial. Why are we the richest country on earth, but yet we have loads of people living on the street? Like, what's up with that? I think there's a lot of more important things to focus on. And I think it's kind of a setup. This cultural conversation is kind of a setup to keep people talking about things that take time to change. Takes time to educate yourself, to get understanding. And the earlier you start, the better off you are. Starting when you're 30 because you're pissed off because you don't have a job isn't a great start. You know what I mean? Like, it should be something you're getting from a young age and you're getting support in, you know? So I think it's easier myself. It's just my personal feeling. I think it's better to do the comparative data. And I mean, comparative data about taxes, representation. How many, how well represented are you? Americans have half the parliamentary representation than Europeans have at best. At worst, we have 35 times less the parliamentary representation of a European. That should be a problem for us. We should want to know that. We should want to talk about that. What does that mean in practical terms? How does it affect our lives in practical terms? What does democracy mean when it looks like that compared to another Western nation where each citizen has 35 times more the parliamentary representation? What are the differences? What does that difference bring? You know, so that's where I'm at with the shit. And I encourage more Americans to do that. But then again, I know damn well that the trolls aren't going to do it and the ignorant people aren't going to do it. And the people that want to be caught up in these cultural battles, they ain't going to do it. And that's part of the curse of their life. You see what I mean? But there will be some that benefit from this podcast, and there will be some that actually see the point, and that's who I'm here for. So that's what we do over here. But last thing I want to say is, if you believe in voting, and if you think you live in a democracy, you might want to consider. First of all, voting this motherfucker out of office like real fast. And how you can do that is by voting in the midterms. Because listen to this.
Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference? You said today that Russia and China are not helping. Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you that President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think, I trust them.
There it is. So if you want to solve that problem, which is very obvious, you might want to do this: register to vote, something very practical. And you might want to encourage other people to vote too, because there's a lot of poor ass states in the United States of America that could use a change. And but if you don't understand that, then the midterms are how you get representatives in office that can silence Trump, limit his power, impeach some Supreme Court justices, impeach any corrupt member of the government. That's how you would do that in practical terms, regardless of their culture. I say get rid of Clarence Thomas, man. He's a problem in itself, So I'm encouraged. I'm encouraging people to go down that route, and and don't fall for the okie doke. Don't fall for the simpleton conversations, because it's not going to do you any good. Very simple. It's not going to do you any good at all. And let me tell you, if you're an American citizen right now, you probably need some help. You probably need a little change from Trump. If you want to be honest about it. I saw somebody in the chat talking about capitalism helped me buy my $1 million home. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. I don't believe you. Period. I don't believe you got it. You see what I'm saying? And the bottom line is that some form of patriotism when you got it? I got this. And you watch so many other Americans that don't. Is that your form of patriotism? That's how you proud to be an American, huh? See, that's the difference right there. That's what makes you different from everybody else in the West. So stick with that if you think that's going to work. But until then, I appreciate everybody. Damn, it's been a long one today. But we will catch up. We will catch up in the next 18 hours from now. So big up everybody that came through. Click the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And we will catch up with everybody tomorrow. But until then, you came to the right place, because guess why?
Up in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat, screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn." Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left offices years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama derangement syndrome.
See ya! Release the Epstein files. Fuck Trump.
What about the kids?
Peace.
Tell them about the children.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh no.
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. while we fight over crimes we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a crap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna free your mind tonight. They don't know, that I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna free your mind tonight. They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued when the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even the 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather, I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double, but nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When am I walking? Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think think how the world come to this. A place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion. Justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists. Giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world. That want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality
And
this
yes, you
day.
know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong.
Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true,
And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a